Welcome one and all to Hot Button's first official Game of the Year awards show. I'm Randall Beatrice, here with Austin Blakesley.
Yo.
Sean Chambers.
Hello.
Chelsea Romano.
Hi.
And Matt Nudaboom.
Zug zug.
How's everybody feeling? Who's pumped to fight?
My voice is a little hoarse for the listeners.
A little
You
horse?
can't
You got
I
a
have
little horse in your
on
voice?
my lap.
Great joke.
That no one can see.
Cat out your throat.
I hear Nick Jr.'s hiring writers, guys.
Yeah. Can we get some canned laughter there, like audience?
Oh, yeah,
Look
yeah.
at this
We'll add that to the
boy.
board. So we took a page from Giant Bomb's handbook throughout their site's history and decided that the best plan to really deconstruct these past 12 months of releases, both good and bad, is to give credit where credit is due by placing what we think, as a collective, which titles belong where in a gathering of fun, cool categories, each with one winner and one runner-up, while then leading us all the way to a formal top 10 list ranked in order of placement from 10 to numero uno. And for the record, there will be spoilers, especially for the conversation centered around storytelling and characters on episode 2. Now, there are some rules, obviously. A nominated game has to have come out in 2021. Early access is fine. At least a single member of our HB team has to have played it long enough to build solid judgment. But other than that, everything is on the table.
Yeah, and in case of a tie, the vote tiebreaker goes to whoever spent the most money on Hot Button.
Oh, wait, no,
It's just something I thought up off the top of my head.
I thought we had to fist fight for it.
No, that's day 3.
Okay.
Tiebreakers in day
You have
1 and
to-
2 is money.
No, we have to. It's in a round of Johann Sebastian Joust. Remember that game?
Oh, yeah.
Dave-
Day 3 and 4 is fist fighting.
Can we
And
transition?
day 5 is a creative arts project.
Oh,
So
fuck-
you're
fuck
gonna
you
do
guys.
great.
Where are we doing the American Gladiator setup? Can
this
that be
room.
4? We'll just fist fight. Day 3?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
We're also going to do this in an elimination-based fashion, so that each entry can properly get discussed prior to its cut. A person is absolutely permitted to remove their own contribution and attempt to push harder for another. It'll likely be a test in who presents the strongest case, or perhaps maybe we'll just fall into a friendly agreement. We shall find out together. As long as we stay respectful and remain buddies once it's concluded, right?
No.
I ain't your buddy, guy.
I take everything very personally. I don't know if you know this, but all the games I liked, I made. So if you don't like it, I'd be very upset.
All right, settle
Yo.
down, Phil Fish.
Congrats on NWOG.
Thank you. I worked very hard on
Yeah.
that. We're still working day and night to get those
yeah.
servers
I'm surprised
working
you have
better.
time to be here right now.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, there's nothing
I
else
know.
going on in that community.
She made it single-handedly. Can you believe that?
So a quick overview. The award categories that we have concocted are Best Game Pass Game, Game We Needed, Best Aesthetic, Best Moment or Sequence, and don't worry, we'll get further explanations on a few of these when we get there. Best New Character, Best Narrative, Biggest Disaster, Best Remake, Remaster, or Re-Release, Best Expansion or Improvement, Most Disappointing, Biggest Surprise, Worst Game, and of course, Best Game. Also, in an effort to shake things up and make it more personal to us, we've created 5 smaller subcategories chosen by us individually, thus cleansing the palette a bit in between the larger stuff. Austin as Best Use of Timeloop, Sean as Best Creature or Monster, Matt, WoW Expert, as Worst Time Sync, Chelsea as Best Chelsea Game, which we'll get details on that.
No
down the
explanation
road.
needed. My friend likes to call them best housewife games.
Oh, that's
But we can get into it later.
Yeah, the politics of it.
I don't see a Sims expansion on here.
I actually don't like The Sims.
I know, you're insane. And I have Best Use of Music. And just because they were our ideas doesn't automatically mean that we can't all have a little bit of input here and there. So anything can happen. So with this, are you guys ready to talk about some fucking video games?
No.
Yes.
Well, I'm here, so
Yeah.
Austin, are you drinking coffee?
It's
Hot
tea.
chocolate?
It's a chai tea latte from Starbucks. Your boy's got a hoarse voice, needed a hot tea.
Doesn't chai tea usually have... Well, it's a chai tea latte, so it's dairy that's not going to help your throat.
Yeah. Listen, I need some mucus in here. Okay?
Talking about your Chun-Li lattes or whatever.
It's racist against the Japanese and the Indians. Continue.
I was just making a Street Fighter reference.
I thought it was pretty funny, actually.
Thank you. It was meant to be a pun. The most harmless jokes of them all. We're gonna start with an interesting one. Best Game Pass game. Meaning for this, it had to have debuted day and date on the service. So something like It Takes Two or Forgotten City would not be eligible since technically they were brought in there later post initial release. This in mind, the selections are Psychonauts 2, Unpacking, GTA San Andreas Definitive Edition, Halo Infinite, Forza Horizon 5, Back 4 Blood, Age of Empires 4, The Artful Escape, Moonglow Bay, The Ascent, The Medium, Sable, Genesis Noir, Boyfriend Dungeon, Dandy Ace, The Wild at Heart, Lake, Exo 1, The Gunk, and Outriders. All right, so why the fuck is anything in that GTA remaster?
Yeah, I was literally
12
Okay,
minutes,
so-
like 12 minutes is
hold
on
on.
this.
Why did you feel it appropriate to laugh when you named it?
So let me say something.
That shows
So this-
bias. Okay, he's already going into this with bias. This is not an objective. This is not an
No
objective.
opinions here, Rand.
Yeah.
Real quick, it did stop me from buying the full collection, so that's valuable, I suppose.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, you have to, my voice is hoarse. I can't talk over people. You have to let me talk when I need to talk.
Okay.
So you kind of went over it already, but the spirit of this category initially was just Game Pass, game of the year that we got on Game Pass.
Right.
And then we realized something, which is that
Yeah,
Game Pass
obviously-
fucking kicks ass. And that's kind of just game of the year with less nominees. So that was weird. So the category shifted to game that best exemplifies what a deal Game Pass is,
Yes.
more or less.
Yeah.
And so I am not saying that San Andreas Definitive Edition is good. What I am saying is that were that not on Game Pass, you and me absolutely would have bought that collection.
You're right.
Right.
So Game
So
Pass
maybe
did
that's
it.
all right.
Definitely worth something.
I'm not
I
saying
still don't. Why wouldn't you want to buy the collection?
the rain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look
yeah.
up GTA Rain.
No, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I can think about like
Um,
600 million textures in that game that make me not want to buy that game.
Tommy Vercetti looks like a wax statue. It's upsetting.
Or the side of a boat.
All right, where to start?
Okay, so I will start.
Okay.
I can't figure out how to cut. Hold on. I literally can't figure out how to cut shit on the iPad.
Oh,
So
you
you
want me to
guys,
do
Because there's a handful of these I haven't played personally.
you guys
so.
may have to do it for me.
I'll do it.
Okay, I'll start. Exo 1.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
So Exo 1 is a game where you play a ball. An antimatter
There's a
ball.
monkey in it?
So basically, the whole game.
Maybe.
Have you ever played the iPhone? Has anybody ever played the iPhone game Tiny Wings?
No.
Nope. Uh-uh.
Okay, so it's like, imagine if you never played Tiny Wings. Okay, so the way it works is
So it's just like that.
you're on like a planet, a sand planet, like a dune planet, not the movie Dune, but and then there's just hills and valleys, and basically you hold a button, the mass of your spaceship, which is a ball, becomes infinite, and you drop like a rock.
Mm.
And then you hold another button, and the mass of your spaceship then goes, to get nerdy, as close to zero without reaching zero as possible. So you essentially float.
Did
So
you
the
dig it?
the whole game is like you have to like sink like a rock in a hill and then let go in a valley and you float off.
Fly
And then
like
if
a
you
bird.
hold another button, your ball will flatten out into a disc and you can
Weird.
And then you're
Use a
drift.
frisbee.
Then you're skipping
yeah,
rocks.
you're a frisbee and you're skipping rocks.
Who is behind it?
I have no idea. I
You had
just played
mentioned
it
this
one
to
random
me.
day.
Yeah.
There's this weird traumatizing story about a bunch of astronauts that went to Jupiter on the first manned space mission to Jupiter and got caught in, spoilers for later, a time loop.
Very Space Odyssey, because they go to what? They go to either Saturn or Jupiter, and it's, the door to the other dimension is there.
Yeah, so it's kind of like that, where it's like you start off on the ball's home planet,
I was gonna say, did they
And you
get crushed
ascend to the
inside
balls.
the ball when it was expanding?
And you're going from planet to planet. You're finding these doors that take you to random planets. The last planet is Jupiter. And the last thing that happens is you crashing into the ship.
That basically
Oh,
feels like
shit.
that seems like 2001: A Space Odyssey, like, but traffic edition, where it's like the spaceship, like that is
2001: A Space Odyssey. If you played the aliens, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah, exactly,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a cool thing that you just discovered. Like, did you know
Yeah.
anything about it beforehand? It just appeared on
No.
Game Pass.
I literally saw a GIF of somebody playing it and then downloaded it and beat it in a night.
How long was it?
It was like 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah, I want to get into it.
Speaking
Seems
of
cool.
speaking of space, you reminded me of there was I never got to dip into it, but it sounded kind of fascinating. It was like rocket ship builder something. You play as like YouTubers that are all like.
Space Rebel punks.
Is that it?
Mhm.
Yeah. That I think was Game Pass release this year as well. But are you with that or
So we can cut
Getting it
XO1.
back.
I just wanted to talk about it.
yeah.
It's not. It doesn't.
I'm gonna serve the ball a little bit for.
It's
couple
like
of the ones
It's
that-
like a Flash game with a budget.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is
Good
it
enough.
is it 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
3-dimensional.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it looks super interesting.
So, Chelsea, you played Lake, right?
Yeah.
It seemed like a unique idea, but I mean, how'd you feel about it?
I didn't beat it. I played it for a bit.
That's the
I
mail
liked,
delivery one,
I
right?
liked it.
Yeah.
It was very chill. I'm gonna be honest. The story I can't remember.
Checked out.
I didn't skip it or anything like that.
It broaches like serious topics.
I vaguely remember, but yeah, I did kind of check out. I was there to deliver the mail. Let me
You're
tell you
doing your
something.
job.
Let me tell you something about my work ethic. I'm not there to make friends. I don't want to know your life story. I want to deliver your package.
Perfect employee.
The perfect employee. Get the fuck away from me. So I played it for a while, just going house to house,
Yeah.
delivering the mail, talking to the hot mechanic chick. I did pay attention to what she had to say.
could you drive the truck into like a
It
lake?
doesn't really. No, I don't. I didn't. I'm gonna be honest. I only tried to run it into buildings, and then I think I tried to run it into like one building, and then I was just like, okay, well. And then I just did my job. I drove properly. I stopped at stop signs, and I delivered my package.
So you don't think it's gonna hang?
I liked it,
All right,
but I mean,
Wait a second.
In comparison to what else we've got.
That's how you know you're an adult, when you have a game where you could basically just run over pedestrians and you're like, you know what, I think I'm just gonna go
I don't
do it.
remember
Carmageddon, but you're
seeing
delivering mail.
Too many
Yeah.
pedestrians. Yeah,
Not
I
a lot of
didn't
mail
even
to get delivered, I
it
suppose.
didn't even occur to me that I could do those things. I just delivered the mail.
Played the demo for Lake, and I fucking hated it.
Really?
I absolutely. The story is like your dad's dying, and you're a programmer, and your programmer boss wants you to come in, but your dad's like a mail carrier, and they want you to deliver the mail for him, and you need a vacation. So for vacation, you're gonna go deliver his mail and do his job.
I didn't think she was
Instead
a
of your
programmer.
own
I thought
job?
she like wrote stories or something.
I thought she wrote software. It doesn't matter.
To be
Software
fair, you're
tells
probably
stories.
you're probably more
To be
right
fair,
than me, but
it's the gameplay's fine, but I hated it. I didn't like it.
well,
And
I guess we're
speaking-
getting rid of Lake.
And speaking of hating it,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can we talk about Moonglow Bay?
Yes,
I want
we
to get
can.
that out of the way now.
All right.
yeah,
Wait, what is Moonglow Bay?
Moonglow Bay is a game. It's a fishing game. It's a fishing cooking game.
I'm out.
I usually don't like fishing in games, even though all the
They're
games
featured
I play
in every.
have fishing.
Yeah.
But I figured I'd try it because it does seem it was a voxel game, so of
Okay.
course I had to fucking play it. The voxel game shit looked like garbage. The game itself felt like garbage.
so here's
The
my thing.
story was garbage.
It's a bunch of mini games from other games thrown into one.
Right.
It's a fishing mini game,
They try and string a narrative.
a cooking mini
Yes.
game,
Yeah.
yes, and then like a town management sim. Also, would you say
Yeah,
kind of?
something like you're building up the town.
Yeah.
It's like a museum,
And-
like Animal Crossing
and
museum.
like
It's the ultimate sim
the
game,
funny
but in
thing
voxel.
about it is that like
It's awful.
The loop, the overall loop of it,
so
it's fine, but every part of it sucks. The fishing sucks. The cooking sucks.
So basically what it is like you catch fish, you cook it into things.
And you serve it to the...
You sell those things, right? Fine. Each thing you cook has a mini game, but there's like 5 mini games just to make one dish, and it's all wait for the thing to go around, press a button, oh, it's gonna do this, press a button when it's over this, and it's just that over and over and over again. And I played like through 2 days, and I made like maybe 5 things, and I went, fuck this.
I mean, it's pretty telling if you're telling me that that something's tedious.
The other thing was I was using a controller, and something actually like broke in my game, and like I couldn't progress anywhere, and I was like, done. No.
So
done.
Also, it has screen tearing on the fucking Xbox Series X.
Oh, God.
How do you do that in a voxel game? Cut it.
This will be a good
it was
segue.
I was very disappointed because I was like, wow, this looks cute. Oh god, this story was not good either.
It's so stupid.
The story. Okay, I gotta mention this. It starts with you and either your husband or wife. You get to choose. I was gay in mine.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So I chose a woman and I married a woman, and basically you give up your life to follow her dream, right? And her dream is to catch fish.
Man, she should dream a little higher.
But then your wife dies. But before your wife dies, she's like,
you
continue on this dream.
You have to do my dream.
But she dies
Carry on my memory by
immediately.
fulfilling my life goals.
I don't care about what your...
Yeah.
She must have died like 3 days after you guys retired. But like she's manipulative enough to be like, you need to keep doing this even though you never wanted to do it in the first place. Bye.
You're getting off the plane while it's after it's done landing. And just, like,
my
fall
ghost
down
will
the
know you
stairs.
didn't do it.
It's all the sea air, it just got in her lungs real quick.
She's definitely allergic to fish, actually.
She dies, and then that scares everybody else in the fishing town away from fishing because one of you died. It's like, bro, have you not watched like Ice Road Trucker or what the snow crab one?
Yeah.
And
Like,
then your
shit
daughter
sucks.
also shows up, and your daughter's like, you gotta do this for dead mom. And it's like, fuck you, fuck this whole
yeah.
family.
What about a
Your
live
daughter's
mom?
a cunt.
Gotta
If
look
I
out
was
for
in
number
that
one.
situation, I'd be like, wow, it sucks that my partner died, but also I hate fish.
She made me move to this rotten ass smelly town to make me fish.
Everyone in this town fucking sucks.
All right, Moonglow Bay not
we're
winning.
done.
We're moving on.
We're done.
So
We're moving on.
So you mentioned that something broke on you. Sean, I heard some shit happened to you in the gunk recently. I know, Austin, you said you finished it.
I beat the gunk. It's about 4 or 5 hours long.
Yeah, I was happy to hear that until I got about an hour and a half in, and the game was like, "No, you're not finishing this."
Did you want to finish it?
I mean, I did.
Okay.
It was very, like you had said to me before, it was very meh, and I got that impression early on that I wasn't going to be, blown away by the story or really the mechanics or anything.
By the way,
to be fair,
I'm just going to say, not to cut you off, but we're cutting GTA
okay.
because that was just like a bit thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I thought that was implied.
Yeah.
I know. I officially cut it from the list because it will come up in a couple minutes.
It will,
Okay.
yeah.
But I was, like I said, I was only an hour and a half in, and I was like, I could just restart and get here pretty quickly, and then just hopefully the game's not borked at that time. But I didn't have much drive to, and you can go into more detail having finished
Let's
it.
go through the gunk.
Yeah,
So they give you this. It's like
It is fun to say.
it's like Luigi's Mansion,
Gunk.
where you're just like vacuuming up shit. But
Yeah.
like the nozzle
It's the
for
Steam
your
World, folks, isn't it?
yeah, the nozzle for your vacuum is like not wide enough. So
Yeah.
you spend like a lot of time just sitting in front of piles of gunk, just like
yeah.
slowly going up and down, getting all the gunk because you have to clear every pixel of gunk before the game will cure the land and let you move on.
Yeah, real quick. Within that hour and a half, I was trying to figure out the most effective way of using it. I was like, because you can like use a precision like reticle, and I was like, is this faster? And then I just was tapping the button, and I was like, does it have a faster suck startup? And I just was like, I gotta like expedite this process because it feels like it's taking too long.
so slow.
Yeah.
Would
Okay.
you say it's a bad version of Power Wash? Oh, you didn't play it.
I didn't play Power
I played
Wash.
Power
Simulator.
Wash. I get more satisfaction out of power washing stuff than I do.
So-
Because
stuff
it sounds similar, but
Yeah.
this one's bad.
Yeah.
But there's like the weird thing about it is like Power Wash is that idea, right? Like it's
Yeah.
like power wash the dirt. The gunk is like the gunk part of it gets in the way of the actual part of it, which I think is kind of okay. Which is that it's
like
a
Mario Sunshine.
it's a 3D platformer
Oh.
with decent puzzles
Yeah.
Oh.
and a shitty story. And like you play it for like 4 hours, like 2 hours in, so you find out that the alien race that was on this planet that's been eaten by the gunk isn't all dead. And you find one of them and he goes, you got to go to the garden because the gardener's at the garden and the gardener says that he needs the gunk and we don't need the gunk. And you go, you got it, kill the gardener. So then you go to the garden and you meet the gardener. Turns out gardener kind of a dick. So he then fucks you up, and then you spend shit you not like 45 minutes of a 4-hour game without any of your powers, limping. It's like that scene in Destiny 2 at the beginning, but like
that's where it
stretched out
sucks.
for a fourth of the fucking game. And you're doing like this weird forced stealth segment where you don't have any gunk to fucking back him up. None of your powers work. You're just limping through the desert, avoiding giant monsters. And then you get your power back, and then like your best friend / girlfriend, it's vague, is like, you know how we've been fighting this entire game? I believe in you. And then you fuck up the gardener.
You fucked the gardener?
And
Fuck up the gardener.
roll credits.
And roll credits.
Wait, really? That's how it ends?
Man, I'm
It's
actually
like- it's
kind of
like-
happy.
Are you kind of happy your game
Yeah.
broke?
Yeah, it's like
That sounds gunky.
the guy who wrote Wreck-It Ralph 2 was like, yo, I got an idea for a video game that's like
So it's
not
all
as good as my movie.
Facebook propaganda. Was that movie? I don't remember.
No.
That was
Yeah,
the
very-
emoji
oh,
movie.
Yeah.
Very not memorable. Oh, so these things that movie and this have
That's what I'm
something
trying
in
to
common.
say.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So we
I-
can
all right,
cut the
saying
gunk. It's
goodbye to the
bad.
gunk.
I'm not gonna fight that.
What a metaphor that was. It's like that's what you came up with.
Yeah.
Ralph did.
I'm gonna piggyback again off you losing save data. The Ascent. So this will come up further in most disappointing. I'm gonna put a pin on this rant for now. I had high hopes, and it's perfectly in the spirit for Game Pass, a 4-player local co-op campaign with your
Absolutely.
buddies. But it was just far too buggy. Matt, you remember that night we started the Ascent. We ran into a myriad of issues.
Like, okay, when you say it's like it's too buggy, it's like that game was unplayable.
Yeah, it was an understatement.
It was, and to give that, I got an entire spiel about that.
So do I.
game.
That's why I'm going to put it in disappointing.
We'll do it later, but a little anecdote to tell you how disappointing it was. We played
I was
four.
very
We played
excited.
4-player. We left the night with 3 saved characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
How does that happen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Chris's
And
character got erased.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
we had a copy of one character and then one went away.
Yep.
And it was just
Yeah.
like that's
Yeah.
Technically,
Which is fucking wild.
Hard crash as well.
Technically, that
Sound
was my
overlapping.
character because the
missions
night that you
breaking.
guys played that, I kept
Right,
getting
that was on your profile.
yeah, I kept getting notifications about all the achievements I was getting because
Cool, you're
'cause
welcome.
Chris had to use my Xbox account on Randy's.
no joke.
Yeah, so like I was just sitting at my computer and I was like, did my account get hacked?
All right. So
I'm not playing that game.
Enjoy
Cut
all
the
those
Ascent.
free gamer points,
Real
okay?
quick,
Yeah.
before
Ascent-
we move on,
Ascent is-
I had the opposite experience. I played the game by myself, and I actually finished it. I had very little
Wow.
issues, so I think
You
it might
finished
be.
on your own.
Did you
Yes.
play it at launch?
Yes. Yeah,
No,
you
no,
did.
it
Oh,
was.
shit.
It was. We looked it up. It was specifically a co-op problem.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
Oh.
that was the
game
problem.
worked perfectly fine single player.
They
Yeah.
advertised it as
Yeah.
like.
I actually played it because you were talking about it,
Yeah.
and yeah, I had the opposite.
I was talking it up for a while.
Right, and then I came back to you and started talking about it, and I was like, it's kind of disappointing. And you didn't even get to like see it through. So
No, fuck us, I guess. Yeah. But so one thing I never got to try Sable. I love the look. I hear it's very like slow and melodic, but you fired that up like a few weeks ago, right?
yeah, I was interested because the art style is definitely unique
Yeah, that like
You know?
different frame like rates, I think, for
Yeah,
how it's animated.
for animations
Mhm.
and stuff like that. I didn't get terribly far into it. Before
Is it a Breath of the Wild like?
oh yeah,
Okay.
Oops, all
as-
Breath of the Wild.
yeah, no. I think it's an interesting.
Has the stamina.
I think it
The
can go
dialogue.
places. It's very like all what you're doing in the game is very vague, and it definitely caters to an explorative mind.
Right.
People that are not scared to kind of just start traveling through uncharted territories and searching high and low, because that game has a lot going for it vertically as well. Because like I know probably from all the stuff you see is like this little land speeder.
Yeah, it's very Star Wars.
And it's very like therapeutic, because like the beginning of the game
yeah, Japanese breakfast is the soundtrack, right?
you get together pieces for your own personal land speeder that has a soul and everything, and it's like it speaks to you and it tells you its name and all this stuff. So I definitely think it was an interesting little bit. I think I played maybe 2.5 hours before I ended up moving on, because I
Just didn't keep you.
yeah, I'm very much a fan of like linear experiences where I'm not just like aimlessly searching for the next beat in the story.
Yeah.
And apparently I was looking up because I was trying to find like where to go next. That it can kind of be played in any way. You know, there's no designed path from A to B, which is cool in a certain sense.
Sure.
Like you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
encounter things early or late. But I definitely, like I said, artistically, it looks really good, and it was very chill, very relaxing game.
Yeah.
I
Meditative.
was not a huge fan of Breath of the Wild, either. Personally, didn't really cater to my taste, but I
Okay.
could see myself going back to it, but I retired it for the time being. But still a cool little.
Would you
Nice.
say it? Keep it or cut it?
Oh, I could with the other stuff that's still on this list, I would say cut.
Okay.
Definitely worth a check out though, especially
Let
it's on
me-
Game Pass.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
Am I the only one that really dug into Outriders?
No, I beat it.
You beat it.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
So what?
Tell
what
me
are
about
your
Outriders,
thoughts on
yeah.
Outriders as a Game Pass game?
As a Game Pass game, glad it was free.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing.
Unfortunately,
That
yeah,
makes it the best.
I was about
Game
to say that
Pass,
actually makes it a better Game Pass game. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna
My
make
most-
that joke about Moonglow Bay, where
wow.
it's probably the best Game Pass game, because that means I didn't waste my fucking money on it.
Yeah.
Because that would have been a Steam return.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
it has all the markings of like something that would appeal to me, and that's probably why I beat it. But then once you get to the end game stuff, it's just it's a grind fest, and it's I was not looking for a Destiny adjacent.
It's not a live game though, right?
I mean,
Isn't that kind of like that was their whole
right? I guess
pitch?
yeah. In but
Yes, it is.
I mean,
you have to be connected to a server to play it. So
yeah, it doesn't have the content that Destiny has. Obviously, after years of development and stuff, they did recently release an update and everything like that. And it, like I said, it's a looter shooter grind fest. Which, if this is your jam, maybe check it out. But I was pretty satisfied with being finished with it when I completed it.
it's
I will
called
say-
a Schluter.
Oh yeah,
I will say,
Duke and a Schluter.
Square Enix, within 6 months, published 2 loot games. And Outriders is my second favorite out of that and Avengers. That's all I'm going to say.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, moving
So-
on.
Cut that.
So wait, I have a point to bring up now.
Yeah.
Here, okay, because I'm thinking about this. Okay, and I'm looking down this list, and it's like, all right, which games have I actually tried out? And then I realized I got 2 of them on here. One of them's Halo Infinite. Okay, but I didn't play it on Game Pass. I played it.
So that's actually an interesting. Yeah, We should
All right,
probably figure that out.
Yeah.
Halo Infinite campaign is technically what's on here.
Okay.
Because the multiplayer is
Assuming
free.
yes. The
And
multiplayer is free
I'm
to play
going to
everyone.
propose that we cut Halo Infinite from this.
I was about to say snip snip buddy. Okay, I played it for free on what is it, Steam. So
Right,
I
but
was
that's
like,
not his point. I think he's just saying that there's more appropriate, like.
No, you
it'll be a
didn't play
different
the
time.
campaign. The
I
campaign
played the
costs
multiplayer.
money.
I didn't play the
Yeah.
campaign
Yeah.
either.
Sorry.
So-
I was
Waiting for that
Yeah.
co-op.
Yeah,
To that
you're waiting
point-
for co-op. We'll get into that fight later on.
Yeah.
I was
Alright.
gonna say, did you not clearly see me put my fists up when I was saying that? But no, you seem cool with
so
that.
I have a proposal to piggyback onto you.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we should cut Halo Infinite from here.
Yeah.
And I also think that we should cut, potentially, Forza.
All right. Well, from one premier Xbox Game
Hold
Studio
on.
title to another.
I
And
would
potentially Psychonauts.
So
Well,
Whoa.
yeah. Well,
I don't
think.
I don't think we should cut Psychonauts now.
No, I understand what you're saying though,
But
because
Psychonauts is a tough argument.
Psychonauts is a game that people would have bought regardless.
Exactly.
That's exactly what
And
I'm
that's
saying.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's
Would've.
how I viewed this category, which
Yes.
is games you would not have bought.
100%.
Yeah, and
But still enjoy.
Yeah.
I would
Because I was gonna say, going from Halo to Psychonauts, it's like, well, those are the 2 best games on here on this
well,
list.
yeah,
You know
we're gonna fight about
So-
those games being game of the year.
yeah.
if I can really quickly
But in the spirit.
I'm not fighting for it. I'm just curious. If it weren't for the fact that it was Game Pass and then Steam as well as far as Halo Infinite goes, would this, if it didn't make it to Steam, would it have had as much? Oh, we're talking about
Like gumption.
We're talking about
Talking
this is
about
the
campaign.
campaign. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Got
Yeah,
lost
because
in the
the
weeds a
problem
little bit.
is, as much as the campaign rules in Halo Infinite, and we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
The real pull of it
Is the multiplayer.
is the multiplayer, and you
Right.
don't need Game Pass for that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No. Fair enough.
So-
I kind of got lost in the weeds.
Yeah.
of
The
what
one
we
thing
were-
I
You
I'm
don't
not-
need Game Pass to play it for free.
the one thing I will
Yes.
add
Right.
of those 3 games,
You got a cool gun skin. if you have
Forza.
Game Pass.
Did I?
I did.
Forza is the one that benefits the most because it's a niche genre, and to get that in front of more people, like it's. But
I feel like the people who wanted to play Forza were gonna play Forza.
totally, and also the
I don't
that
think
game,
you're like
that
winning
game being
people
over
over.
100 fucking gigs, like
Forza-
that file size.
Yes.
is-
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh my god! I get it. The cars
Forza-
look good.
Forza puts up a much better argument because that is a game that I don't think people should spend $60 on, but I think people should try. The counter argument to it is exactly what you said, which is
Yeah.
on the one hand, Forza is the game that got me to try out Microsoft's cloud gaming shit because I'm not
Because-
downloading
yeah, no, that's
110
great.
fucking gigs to drive a race and be like, man, that sure is a Ford Bronco, and then delete it. But like, on the other hand, it's 110 gigs.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like when you look at what else we have on
Well, I was
here.
about to suggest, you know what the inverse of that is?
Unpacking.
Is
Unpacking.
unpacking.
Which is a phenomenal.
yes, I don't.
I nominate Unpacking as top 2.
That might be up there for me as well. I don't want to get into the full into our full thoughts on unpacking because I think it's perfect for the next category.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it just for just firing this, we said that small download size, and it's short and sweet and it's adorable. I know.
I
Did the
fucking
4 out of 5 of
loved
us
it.
finish it?
Yes.
I
Okay.
finished it.
I
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else it has to compete with. So Matt, question.
One
I
of
saw
my-
it look awesome, by the way. Listen,
do you know what Unpacking is?
no, literally
Okay.
no. Yeah.
You should give it a shot.
Listen, I just want to say there's a reason that my category is worst time sync because I tended to. Okay.
we know.
Like, I
we
played
know.
5 games and
Yeah.
spent 8,000 hours.
So real quick, I think I might have fucked up because I put Age of Empires 4 on here, and I might have confused you with Chris because Chris is the. But
Chris
you're a
is
big
the one.
Age of Empires
So
guy.
I'm gonna nominate that game just because I got biased, and I think that series is fucking great. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna defend it because you just
All right.
cut the only 2 games I actually played on this list.
Yeah, so Halo Infinite,
I'm
we're
nominating
gonna clear.
Wild at Heart.
Okay, I also have a nomination
so
as well. But
You put the Wild at Heart on here.
yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Do you want to explain what that is?
Yeah,
Okay,
I wasn't
so
sure.
it's Pikmin.
Okay.
Oh.
It's,
So
it-
the screenshots are real. That's exactly what it looked like when I
it's
downloaded
Pikmin.
it.
I never played a Pikmin game before. I had to look up because I was like, I think
You
this
ever
is
played
what this game is like. So I looked up what Pikmin was just to be sure. So when I talked about it, I could be like, it's Pikmin.
Yeah.
Like,
That's what unpacking is?
no, Wild
Oh,
at Heart.
Wild at
Oh,
Heart.
okay.
It's a
Which
great.
isn't that a David Lynch movie?
I don't fucking know.
I think it is.
I didn't beat it. It's way longer
Stars Nick Cage.
than I thought it was gonna be. It's kind of set up the way that like a Zelda game is set up, where like do these 3 things, and then once you
Right.
do the 3 things, like 5 more open. Kind of like that kind of setup that usually classic Zelda games will have. I got into the like 2nd chapter. I don't know if it ends after that. I'm like halfway through that. Endwalker came out, so I dropped everything else. But I really did enjoy it. It's very cute. I only picked it up because I liked the art style. But the dialogue, it's a little quirky, maybe a little bit too quirky. You know what I mean? It kind of like it's edging.
It's on the
it's
precipice.
getting close, but it's still. It was. I enjoyed it. The puzzles are really good. The characters aren't that bad.
All right.
It's just a cute game that
That's a
I
good
would not have
pitch.
played if I didn't have Game Pass.
Wait, did you say this game's into edging?
Yeah.
Okay.
This game is literally edging.
You mentioned cool art. I'm going to cut one because I think I'm the only one who maybe took a look at it. Was Genesis Noir. It had a neat vibe.
I thought you were about to say Artful Escape.
No, I'll have more to say on that later. I mean, unless I shoot that now, but I didn't much care for the Artful Escape.
So I
thought that the artwork was beautiful, but I said this before. I found the writing a tad
beat
too
it, right?
hip and
Yeah.
irritating. I was not into the mash
That's-
of that Americana folk and
my
spacey prog metal.
I now play Wild at Heart, but it looks cool. My 2 personally are Unpacking and Artful Escape.
Wow.
Just the way you interact
I
with
could-
music in that game so shallow.
I could see.
But
I don't know if
but
that's my
here's the
2,
thing.
but yeah.
Oh well, hold on, real quick. I'm cutting Genesis Noir. I don't think.
Okay. I'm also, by the way,
And I guess we have to cut Age of Empires 4, technically.
why? Because none of us played it.
Yeah.
I could still give it an award.
Listen. I need something to nominate.
I want it. All right.
Did you see how the Game Awards carried themselves this year?
All right. Well, hold on. Before me and you
No, leave Age of Empires 4 on
get
there.
into the Artful Escape argument.
All right, hold on.
I was gonna, and this is gonna be weird coming from me. Regardless of how I feel about it overall, I think Back for Blood is. I mean, it's a co-op game where
That's
you
true.
want to be able to
Yeah.
gather friends. Like having such a low bar of entry for that is ideal.
I do love Back for Blood.
And
yeah.
I genuinely don't believe that game is worth $60.
Okay, well let me
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
let me
yeah.
ask.
Yeah.
Let me ask.
So that might be my winner or runner up with Unpacking.
Are we cutting Forza?
Yeah.
Are we cutting Psychonauts?
I think we
I think for this,
should.
yes.
Yeah.
Psychonauts will.
Listen,
Psychonauts will get its time.
Psychonauts, this is the first and last time you get cut
Yeah, I
from
promise you
anything.
that.
All things considered, Psychonauts 2 is an absolutely fantastic
Oh,
game.
it's
yeah.
it's
Don't
gonna
worry.
get
Yeah.
plenty of
Beautiful.
fucking
So
time.
So Genesis Noir get cut. So it sounds like we have
There's
Unpacking, Back for Blood, Age of Empires, Artful Escape, Wild at Heart as a top 5.
okay.
Unless you want to throw the medium on there, which I don't think you do.
I don't. The medium was okay.
And
It
I-
kind of worked for this. I mean, it's not necessarily something easy to hop into. It's a narrative.
Yeah.
I mean,
we have kind of
yeah.
dueling
Me and
thoughts
Chelsea played through it. I know
and
you.
theories on this.
I liked it.
I did too.
I was a
thought
little let down
she
by
was
it.
annoying. I was a
Right.
little
That
let
was my
down.
biggest issue,
It
I
wasn't a
suppose.
Silent Hill game like I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Should've
thought it
been
was going to be a
Silent
Silent Hill game.
They kind of wanted it to be that
Right.
because they
And
had the
it wasn't.
composer come back
So
and
that
everything.
that
Yeah.
part was a little
Well, not come back,
disappointing,
but-
but I think if you look at it separately from that, I think it's a fine game. I just thought the main character was a little annoying.
Yeah.
Sure.
No, I can totally agree with that.
She talks too much. I'm
Yeah,
not
her and
into
her
it.
dialogue. It was like
But
control or
women,
something.
am I right?
Yeah.
You know?
Jeez. Can't ever to get him to shut up nowadays.
I was coming from a place with that game because it was. I mean, I'll save this for maybe disappointing, but it had a lengthy development, and I've been on record on this show as being quite the fan of their Bloober's last project with Blair Witch. My expectations were maybe
let me
let me say
like,
2 words apiece.
You're like a sports dad with a nerdy son. No one's ever gonna live up to that.
I probably
hit him hard.
I regardless of
Dad, I'm home from math camp.
Ain't no son of mine.
For me personally, regardless if this was on Game Pass, I would have played it at some point in some capacity because aesthetically,
we would have bought it. Yeah,
it just appeals to me.
It was one of the premier Series X titles. It was meant to release at that console's launch in November, and then got pushed into this year. But we're gonna talk about it more. But the medium will.
I can definitely see it not lasting on this list. Okay. But yeah.
So my whole point was we have a top 5 because Boyfriend Dungeon and Dandy Ace have not been talked about yet.
What is Dandy Ace?
Has anybody else played either of these?
No.
You couldn't pay me to play Boyfriend Dungeon.
They're both Hades wannabes.
No. Of course, Dandy Ace. I put 100 hours into it, Austin. Yeah.
So Boyfriend Dungeon is Hades, but like instead of going into the underworld and looking at a bunch of hot Greek gods, you're looking at hot people that transform into swords and you date them.
Yeah, they do.
And then Dandy Ace is you.
I can't. Yeah, conceptually, I'll likely just never.
Dandy Ace is you are a magician named Dandy Ace, and you're the best magician in the world, and the second best magician in the world traps you in his ultimate trick, which is 5 dungeon floors that you have to crawl your way out of and beat each of the floors.
It sounds like that guy is the best magician.
You would think so. It turns out when you take Hades and you take all of the mechanics out of it that made it good, it's just a bad roguelike.
You don't say.
Yeah.
You know what? I am also going to say, actually, eliminate Age of Empires 4 because even though I got a bias for it, I just realized it defies the category. I'm going to play that regardless. I know I want to play that regardless.
Fair enough.
I just realized it's like...
I bought 18 copies of that game.
Wait, so what got 5th? Age of Empires or the medium?
It's like I do...
important.
No, we're only doing runners up, no 5th.
Okay.
I do want to I want to defend that game in that series, but then I realize it's just like the fact that it's like I want to play it and want to defend it means that like I would have played it regardless of Game Pass. So I will say.
Sorry, the dog was squeaking, but no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so curiously, where does everyone fall? So unpacking seems like it's a shoo-in.
Yeah.
For the at least top 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that game. I don't think it's worth $20.
Where does everyone stand on Back for Blood versus Artful Escape?
I didn't play Artful Escape.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on Artful Escape versus Back for Blood? Because we're the only 2 that beat Artful Escape.
So would I?
Because
I like the idea of having a multiplayer.
My thing is, me and you were the only people that beat Artful Escape.
Right.
You didn't like it.
Yeah.
She's the only one that played Wild at Heart.
Yeah.
And we all...
Oh, sorry. I forgot Wild at Heart.
And we all enjoyed...
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. You forget.
It was an accident.
I promise.
We all enjoyed our time with Back for Blood because of Game Pass, which is the spirit of the category.
Yeah.
So I say we cut Artful Escape.
Yeah.
And Wild at Heart.
Okay.
And just do
wait a second.
Unpacking versus Back for Blood.
Okay.
That's a rough...
Wait, I was going to say, if I had to nominate 2 of them, I was going to say Wild at Heart because you just described it as a Pikmin-like. And it's like, I would have never played that game, but now I know it's free and I'm probably going to go do it.
Selling ya.
Game Pass.
Game Pass.
Game Pass.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
There's a couple things that maybe should have been designed a little better that I had to look up because I didn't realize they were like a place you could go.
Okay.
But
So I would say out of the Wild at Heart and Unpacking, I think only one kind of deserves to be in the top 2 for that reason of like,
I
you know what I mean?
I don't disagree.
So I like personally, I'm cool with the Artful Escape, getting cut. I don't know enough about the Wild at Heart, obviously, but I'm looking at it as Unpacking
If-
and Back 4
yeah,
Blood
if-
seem like the
that's-
two strongest.
That's kind of
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
because I do want to try.
And I like the balance of
Wild at
having
Heart,
a
no,
single-
I'm saying as the
having
only
like
person
a-
who played Wild at Heart,
You're
I'm saying
comfortable
it
with
should be
Unpacking being
Unpacking and
Right,
Back for
okay.
Blood.
because I like having a bite-sized single-player thing in here and a multiplayer like a co-op thing in here.
Yeah.
So with these two,
Mm-hmm.
what direction is everyone leaning?
Oh
There.
fuck.
Yeah, that's
Where
now.
does everyone fall?
Now it gets
That's
tough.
the thing. Like
Because I'm happy honestly with either. I could take either.
I really love Unpacking, but
I-
I don't think it's worth $20.
That is a little steep. I actually didn't know how much that game costs.
Retail?
I think. I think honestly, Unpacking as a single player game
Mhm.
might not be worth $20,
Mm-hmm.
but it's an easier pill to swallow than a $60 game that I need 4 copies of.
That's true.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go by that
I
rubric.
say,
I was literally just about to make that argument.
I say we give it,
To Back
for Blood.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I
and
agree.
we move on to the next category where Unpacking will probably get a lot of its due.
Yeah.
And we will finally describe
All
to
right.
Matt what it is.
Is it done?
Yes.
I think those are
Hey.
both solid
Yeah.
choices.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be real bizarre when I stand on my my platform of how disappointed I was in Back for Blood in a few days.
Yeah. Really quick, I know Back for Blood is the winner. Unpacking is the
Runner-up.
That's what it
runner-up.
looks like.
Um,
Our first gold medal goes to.
Yeah, I just want to say, as somebody who played Back for Blood single player just to experience the game, and then
We
went into
played-
it with people,
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
we did play
it
together.
is totally different experience. If you can't get, or if you convince people to get Game Pass to play that game,
But that's kind of why, like,
Also,
Yeah.
that game was not announced to be a Game Pass game. They kind of
No.
like retro purposed that like after that delay happened.
that's why I think the Game Pass, it's perfect for this award because it's like, hey, the new Left 4 Dead came out.
Right.
It's pretty good. We should
Let's all hop in
Let's all
together.
hop in together.
Mhm.
You want to buy it for $60? Fuck no.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to pay $1 to play it for 3 months and see if you like it?
Every
Yeah.
Left 4
Yeah.
Dead like could benefit from.
Yes.
Mhm.
Guys, I just realized 20 years ago this category would have been called Best Game Rental. And that's really what
my
it
God.
is. Yeah.
damn, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that's yeah.
And 20 years ago, I would have
Gonna
had
go
a
die
better.
now. Thank you.
I would have had a better time getting 3 other people together without having to balance schedules and availabilities.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It would have been a lot
Yeah,
easier.
but 20 years ago, this also would have had fucking split screen. So,
Yeah. Well.
And it'd be a bunch of kids in this podcast.
because I play a lot of Left 4 Dead 1 on split
Me
screen
too.
on Xbox 360.
Yep.
yeah.
All right. So Back for Blood is our winner for best Game Pass game. Runner up, Unpacking. Now for our second category, Austin, you proposed this one as well, and I was quickly sold on it. Game we needed. I feel the best way to describe this is it's like to help give credit to a title that vibed with you at the right time.
Yeah, it's going to be the vaguest description of a category.
That's why we're all trucking
It's-
along in this shitty era we live in.
It's self-explanatory, kind of.
Yeah,
It's just like
it's whether a game
you know,
it be
when
a game you find
you
relaxing.
finish a
or-
game and you're like, I really needed that.
yeah,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
just refreshing.
I was gonna
that,
say
that kind of stuff.
I was gonna say refreshing.
Yeah.
Would be yes. You're trucking along through just to see a shit, and then you play it, and you're like, okay, I feel
I
better.
could go first because I have one that we could just get rid of instantly.
Hold on there. So what did it for us? There is Unpacking, Halo Infinite, Life is Strange: True Colors, Emily is Away 3, Inscription, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Psychonauts 2, No More Heroes 3, Jackbox Party Pack 8, Dark Pictures: House of Ashes, Mario Party Superstars, Forza Horizon 5, Kenna Bridge of Spirits, The Artful Escape, Animal Crossing Happy Home Paradise, Cozy Grove, Power Wash Simulator, Chicory: A Colorful Tale, and Chorus.
You spelled chorus wrong.
Chorves. Sorry.
You gotta stop giggling after certain. You're giving it away.
Didn't that Chorves game like just came out when
Yes.
yeah like,
So I'm gonna I'm gonna, I guess I'll get into this one first. I mean, depending on how you look at it, like so as you said, Matt, this is our most recent edition. I've stated on the show before my love for old Star Fox and Rogue Squadron games like Crimson Skies, and like they left a void behind that no one has attempted to fill for whatever reason since then. Everything after has just been so simmy. Like, that's boring. Calling you out, Star Wars Squadrons, but it's not what I wanted. Space combat titles, in my opinion, like they should be fast and have bright visuals.
As you played Squadrons, all you got to do a handbrake turn is hold R2 and hit triangle until you get halfway to your destination. Then you let go of triangle. Then you have to hold L2 halfway. Then let go of R2 while you hold L2. And then you have to hold down on the left stick and up on the right stick. But don't hold too much up on the right stick because then you'll do a full turn.
Really take the magic out of fucking...
Then you have to sacrifice some of your own blood, draw a pentagram on the ground.
And then Kathleen Kennedy comes and drinks from the cup.
But wait, from what I've played so far, Course does a great job at just like getting you right. The story's kind of heady, but the gameplay is mad fun, and it's very reminiscent of what we would prescribe as the B game that like the industry used to have and needs more of. But that's it. Like, the controls are super tight. You can stop on a dime and spin around and teleport. It just doesn't waste any. Like,
you say the controls are super tight, but I also feel there is a level of complexity there.
There is, yeah.
But it's not an unwanted level of complexity.
Yeah, like it's kind of pseudo open world. It's sort of like, but I just think it always it retains its arcadiness on on the surface level.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I will say, in Squadron's defense, okay, TIE Fighter and X-Wing were doing that long before that, before the Rogue Squadron games got more arcadey. So it's just like it's like you want them to go back to their Rogue Squadron roots. They were going back to further.
That was like that is a very big like PC versus console like accessibility at the time.
Yep, good point.
But yeah, I'm gonna cut Chorus, but I just wanted to say my piece there on it.
A pretty fantastic experience for somebody who's also...
You don't have to cut it.
No, I'm going. Well, there's other stuff I think I want.
I feel like this one should be harder to cut because it's all personal picks.
But I'm volunteering to cut it because there's other stuff I want.
Unless you volunteer to cut it.
That's what I'm doing.
Like Chelsea wants to do, and I know what she wants to volunteer to cut.
So let me tell you about a game called Animal Crossing Happy Home Bullshit.
Yep. You would describe this latest update as mellow, cozy, laid back, meditative.
No,
quiet night alone with hot chocolate under a warm blanket next to a fire.
Completely new content.
No, Randy, you're reading one down on the list. That's Cozy Grove.
I don't even know what Cozy Grove is.
I like Cozy Grove. Right. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, I just...
Your relationship with this game is complicated.
We could get into it more with most disappointing.
Oh.
But I will say, it was like Nintendo had a dartboard, but maybe it was spinning, and they were like, okay, we only have 2 ideas for a DLC, and it's Happy Home Bullshit and Amiibo Festival, and they threw that dart, and I guess it's a good thing that it landed on Happy Home Bullshit, but I'm still not impressed. So I want to cut it. I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
It's not
the game you needed.
It's not the game I needed. It was supposed to be more, and it wasn't.
All right.
I have something.
You're our representative, so
I got something. I got something to point out.
All right.
Not that I'm not a fan of these games, but Jackbox Party Pack 8. Yeah. So the number 8 is on there. I mean, there's
annual.
I'm just saying, it's just like, it's like, I think a game you need, it's like, wow, I haven't really felt that in a long time. Whereas Jackbox Party Pack, it's like, this feels, so I really like fair. 7.
I included this because I mean, I only wish we got to play it a bit more. But it's like the packs of games were decent, and there's nothing like crowding everyone into a room all circled around the screen to just
also, this year
make fun of each other.
Well, literally 7 other games you could do.
This year was a bit different because last year we couldn't exactly try out the new one.
Exactly.
Good point.
As much.
I mean, there's never been a night in this house where a Jackbox doesn't get booted up and people aren't into it and are laughing.
Why did you need this one? 7. You could have just gone back to 7.
Jackbox games during
the pandemic, that was 7. So it's not the same thing, though.
So wait a second. Just the fact that it's like, it's like okay, there isn't a night that we aren't over here that someone doesn't want to stream Jackbox. It's like that seems to almost invalidate what I think of when it's like a game you need. It's just like, okay, well, it's like you don't need that game. You've had it for 7 prior entries, and so
look, I'm not going to go to bat for this one, but it's like just because the expectation, like we already knew that reality before we got to it. You're still shaking your head. All right, well,
someone fight me. I want to argue.
I think
I agree.
my argument is like I think that these
You want to
devs,
fight about how we agree about it?
Yeah,
these devs have squashed anybody else that dares to rival them in this space.
Yeah.
Like a phone
They're
or a tablet
great
being
games,
is
but,
like having the only requirement. Just it's hopping it out is
wanna
so simple that your parents could play it. Like,
You want to fight?
And I have played it with my dad. Not
You want
any.
to fight,
Sure.
Matt?
Yeah. But the simple
I'm already
knock against
intimidated,
it.
I give
Well,
up.
hold on. Let me real quick. It's all right. Yes, the concept isn't exactly new, and but having one of these a year forever gives us something to to look forward to. And nobody doesn't like Jackbox. They're easy to learn like board games without the cleanup. But there have been better.
That's actually a great
Fair
analogy.
And
There
there have been
the
better
cleanup.
collections as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
But
This is a good one.
we jump back to it regularly. Like
8
even
is a
today.
good one.
Yeah.
If you are cutting Jackbox Party Pack 8, there is no way in cold hell I am letting you keep Mario Party Superstars on here. Not a fucking chance.
Yeah.
So actually, funnily enough, I was actually trying to figure out which one would be funnier to eliminate because I was like, Mario Party Superstars.
It's a shittier version of 3 games that I played 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see Nintendo bring it back to where these games began.
Is it cool to see Nintendo remake games that you used to like?
safe.
That
Well-
cool? You like that? I got good news for you. Because they do that a
Look,
lot.
I know it's Mario Party, depending on how much you hate yourself and the people you're with.
Listen, it's not just the first 3.
I'm sound
all.
angrier than I am. It's still Mario Party,
Yeah.
and Mario Party is fun.
I
But I'm
appreciate
saying
its yearn to fight to keep local
Jackbox-
multiplayer alive.
Yes, but Jackbox has thought and consideration put into it. And if we're cutting Jackbox for that reason, I think we should cut Mario Party for the same reason.
Okay, all right.
Because if we needed Mario Party for whatever
Yeah, we
reason,
got 20 others.
there's 20 of
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
A Mario Party night is a good time. And toss some alcohol
Yeah,
in the
so
mix
is a
there, too.
Jackbox night.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But screwing over others that sit next to you never fails to entertain.
The only point I'm trying to make is that Matt's argument applies to both.
Got it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm not even.
All
I'm
right.
not even. I was just
Yeah.
gonna let people go around again and then do that one next. So you just took care of that. You just took care of
There you
that.
go.
ruined his bit.
It's not a hill I'm going to die on. Jumping from that a little bit, this one hurts me, but I'm kind of surprised you didn't also use this in your argument of House of Ashes, because that too is an annual kind of like it's. So I know at its core that it's also that it's a horror adventure game, but similar to
cozy.
similar to Jackbox, there's no one in this whole industry who's doing anything close to what this initiative by Supermassive does. And recreating the emotions and enjoyment you get from inviting a group of friends over to watch a scary film together.
I love feeling
Like,
anger.
I would allow House of Ashes on the list way before the other two.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I think it should stay
Okay.
for
No,
now.
I agree.
The novelty of watching a scary film together, except that this is
Especially that
more dope because it's interactive.
Especially that COVID fucked up their release schedule so much that they
It's
now
supposed to be
come
6 months.
they now come out every Halloween. It's kind of serendipitous to say the
Yes.
least.
But they're past the controller movie night mode where everyone's assigned a character is the thing I long wished for even before Until Dawn came out. And the presentation makes it inviting to spectators. To the point that we were asked to stream it first, like some folks that were out of town just so they could witness where our choices led. But
Yeah, I can't comment on that because I don't join you guys for the.
but you can see it. You can.
I think I get your logic. I think
The looming threat underneath that any one of us could bite it at any time means that you're
And one
invested
of us
even when you're
did.
not holding the controller. Like
so.
I think that the disposable nature of both Mario Party and Jackbox doesn't that
Agree,
argument
yeah.
does not apply to
If
Dark
if,
Pictures.
if anything, it definitely plays to the we needed more because it's like, okay, we can come out of hiding and collect, and instead of just experiencing like watching a movie, you can interact with this movie and everybody plays a important role and stuff. It's not just little mini games and stuff like that.
I
Definitely speaks to it.
I
more.
love this anthology and its
Yeah,
dedication
me
to keeping games on a couch. Like
If it
impersonal
were-
is
you know
so
what?
goddamn commendable to me.
If it were the first in that series, it's like I could say like, okay, that's more arguable as like, okay, we really needed this game. Again, it's the fact that you continue.
I will say
to
this
get
entry
this-
has been my favorite of the 3 so far.
Yeah, the fact that it's like
I cannot wait for the H.H. Holmes one next year.
Oh,
Setting sounds
yeah,
so
that's
awesome.
gonna be the best.
But yeah, same logic. The fact that you continue to get it, by that definition,
Year
you
after
don't need
year.
it. Yeah, it's
Where
year-
I'm
I
thinking
need
of,
it.
I'm thinking of games like Psychonauts 2, where
Yeah.
it's been like how long since the first
No,
one?
but I
and
think-
it's like,
but I think
yeah,
that,
I needed
like,
that.
The spirit of the category, again, very vague, but the spirit of the category is like, in a year with so much uncertainty,
Oh, you sound like every commercial.
in an unprecedented year, like, like having, like Randy, I guess, because Randy put it on the list, obviously.
I did.
Having that game that's like, no matter
I do
how
think.
shitty the games industry gets,
That's evergreen.
This
I know
October-
that. Yep.
we're going to get another House of Ashes and the same 5 people are going to play it with me or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that is, it doesn't matter that he got to do that last year with
Right.
Little Hope, or 2 years ago?
No, yeah, Little Hope was
a
last year.
ago.
Yeah.
Was it a year ago?
Man of Medan was before
Even
that.
then, it's just like, it's still like, in 2021,
Thank you. Yes.
you needed it.
We
Yeah.
can
You
keep
know?
it for now. If it gets cut later, we'll
Yeah.
circle back. But
No, I
yeah.
think it should stay for a little bit.
So let's hear about
Kenna,
Kenna.
Rage of Spirits.
So the Kenna, and I have not fully beaten it yet.
Mhm.
So Sean, you finished it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
So you can
Hopefully I
enlighten
will.
me out how it made you
Soon.
feel.
Yeah.
I think we can cut it.
Yeah.
But I wanted to mention it in the same breath as you mentioned Chorus
All right.
as your
As
Star
that-
Fox
that-
game.
That B game.
Because this is a Star Fox Adventures,
Adventures game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely
And
see
it
where
was
you're coming
like, I don't know, something that like valued that level of fidelity and animation over some things they shouldn't have.
from. Yeah.
But
No, I definitely get what you're saying.
But like yeah, we can cut it. But I think Kenna is like you play it in motion, you're like playing a Pixar movie.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is.
Yeah.
And it is really is incredible. And it feels like Star Fox Adventures.
But are you guys saying it don't hang?
No.
All right.
And Artful Escape, I don't know how you feel. I think we can cut it.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like you both thought it was pretty mediocre.
I needed it to calibrate my new projector.
Oh, well, then
It's a very colorful game.
I needed to have a shorter experience between two longer
Ooh,
games.
segue. Speaking of colorful, who was able to dive
I like
into
how-
Chicory, A Colorful Tale?
I just want to point out, Randy was very excited about the segue opportunity.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, God, I gotta get in here.
When they present
heard-
themselves?
I've heard several instances in games media like pinning this as one of their most like positive titles they discovered in 2021.
I
But
really wanted to play it, but
Anyone
once
agree?
again,
And Walker
and
came
Walker.
out. I know Sean
I-
played it.
Yeah.
I want to play it as well, but
I do.
I have not. It's still on the to-do list. So.
well, then Sean, I think it's all on you.
Yeah,
If-
I would say when I started out with this game, I was like, oh, this is getting some positive buzz. Let's see what it's all about. And then you start off, and everything goes black and white, and then you get this paintbrush, and
don't you name your character after food and
Yes,
ask like
you
what your
do.
favorite food is,
yeah,
and then
I
that's
was
your
referred
character
to
name?
as pizza the entire time because I'm 11. But so yeah,
You know, honestly,
pretty
that would have
solid.
been my answer too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pizza knows no age.
I think
Man, now I just want pizza.
Yeah.
I think it's a really narratively and what you're doing in the game mechanics wise, as far as when I first started it up, I wasn't really crazy about the idea of like painting all this stuff, and like I could see how somebody could get really deep into it, and because there's like a zoom in
Sure.
tool, and then you can make your brush like smaller and stuff like that. And you could literally use it as a coloring book, which is a really cool.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's really like because you get color palettes for different areas and things like that. But like narratively, the game's talking about like, expectation of what you are to become, and dealing with your own like internal feelings towards all that, and all the stress and expectation out of you and things like that. So I didn't really know what the game was about going into it. I think the narrative was pretty interesting for all that. But with that aside, because I'm sure we'll go into.
Do you want to keep it on here, or would you rather?
It was a
We
fun,
can,
It,
but-
it was a fun little thing. I definitely think it's one of those things where it's like I was always saying in the beginning, I wasn't really kind of keen on painting everything or getting intricate with it. But as I was starting to get through it and put more time into it, I was finding more enjoyment out of that. But I think for some people, this may have been the game that they needed. You know, with all this isolation and all this time, you know, to think
Right.
about who you are and where you fit in and things like that. Not to get like super deep into like, you know, self-examination or the narrative that this game's trying to tackle, but I think it's a really good game. I would suggest that if you have an interest in playing it, to play it. It, like I said, probably somebody else really needed it.
But what you see here.
Yeah, no, I there's some stuff on here that I think outlives this.
All right.
So
Sorry, Chicory. I'll take a look at you sometime.
yeah.
I do plan on it.
Yeah, I've heard, and also it was like, I think it was one of the few games this year that scored the highest. That it's like I didn't even hear
I
about.
know, it came up out
and-
of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it came up, and it's like, okay, I should probably.
I went to
I was-
college with the guy that made it. One of the two guys that made it.
Oh, snap.
Wow.
I actually was waiting a while for that game to come out, and then I forgot about it once it did. Because it was featured on a Wholesome Direct, which is just a bunch of me games. So
Yeah, no,
right.
that's
Speaking
that's
of-
what we can call the Chelsea game category, wholesome games. Yeah.
Wholesome games.
But listen, I go to PAX East, and let me tell you, there are a lot of games like that where I'm like, oh yeah, I saw this at PAX East like years ago. It's like, this came out.
So speaking of the Wholesome Direct, the winner of our last category, or sorry, runner-up winner to our last category, and I could still be convinced again, Unpacking, which it
Yeah,
catered to my OCD super well.
Are we going to tell Matt what the game is now?
Okay, I
Yeah.
can talk. I can
Go
talk
ahead.
about it. So Unpacking is a game with, what is it, like 5-6 levels,
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
you start in a room. There's a bunch of boxes,
Moving boxes.
moving boxes. You just unpack them throughout this one person's life.
Each level kind of chronicles a different
Yeah.
era in
So
her
like
growing
you
up.
start
Yeah.
as a kid, and then it's obviously a college dorm, and then it's like you moving into an apartment with a friend, and then it's
It's kind of like a relationship with a
a
boy.
boyfriend,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and then a shitty
A breakup.
rundown apartment.
Yeah, after a
You
breakup.
move. You like at one point you move back to your parents'
Oh
house.
yeah, sorry.
Oh.
It's your parents back to
Yeah.
your childhood bedroom, then like just the shittiest apartment, and then extra boxes. Someone moves in with you into that
I
shitty
didn't
apartment.
think that the apartment was shitty.
It's like super run down.
Yeah, there's
Which one?
Yeah,
definitely-
it's specifically
you
it's
go
the one
from like high
straight
living.
from your parents' house to the shitty
Oh,
apartment.
that one. Okay.
then somebody
Sorry,
else
I was.
moves in
I
with
thought you
you,
meant the
and then
boyfriend's one.
No, the boyfriend has a nice apartment.
Yeah.
And then it's a house with like a baby's room and everything like that. So like it's a very cute. Oh, I should also point out that the person who moves in with you is a woman. Like you
Okay,
you find out you're
This
gay.
game has an agenda.
Yeah, it takes a hard left turn into gay
Or you
town.
could be
Wow.
bi. Who
Yeah.
knows? Yeah. Or let's turn into gay town.
I hate the libs.
So
I guess they
But
must have.
it's so good. It's
It's-
basically
yeah.
you take these items, you find a spot, and that's it. Like that's why it works so
It's
well
so
and,
with
it, and
Randy.
it's got
Yeah.
it's got a great like visual design too. It's
pixel art.
It's pixel art, but it's really thoughtfully done in terms of like interpreting what the objects are. Although that can also because all right, so real
That
quick,
reminds me of that mobile game, Florence, I think it was, where it's just
yes,
like,
it's got very
Florence
big
vibes.
Florence vibes. Yes.
because there's a part of that game where
Mhm.
it's an interactive novel essentially, but there is a part of that game where it's like you move in your stuff. It's much shorter than all that, but it's like, and then later on when you guys split, it's like you have to move each of your stuff into each of the boxes
Yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
So,
So
my only argument is that for me personally, it turned from being chill to stressful in the final level. I thought that there was too much in too cramped of a space in each
in the
room.
house.
And I know that's a challenge. Yeah, like when you're in the closet, like you end up having to kind of like shift to other rooms just to because
I have that issue.
All right, so what I did was like, and maybe this is just how I played through it. I unpacked all the boxes first, like put stuff out on the bed or on the table, then found the appropriate
Oh, no.
sort of locations for
And
them.
then you get the cheat.
Because she's really shitty at packing.
No, she
mean,
is.
no
She's very
argument.
bad at
Yeah.
packing. You'll open a box and it'll be a bunch of knives and then like a hat.
And then
and it'll be like a shoe in one box, and then the other
and
shoe
then like
in a different
figure.
box.
I just gotta say,
Unpacking.
saying that Randy played a game about unpacking stuff and making sure it's in its place and getting
That is
stressed
the-
is the most Randy thing I have ever heard. Okay,
Just needs to keep her
saying.
shit together.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like but the other detriment, kind of unfortunate to its art, is that it can be tough to suss out certain objects occasionally.
Figure out what something is.
There was a mouse pad in particular that threw me off for a bit because I thought it was like a makeup case or something that only had one designated spot, but I didn't know it was a mouse
Yeah.
pad. It just looked like artwork.
No, it was
There
a
were
tiny
few things
poster.
that-
Yeah.
Put it on the wall.
There were a few things
Also, why
that
did it take her so long to get a ukulele stand? You could just lean that anywhere, and it she, like has to like.
A ukulele.
But it has great storytelling. As Chelsea Randy simply just through nonverbal.
there's
environment.
no
Like,
text.
Incredible nonverbal
Yeah.
storytelling.
albeit if it's just a tad blunt.
A tad blunt, but
that's okay.
cutesy pixel art without being too cutesy.
The boyfriend's
Cutesy-
house stuck out to me only because of the shit with the diploma. I was like,
Yeah.
come on. I was like, no romantic partner would put you in a position that you have to like tuck that shit under the bed or put it in the closet. Like, he's not gonna take down his fucking like records or just move them over. Because I know it's
Yeah.
like,
I mean, he's a shitty boyfriend. That's why they
Yeah.
broke up,
I
and that's why
guess
she
so.
started dating ladies.
just like imagine moving your apartment. Like someone's house
right.
is like, all right, you can't touch anything.
Gotta move on.
But all right. Well, I was just saying I wanted it to be a tad more subtle, but
I
the
think-
format is limiting.
I don't know. Are we getting in the cut phase? Because I think this should stay.
Yeah, I mean,
I think unpacking is kind of
It's a game I
Yeah.
needed.
unpacking is
I'm
kind
keeping
of
it.
the inspiration
can I say
for this category.
one more thing? Is I enjoyed seeing how items that were important to her kind of like with each move deteriorated over time. I thought that
Yeah.
was a nice little touch,
Mhm.
and I was surprised how nice it felt on a controller. I thought that would be a problem.
I played it on mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, so did I.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Can't attest to that. I
No,
thought it
I'm
would've
just
been a
saying, like,
nightmare.
I thought it would be a nightmare too.
Yeah.
Like, I was ready, because that's on PC and Xbox Game Pass, but it was just already installed in there for
Also,
my roommate playing it.
told my 8-year-old daughter, like, hey, she comes in my room. What are you doing? I was like, oh, I'm just putting stuff away. She's like,
What are those?
This
Tampons.
Is cute. This is cute. Yeah. I didn't make the best choices on games to show my children this year.
All right. What's another one that people? So
We
we're
could-
keeping that for now.
We could talk about Power Wash
Power Wash.
because
Okay.
I'm willing to cut it.
Power Wash is a weird one because I know it takes all kinds, but like that was a fucking phenomenon.
How
that one,
you
but, yeah.
felt about the last level of unpacking? That was
Oh,
Power
really?
Wash. So at
Yeah.
first I was like, "This is fucking great."
So that
I love
went from a
this.
peaceful Zen-like experience became a
It's just a
chore.
fucking
Oh
nightmare.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Holy fuck! It gets the levels. Okay, so the first really big one is a skate park, which I still don't have an
Cool.
issue with. I thought that was fine. It's easy to separate. But then what's the one after that?
The
where-
house? Are
The-
you talking like the house in the woods that looks like?
Oh my god, the tree house is a
that-
fucking nightmare. But there's one before that too. I don't remember what it is now. But
The
there's,
boot?
No, the boot I didn't have an issue with either. But there's some levels
the
that are just
firehouse?
the firehouse.
Yeah. No. Yep.
The firehouse was the first one where I was like,
I was really expecting, by the
this
way,
is-
for you to be like convincing me that another one of these like clean shit up games was super rewarding, and you
It-
seem
it's-
down on like.
It starts
yeah,
that
there was.
way.
Yeah.
I played it before the update with the treehouse, so there was a lot of quality of life things added later. Like you could click on something in the list and it will light up to show you where it is.
Yeah.
That just didn't fucking exist
Yeah,
when I
that
played some
sucked.
levels.
Just jamming the button to
and
highlight
trying to
stuff.
find,
Yeah.
but like. The treehouse, it's just so there's so many little things. It started giving
Crevices.
me anxiety
Yeah.
playing it. So a game that like was calming my anxiety quickly became something that was giving me anxiety.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I mean, to be frank,
totally
that did happen to me with unpacking, but only at the very end, and that still didn't taint my
But
like.
now the problem
whole
with it
game,
is
but-
like every power washing
It's-
level that comes out,
just
'cause they're
exacerbates
it's just
that
worse and
more.
worse and
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah,
and it's like-
gotcha.
I don't even like boot it up. I'm like quite a few.
Well, it doesn't
updates
sound like you
behind.
needed that.
No, I didn't need
No,
that.
I just really quick to piggyback off of what you were saying. It definitely started out as this nice, like you were saying, calming experience. But then as the scope grows larger and larger,
It's too much.
it just starts to.
It's like daunting.
It's daunting.
I would
yeah.
get into a level and then I'd be like, okay, yeah, guys, I'll switch off this game in a minute. Let me just please, I need to clean this side of the house because like I just it started to become all too engrossing.
My only input on power washing is I didn't buy it because of Chelsea's explanation of how much anxiety it gave her.
Yeah. I the first few levels, I was like, everyone needs to get this game. This is fucking great.
Yeah.
And then I got
A
to
few
the
nights
firehouse and I was like, do not buy this game.
Yeah. All right. So wait, update.
Okay.
Chicory.
Cut.
Yep.
Cut. Power wash.
Cut.
Cut.
We're starring unpacking for now. Again. Austin, what you was Forza Horizon 5 a game you needed? I know you probably played the most of it.
I was gonna say, who the fuck put that on here?
I don't know.
I
thought it-
didn't know.
I thought it might have
I
been.
think you did.
I put it for you because you seemed hot on it, like the first like.
Ain't nobody need that game, man. Cut it.
I was supposed to joke.
I mean,
like
if you
that,
want to drive
like-
around through gorgeous scenery, blasting EDM, they got you
Yeah, there's
covered.
30
okay.
other
Doing
of
donuts
those.
while lying in
Here's-
your Windows boot up horn. I don't
Here's
know.
the thing about Forza Horizon 5.
Yeah.
Everybody loves it this year.
Yeah. I get why there's so many fans that want to cruise on for
People
hours
really
and method to
like it.
relax, but still too simmy.
I didn't really get that hot into Forza Horizon 5 because I played a lot of Forza Horizon 4 on Game Pass
Yeah.
a month before 5 came
maybe
out.
that's what. Sorry, you
And
were like the
that's the
Forza
s-
guy this year. I think I crossed those two. in my
Yeah,
brain.
and that's the same game.
Yeah.
That's why Forza Horizon 5 wins neither this category or the last one.
It's derivative. Whatever. I want some full
I would actually-
arcade racing, just not fucking cruising our Hot Wheels.
Yeah, no. I would actually argue that game was like, if anything, I kind of wish it didn't come out because every goddamn outlet had to be like, "It's the best game
It's the
ever."
best
Yeah, and I was like,
game
you're gonna feel
ever.
stupid when that's forgotten in a few
Yes,
years
no,
or delisted.
Yes, that
Like-
100%.
Yeah.
It's like, give it 5 years. No one's gonna be looking back and be like, you know what changed the landscape?
Yeah,
Forza Horizon
it's
5.
a fucking series. The current one is supposed to replace the previous one. You can still really admire and appreciate it and have a lot of fun with it, but it's fucking insane that you're just like, yeah, that's what this year had to offer above any like.
It's basically, I kind of look at those games as like,
Well, not what the best of. I should say.
I look at those
But
games as like, it feels, honestly, it just feels more like a
people
tech
work hard
demo.
on them, but
I still feel like I'm missing it. You know
Can
what I mean?
yeah.
Can I toss it back at you?
Inscription.
No.
Oh, okay. Because I
We'll
was.
get to Inscription later. Did you really need No More Heroes 3?
All right, I know this is a funny one. I mostly just included this on here because of how shamelessly throwbacky it is, for better or for worse. I was endlessly amused with the sarcastic
worse.
indifference the game seemed to have with itself.
Yeah, we know.
Maybe I needed
We
that
get it.
again.
All Pseudo has to
Hey,
do is make a game
The
and
combat at the
and
end of the
tell
day
it-
is fun.
and tell you he hates you, and you go, "Oh man,
He's
I
got
love
a style,
this."
all right? I
He
don't-
loves me so much.
Yeah,
I don't know, everything outside. It was. I know. I sank into the couch playing it. It's just that, and you don't think too hard. And
No, I'm-
it doesn't take what's going
I'm
on that
I'm
seriously.
genuinely asking. Do you think
It's nice
Do you
sometimes.
think it hangs? Because you're the reason it's.
I don't
fun.
think it hangs. The irreverency of it was,
I will not fight for No More Heroes over half the shit left.
no. I'm
Yeah.
gonna cut No More Heroes. And
And speaking of which,
and to the spirit of the category, I couldn't remember if you put Inscription on here or if I did. I mean, it's literally my game of the year, but I'm not sure I would ever use it to de-stress. Maybe just because I
that-
became obsessed with
that
it.
is
but
not.
Oh,
the point
no.
of
That's
the
a good point.
That's not the point of the
That's not the
category.
part of the
though.
category.
Right.
You
I was
needed something all engrossing.
Yeah.
It was all engrossing.
Sometimes you need something. You need
Yeah.
something immersive.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's never been anything quite like it. And that's why
That's why I
could get
said it's
behind.
very vague. Game we needed
Okay. All right.
Has a lot of
is-
meaning.
Has a lot of meanings.
And the
this
industry
category is going to be hard
Needs
to
more
fight
shit
for
like
out.
this, period.
Thank
That's
you. Yeah.
exactly-
Wouldn't it take
Yes.
away?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it take away from how special something like this is, though?
You might,
I think
all
the
right, you
right,
got me there. That's
the
it.
right creator
Yes.
needs
All right.
to
So,
follow through with these
I'm going to
ideas.
preface this for the first of many times by saying I recently beat Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Oh,
It is a lovely, lovely video
is.
game. It's really good.
We were
Insomniac
slightly-
did a bang up job.
Yeah.
Did we need it?
We were slightly rude to Ratchet and Clank on the Game Awards episode,
Yeah.
and the fact of the
It's
matter is,
really,
like,
it's really good, but does
it's
it?
extremely competent, and
It's not even.
it's a video game, and there's nothing wrong with that. It looks great, runs great, feels great. The weapons are a joy to unlock. Traversing the planet can get a little cumbersome.
No, because like,
but
and the way I see it is
if you're hunting for everything.
that kind of fits into the same category as Psychonauts for me, where it's like it's kind of the samey thing, and they came out around the same time in terms of like the first of their series and stuff like that. When I was playing games like that, they're the same generation. I would
Right.
pick Psychonauts 2 over Ratchet and Clank.
Oh yeah, I
So-
mean, if
So,
like,
this
if-
is an either or situation,
Yeah,
I'm
which
with
it
you.
is.
Well,
I would actually.
Right?
There have
because
been
there
about
has to be a
5 Ratchet
winner,
and
so it
Clank
is an interesting.
and this
Since
game
though.
is a very much an evolution of that remake, which was awesome. But
Yeah.
that was almost a bit more like of a shock than
Yeah.
this was.
So
but-
I think it should get cut.
all right,
Right,
I'm
so-
going to. I'm also going to point out. Okay.
we'll get rid of Ratchet and Clank.
Ratchet and Clank, okay, when I think about like, okay, I'm sure it was refreshing and I'm sure they did a bang up job, but it's like, the other thing is like, okay, it's also another one of those trends of just like, let's take a series that was already really good and let's give an update, but it's like, well, I would like great games,
It's-
but I would,
The best way I've seen it put is it's iterative, not innovative.
Mm.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
understand either of those words. So joke's on you.
Yeah, that was, look at that kid, so
Yeah.
concise. God.
And that's my big problem with Rift Apart is that remake is phenomenal. This is better. This is also a smidge better.
We could talk about Cozy Grove.
What is Cozy Grove?
So it's
Is it cozy?
It takes place in real time, the way
You
that
dad?
Animal Crossing.
What?
You say puns, but these are dad jokes.
That wasn't a joke.
You're-
That was
It's
genuine.
cozy.
That's what I was
I
asking.
love the art style for it. It has
Are you cozy, daughter?
it's fine. I was into it for a while. It's basically you're pretty much like a Girl Scout, and you're
Hawking cookies in
Yes.
front of a supermarket,
yeah you
following people to their car.
you're on this island.
That sounds like my kind of game, actually.
There's these ghost bears, and the more you help them and stuff, the nicer they stop being a ghost at some point, and then like their area gets nicer, and the more you help them, they give you this item that like eventually the more of those you have, your island expands and expands and expands, and you get more ghosts. You
So
get
you're-
more ghost bears.
You're converting Poltergeist to Casper.
No, they become like physical.
Oh, so you're resurrecting dead bears?
You turn them from Casper to bear.
But I thought they were scary.
To
Casper's not
Yogi. You turn him from Casper to Yogi.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, they're nice and everything. They just it'll be like, oh, I lost my sailboat toy. Go find it.
It's because
And
you're
then you
dead,
just-
idiot.
You just do that, like it's fine. It's real time. So there's a lot of things where like you have to wait a day or two, and there's some where it's like the item one person needs, somebody else will give it to you, but it takes a week for that person to give you that. And so it's just like I didn't see it through incredibly far.
Mhm.
I don't know if they're just adding stuff. I tried playing again during the Halloween stuff. They had like Halloween outfits and shit like that. And I played for like maybe 2 days in a row, and then I was like, okay.
So
Yeah.
What you just described to me there was the most bonkers description of a game. I feel like it's like, what is
So-
Cozy Grove?
Also, it has don't starve art pretty much.
So it's
Oh, okay.
so it's Stardew Valley, but with more bear necromancy.
And no farming. And
I'm
no
out.
and no gay stuff.
Can you date? Can you date the ghost bears?
No, that's
okay. I'm
that's
out.
what it
That's
means.
my America, raising bears from the dead and no gay people.
Okay.
But yeah, it's fine. It's cozy, it's cute. Like you can maybe play for 20-30 minutes a day, the way that like Animal Crossing you play it every day. You just do your daily shit and then you're done for the day.
Want to see this joke I came up with? Would you say it's cozy?
I just said,
That's
what
the
is
first time I've
Cozy
ever heard
Grove?
that.
Is it cozy?
I'm
Christ.
just picking on you.
God.
Got him.
But
Well, I'm
it's fine.
all right. Well, fine. I'll pick
But
on
we'll
you.
cut it. I didn't need it.
Okay. All right.
So Austin,
Hmm.
I too know of that Bible quote from Numbers. He hath that raiseth the bear, doth raiseth my anger. Of course.
Yeah.
How could you disobey? How
So
could you disobey the word of God?
I'm gonna get into something I needed this year, and that was Emily is Away 3. I
Yeah.
think this might be my pick. Full disclosure, a few of us did meet its creator, Kyle Seeley, at PAX several years ago.
He's so
He was a
sweet.
total sweetheart.
Listen,
and-
I meet the guy every year.
yeah. And he
We're best friends.
like he absolutely understands what it was like to live through the time periods that he portrays. It obviously helps how close he is in age to us, because there are aspects even beyond the references that would only land as hard like as they do if you actively were like engaging with social media at that time. And in that way, it's like the matter of like which the characters communicate, along with their like their interests and hobbies down to the most minute detail. It's just like with how teenagers tend to pose for pictures or where they hang out. Like it's so fucking relatable. And I should say the previous entries in the series primarily took place on AIM, moving to the death of that in 2, followed by the rise of Facebook in this one. The intro is fantastic, where you're using it like current day, and it's reflective of how meaningless it has become
Yeah.
before flashing back to
Forgot
like
about that.
late high school, early college era. But it's so spot on, the humor and the music links that I will bring up again, and it truly gives you the immersion of what it was to hang out on a computer in like 2009, and it so accurately
It definitely
recreates
hits.
that. Yeah.
Hits
Yeah,
you in a way.
That's
I
my
say
top choice. I needed that. And the nostalgia is genuine. It's not pandering.
No.
Like that.
No,
Yeah. Like
yeah.
that's
I say
Yeah.
star it, put it up next to unpacking.
okay.
All right.
Cool.
I mean,
And
I'm gonna-
I will talk about top of the list. Let me ask you a question,
Okay.
everybody in the room, because I think this is the one game that we may have all played. How people feel about Village for this category.
Oh, I didn't have that. Oh, that's tough to remove my bias.
But bias is part of what you need, right?
Yes. I mean, I always need Resident Evil, but if I'm going to play devil's advocate, we're at no shortage of amazing Resident Evil games because they have...
You could always replay the lot. Yeah.
Well, not just that, but I mean, like, since 7, like, we're on, like, practically a yearly, like... it's so dependable.
I didn't need it.
I mean, I need it.
I
Money
do, but like,
machine's working overtime.
it's not. I think I needed
I
unpacking and
I will
Psychonauts
glow
2
about
more.
Resident Evil
put it on here
elsewhere.
because I talked about this in Game of the Year a little bit, but to go back into it, I went to the hospital literally the night I bought Village. Did not open Village. It was sealed on the coffee table when I got out of the hospital 3 weeks
It's
later.
taunting me.
I don't know if I've ever brought this up, but we actually
Oh my
joked
God.
about this. When you were in the hospital, I was just like, yo, his copy of Resident Evil 8's on it.
Oh,
I was
right.
like, and I was like, should I open it?
Yeah, Matt,
That was
No,
like,
yeah, Chris told me. I was like, you guys could have opened it.
Matt was
I'm
like,
not-
do you think it would be fucked up if
Yeah,
I opened this
Ethan had
copy?
asked that. Just
No,
walking
oh,
by
no.
it every day.
I listen.
And we were like, don't do it.
Listen. I appreciate that you would have been like, yeah, go for it. There was no way I was gonna. Dude,
You're like, this feels wrong.
It was still shrink wrapped, and you. I wasn't. I appreciate it, but there was no way I was gonna touch that.
But
you needed
yeah,
to play that.
it was in between me getting out of the hospital and us having to move out of that place.
Oh
It was
man.
like stressful situation after stressful
Gotcha,
situation.
yeah.
And so sitting down with that game and beating it through in like 2 sittings was
In Resident Evil's defense, there's something
Hit
to
at the
say
right
about a
time.
very high production AAA experience that is not at all attempting to nickel and dime you in any way. It's
Yeah.
just meant to be this
Definitely.
like really immersive and engaging experience, and then it ends. And there is something
does it?
like novel about that now.
Shut up.
Like
So what the story that Austin just told right there, when I imagine a game that you need, that is the definition of the game.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
getting literal.
No, because it that's exactly what I think. It's like it's one of those games that it comes at a point in your life where it's just like it just takes you out of whatever you're dealing with at a point where it's like you just need it's like But I know exactly what that feeling is.
Yeah.
Where it's like you sit down, you're just like, this feels so good that it's like this came along right now.
Yeah.
It wasn't until you brought it up in that context, really, that I really
Thought
applied.
about it that way.
Yeah, I really applied like
I
my
didn't
own
either.
personal experience to it, because for the beginning of the year, I was pretty absent on playing a lot of releases that were coming out.
Yeah.
Because I was like highly
That
invested.
kicked it off for a lot of man. for me.
That I was highly invested into a lot of like multiplayer experiences I was having with a couple of buddies of mine, and it was like just becoming this routine thing where I was like, turning on a competitive multiplayer game to play as a team, and it's like for us, it's like our spirits get pretty dashed if we have like a crippling defeat, and then everybody kind of gets like kind of bummed out, and then
That's multiplayer games for you.
right, the night
there.
really doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Resident Evil, I will say, probably is the first game that came out this year that I bought and played on launch day
Yeah.
and didn't play anything else until I finished it.
Yeah.
So in a way,
Yeah, same.
I needed that game
Mm-hmm.
to pull me back into single player experiences. And it was only a couple months into the year that I kind of missed at the up to this point. But this game definitely reminded me of like how much I enjoyed sitting down with a game with no like attachments and things like that, where a buddy messaged me, "Hey, you gonna play?" "Oh, I'm in the middle of playing like Resident Evil right now, so I'm not gonna stop doing. I'm not gonna stop doing this to keep doing the thing we've been doing for the last 3 months for like 4 or 5 days out of the night or nights out of the week, whatever." So to the top or to the categories point, did you like games that you needed? This was a single player experience that I definitely needed. I was super excited on this coming out and stoked to play it enough that it pulled me directly into this world and then kept me looking for more single player experiences that could capture the enjoyment I had with this one.
I do say let's keep this heart train rolling. Who wants to get into either Halo Infinite or Psychonauts 2?
I needed Psychonauts too.
Yeah. I think I can summarize Psychonauts 2 here almost by saying it is like the best PS2 game that's come out in 10, 15 years. It's so polished and retains all the heart and charm of like a bygone generation. It's
just like kind of what Austin said about Resident Evil 8. Like, this game came out at just the perfect time for me to just ignore everything that was happening and just play this fucking game. And the story was phenomenal.
The character work and writing.
Everything about the message was great. Like, it just all worked
the art direction, the
perfectly
pacing.
in my favor, where I was just like, this is what I needed. And I did. I absolutely needed that game.
And you never get overwhelmed with like mechanics. It really encourages you to search.
None of it was frustrating
front of
to
you.
me. That is the only game that I have 100% on Steam. I found every single figment.
Oh, wow.
I completed every single thing about that game. I have every achievement. And it was exactly what I fucking needed.
You know what's funny? I don't think I ever once got aggravated at that game either. It's like even some of my favorite stuff this year.
The only thing that aggravated me was when I was on the typewriter and I tried to type cunt and it censored it.
I typed poop.
That's really
Did you get away with poop?
I typed fuck and cunt and both got censored. And I went, fuck this.
It
really
controls. It
frustrating.
controls the way you remember an old platform.
It does.
But except leaks better.
Like,
it's-
there was only one change compared to the first one that I didn't like, and it was it was how levitation worked. I didn't really, it was a little different. I don't really remember the exact specifics anymore, but I liked how it felt, and because I played 1 right before I played 2.
Same.
I liked
seeing those back to back had to be interesting. Like,
Oh yeah.
I mean, the game is just fucking great.
yeah.
It's so weird how it improves on so many things.
Oh, yeah.
But how many things stay true
It
without
still
feeling
felt
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
without being
it felt
too-
like
breaking
the
the
perfect
formula,
way
like-
to
Okay.
be a modern 3D platformer.
Let me go through
And
my thoughts.
all right, and the one thing I was like, that was a game where I planned to have like shorter sessions, and that turned into long ones at the because you
So,
always just wanted to see what was next.
Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 1 is one of my top 25 games of all time.
Yeah, same.
I love that game. We talked about the sequel forever. I backed it on Fig. Is it even a website anymore? Who knows?
By
Did you
the
ever get
way,
fulfillment.
Yeah, I gave it to
yeah.
her.
I was
yeah,
gonna
that's
bring
right,
that.
that's
I was gonna bring that up on Biggest Surprise because
Yeah.
it was like the the time that this was.
Yeah, if I had
How long
if I
it
had
was fucking-
invested, if I had done the thing where you get a copy of the game and an investment share through Fig, I would have made a buttload of money because they got bought by Microsoft.
Oh, wow.
By the way,
Also, extremely validating. Like, it's very reassuring to know that this game was as great as you know. Because
yeah, you own
In trouble.
Psychonauts 1, right, on Xbox?
Oh yeah,
That was okay. That was the thing I wanted to see if you already had before I grabbed it for you
Oh,
on
yeah,
Christmas.
no, I-
Because I found a
Good.
good price for a copy, and I'm like, this is like I need to get Austin this if he doesn't
No,
have it. But
I own
turns out,
Psychonauts 1.
yeah,
So, but
I'm-
yeah, exactly what Chelsea said. It is better in fundamentally every way. The writing is better.
it is a rare instance.
characters
of
are
surpassing
better. The
An
environment design is better. The controls are maybe the only thing that
It's
Are-
just like
I
I
would
think I was
say-
just
Body, maybe?
I think
used
combat
to-
flows better.
Oh yeah.
equivalent, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think it's like awful. It just I was
Probably-
used to one way, and then I was like, how come I keep like falling or whatever? And
I mean, the
it's 'cause
camera
it's just,
controls
like-
are more modern.
Yeah, but like
Right.
it's fine.
The least overall like monumental
Yeah.
improvement,
yeah,
but maybe for the better.
yeah. I'm sure
You know what I
other
mean?
people thought it was better that way
because
but-
it wants to
yeah.
elicit the
Exactly.
emotion of
Yeah, yeah.
like one.
Might have
Well-
been a design choice.
Yeah. You pretty much said everything I was already going to say. Psychonauts 2 is phenomenal. And it was weird because,
That's going to be a tough one to fight off of this for me.
yeah.
I needed that.
But
Absolutely.
to lead that into something else, I think we can cut chorus probably.
Of course, I was already. That was the
Yeah.
first one to be cut.
Okay. Dark Pictures.
Yeah, I can.
yeah. I think I wanted to cut that one.
We can cut.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
House of Ashes.
Starting
Okay.
to get tight.
So I think we can cut, unless other people object, I think we can cut Inscription.
I was gonna object. Yeah.
You going to
Yeah.
object? Okay,
Yeah.
we'll leave it on there for now.
I mean, okay. See,
That
the
big
problem.
sigh
I'm
The
of
only going to
problem
Brandy,
listen
by
to.
the
Well,
way.
no, because that's the thing. Is it's like I don't even know if I don't even know if that's where I want Inscription's crown. Like it isn't for this category.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
So game,
There's only two
Not
left.
the
we
last
haven't
time it's
discussed.
coming up.
not
yeah.
to cut you,
know what?
off, but
I will actually say, like, given the other games we've brought up, I don't have a strong enough argument for it. Now that I'm thinking about all these other games that you're bringing up, the reason I was going to defend it is because
All right, I'm willing to listen to that because
I'm not. You can cut it, but I would like to give my reasoning for why I'm hesitant. Is the fact, one, we spend way too much time complaining about how many games don't have that immersive single player experience. Okay, and so also most of the summer I was playing an MMO the entire time. Okay, and then finally I was, pretty much got into raiding, and Phase 2 of WoW came out, and that was right around the time that I picked up my Switch. Okay, and I started playing two games at the same time. One, Metroid Dread, which isn't on there, but I'm not gonna add on there. But I also played Inscription right after, and it was very nice because it went from being like we always talk about how fatigued we are with like the endless multiplayer games that get churned out, and then finally, okay, 2 in a row, I played Metroid Dread, which I really enjoyed, and I played Inscription, which was the definition of an immersive single-player experience that you sat down, you finished, and you got done. And it was refreshing after all that time to,
And I think this game's even more than that because it's like half the game is the game, the other half is like just is talking about it with people. Like that game is like it's so risky and punk rock that it's like the layers on top of it. It's the conversations never ended, and that's just more what I was.
Okay, so let me get into my thing. The reason I say Inscription
Game's
should
still
be
being
cut
played.
is because Inscription is phenomenal. Inscription, top 3 of the year for me.
Top one.
Well, we'll get to top.
I know.
We'll get to top 1. I lose faith in the single player game every once in a while. If it's not Naughty Dog or Rockstar when they decide to make a game every 12 years,
Yeah.
I very often I'm just like, single player, it's probably going to be all right. And then Village came out. and I was just like, makes sense. 7 was good. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And then Psychonauts came out and was like, you know,
Yeah.
People paid for that to be good.
whatever, man. Like, it's phenomenal, but you know, Tim Schafer's a delight. That man can do no wrong.
Yeah, he can do no.
Yeah.
That fucking suit.
So different.
And
I
then,
can't believe they didn't give him the
or
award.
I
He
should
wore
say
the
before Village was Emily is Away 3. Because I was like,
Yeah.
Kyle still got it.
suit.
And then it was like, Capcom still got it. And there was like, Tim Schafer still got it. And then Life is Strange True Colors hit, which was the real test.
That is.
Because I did not I literally said when I beat that game, I was like, I needed this to be good, and it was.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I've stated before just how cautious I was with that one. I fell off of Life is Strange 2 and Tell Me Why hard. But this hooked me fast on several nights of unwinding. I feel like I like that it's still episodic.
Yes.
Even though it's all packaged together as one game, it makes it easy for breaks as well as like keep you invested in the world and characters. Much more on those later, of course.
It's a very inverse of the same argument you make for Inscription that I have for Life is Strange.
Clarify.
Almost.
What do you mean?
It's just single player and it's immersive, but
Okay,
not
yeah.
in the same way.
Yeah, no.
Right.
But yeah.
No, you know what? I can see your argument because for me, it was. I mean, it's actually kind of similar to the same argument as me, but the thing is, the stakes for Life is Strange were way higher for you than they were for Inscription for me. Because I kind of go into single player games like just hoping for the best, but kind of expecting the worst. But Inscription was wonderful. Life is Strange.
True Colors made me care about that brand again. Like
Yeah,
that,
no,
like,
no, yeah.
like that's.
I see your argument. I got to be, this is 100%, you're 100% right. I mean, for the same reason. I think
Yeah.
the thing for me was Inscription just happened to come before Life is Strange, and so that's why that filled that need for me. What preceded after Inscription was a string of really good single-player games that I continued to play, and including Life is Strange. I think for me, it's just that Inscription came before that. But I agree that Life is Strange is the better pick.
And then
Yeah.
I mean, some of the with Life is Strange, some of the drama could have been handled better, particularly with its major twist. But for this category, it serves appropriately as a narrative-driven story with a cast you care about, like all of the character stuff. It's like an exploration that's meaningful. I mean, my biggest problem with 2 is that you never stay in one location long enough to form that attachment. You don't get to return to it in a way that connects you. Going back to style that 1 did was a huge plus for me. But I kind of I would nominate True Colors
and then
almost as well.
and then I beat Life is Strange. And then another string of disappointments from good old AAA. Played some Call of Duty, hated it. Played some Battlefield, hated it. Played some Far Cry, wasn't a fan. And then a certain game came out
The
Hated
gunk?
it?
that I fucking to say that I needed Halo Infinite
Oh my God, here we go.
is an understatement.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright,
When
just-
was
I understand.
Listen,
I
2015?
understand this is my fight to have.
No, I'm right there with you.
But-
You're not fighting
Yeah.
this fight alone.
You don't understand just being on a call
I know.
with 4 people and playing Slayer
Mhm.
in Halo,
Mhm.
and then having people jump on and be like, oh, the new Halo's out, and then having to switch to big team battle because we have too many people is not a feeling I have had since 2005.
That
Yep.
was
Yeah.
heartwarming.
Yeah, that was fun as shit.
It's amazing to see everyone back on Halo again. There's no arena shooters like this anymore.
And that is what
It's
I wanted to
such a
say
blast.
about
Yeah.
Halo Infinite. It's like,
It's like 13
That-
people to call just screaming and laughing over each
yeah,
other.
no,
Like,
Halo is my nomination. I'm gonna give. I think your argument convinced me. True Colors would probably be my second nomination.
Mhm.
Halo Infinite is like I said, yeah, we have a lot of nights talking about the corporatization of gaming, trend chasing, trying to squeeze, basically treating your customers like money pigs, and it's they are a triple. It's different when it's just like when you have a smaller company going like, no, we want to put the gamers first. Okay. they are a AAA company. They had every piece of power, or like, every ability and like the power to follow that path, and they didn't take it. So it's one thing to do good, but it's another thing to have every temptation to do evil and still do good anyway. And that is why I think, and on top of that,
half that game is
Delays
free.
considered.
That's like a huge help.
And you know what?
Delays
But
considered as well.
and delays considered. And we see and we continue to see like kind of just like the slow degradation of these other games, like Battlefield 2042.
Yeah.
Okay, and Call of Duty, where it's just like
People aren't.
it's easy to get cynical because it's like, why do these games keep coming out and they get good reviews? But guess what? Neither of those games got good reviews this year. But you know what got a great review? Halo. So it's like, it felt good to see that it's like, wow, they made this game and it's polished and it feels good and it's fun and it's actually like getting the praise that it deserves. And I want to give it the praise it deserves. It's the game that maybe not a game that I needed, but it's a game I needed to see happen.
It's been years since so many folks in our group were united on a single game together.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
think
like-
that I'm going to change mine. I
Yeah.
think my nominations would be Psychonauts 2 and Halo.
Halo.
Because you're right. Like it's been so long since there's been a game where like just so many of us were playing it.
And it's like, it's so simple to pick up for casual players, but like if you want to be competitive, like it still lends itself to those intense moments
Just like the
with close
screaming
matches.
and laughing.
Yeah, it's the chaos makes it like a party game. It's the Smash Brothers of shooters. The
So-
weapons are weird and the
One
vehicles
last
are
thing.
always fun.
We can gush.
Variety
Yeah.
One
modes.
last thing. I want to just give my 2
We
cents.
can gush for Halo
Yeah,
for literally
I want to
hours.
just give my last
And
2
that
cents
early
here.
release that came out of nowhere, as we
Yeah.
mentioned in our recap, was
As a person who was incredibly pessimistic of this game being good, having legs, going anywhere, I was completely proven wrong, and I couldn't be happier
Yeah.
that I was totally, like absolutely dead wrong about what this game is and what it continues to be, and hopefully will continue to be. Because as a long-standing Halo fan and somebody who had most of their gaming memories from most of their early childhood linking to this franchise, to see
there's a lot at
343,
stake.
to see 343 finally visualize a successful, impactful, all around great product is something that I was not expecting and am happily welcoming.
Yeah.
All right, so are we ready to try to figure this one out?
yeah. So, well,
wait. We have 2 at the bottom,
yeah.
and I added
Yeah.
1, and Sean added the other.
Yeah.
I needed Takes Two.
Yeah.
I thought it was a fine
I
game.
mean-
I liked it. Didn't need it.
I need more co-op.
Yeah,
I need
yeah.
more games to design with co-op in mind like that.
But that begs the question, and I know we're droning on in this topic, but with the same with Inscription, do you really want more of this, or do you want more of this from this company? Because
all right.
it feels like they're the only ones that can do it right.
I'm with you on that. In fact, I think I'm.
Yeah, because would you say the same thing about the Ascent?
All right. Well,
No, I see what you're saying, because in the event that people take more risks and do things like this, there's more of a chance that they're going to strike gold.
I think we're gonna have to start to get.
Cutting down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Sorry.
No. I'm.
Yeah.
you're cool with Returnal getting off? You want to say your piece?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I
Or you'll
don't.
say your piece later.
I'll just
I
say
don't
my
know.
piece real quick right now.
Okay.
Real quick, I promise. I needed a game that frustrated me so bad, in difficulty wise, that I was having such a hard time getting through, for me to put it down, and then kind of like reapproach it months later, with the goal in mind of completing it, seeing it through. Because I don't like to put games down for difficulty reasons, only if they're uninteresting or if I'm just not clicking with them.
Mm-hmm.
Returnal is a game that I was enjoying, hit a brick wall, put down out of frustration, went back determined, finished it, and was totally engrossed, much like Randy was talking about on the flip side of Inscription. The amount of depth that you can kind of go into this game, in which I will go into much later in the categories. I needed a game to test me in this way, so that I could revisit it and then get that sense of achievement from setting out to do something through, countless terrible deaths and things like that, for me to really kind of refocus how I approach games sometimes. So I really needed Returnal personally, but
It didn't need you.
yeah. Apparently
Well,
not.
I was gonna. So just to sort of, get a sense of the room here.
But Returnal can be cut.
All right, I want to know what people's choices are.
So for listeners,
Yeah.
this is an audio medium. Let me read what we have left. We have 7 possible winners. We have Unpacking, Halo Infinite, Life is Strange True Colors, Emily is Away 3, Inscription, Psychonauts 2, and Resident Evil Village.
I think Inscription, Resident Evil Village, and It Takes Two will get their. They'll get their desserts and then some elsewhere.
I did not say It Takes Two.
Oh, I thought that was on there. Sorry,
Nope.
I'm trying to keep track.
I mean, I can.
Uh,
I have no feelings or thoughts about Emily is Away, so I can ask you guys, as people that have played it, does this game hang with the rest in a top 2 situation?
To
My-
me,
my
yes, but I
two-
don't know if.
Like I said, my 2 are Psychonauts and Halo.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, rather than try and these are tough games to narrow down. I'd say just each person says 2, whichever.
Well, that's what I was
which
trying to
can
stay on
tally it
top
up,
of,
Yeah,
just kind of what the
Okay.
Austin,
yeah.
yeah.
Do you want someone else to go first? Yeah. Someone else, Sean?
Well, I have a 1, not like a winner, but a 1 of 2. So I'm not quite there yet.
Matt?
Halo Infinite for sure. Still,
Oh my
I
god,
see-
you guys are so indecisive. This is
Okay, I have my decision.
okay.
Good,
Awesome.
yeah.
I love Psychonauts 2 with all my heart. Potentially my game of the year. But my 2 are Halo Infinite and Life is Strange True Colors.
Randall. Oh my god.
I'm gonna say Halo Infinite and Emily is Away.
Okay, so I know Austin's gonna cut this, but there was a good 15-minute pause in between him saying so and saying 2 actual games.
I can be convinced on True Colors or Psychonauts 2.
Sean.
I'm saying that's somebody who's
No, you made your
No, I
choice.
know,
We
but
gotta wrap
my
this
my
shit
other
up.
games of the year are in front of me with Inscription and Village, but yeah,
I'm trying to because if I'm
they're
just
not my other games, they're
looking,
my actual
if
games of the year.
if it's split decision, force me to pick 2.
Yeah.
Halo Infinite and Resident Evil.
Okay, Matt.
Halo Infinite, and I gotta say Inscription. Personally, me. Inscription.
So I guess our number 1 has to be Halo.
All right,
'cause
so
I
Halo-
think
yeah,
it's like
Halo
is
the
the
only
winner.
thing everyone said.
yeah.
Unpacking is going, right? I mean,
Yeah.
nobody
Yeah,
said that.
nobody said
Unpacking is
Unpacking.
going.
Gone
Uh,
but not forgotten.
And it sounds like Village.
No, someone did say
Who
I
said
said
Vi- Sorry,
Village.
Sean said
What it-
Village.
and
He
what-
said Village, you said Emily is Away, she said Psychonauts, I said Life is Strange, and he
Oh,
said Inscription.
fuck.
That's every other nominee.
Yeah, I wasn't helping.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. When it came around to me, I was like, oh, shit.
Well, it sounds
I
like
decided that
we
Life
have
is
our
Strange
winner.
True Colors
Yeah.
is garbage trash.
Oh my
and my 2 are now Halo Infinite and Psychonauts, so we can move
yeah.
on. No, just
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Actually, Psychonauts 2, I think...
yeah.
I think
You're
that's
saying it's your
fair.
number 3?
And
Yeah.
I'm joking, obviously, about Life is Strange, but
Of course. Yeah.
if we're all going to be
At
evenly
this
split,
impasse.
then we have to go down to our third votes, and I think a lot of our third votes, if they weren't our second votes, would probably be Psychonauts 2.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think Psychonauts 2 takes run
Psychonauts 2 is the sorry, what was Halo Infinite? There
Yes,
you have
Halo
it.
Infinite is the
That's
winner,
the
yes.
game we needed. And Psychonauts 2 as a second place.
I needed that purple suit to be on stage, but
Yeah, same. I feel so bad that he wore that suit and did not win a single.
he was probably going to wear it
thing.
Throw 'em
regardless,
out there
honestly.
and everything. And honorable mentions to Life is Strange, Emily's Away, Inscription, and Resident Evil. They will all come up again.
Yeah.
So,
Nope.
um,
They're all officially cut from the running
into
for
the
everything now.
blamer.
Oh wow.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
It was Battle Royale style.
Yeah.
And it's getting tough already.
We're gonna get down to game of the year. It's only gonna be bad games.
Yeah.
That's how this works.
Balan Wonderworld.
I noticed that's not
Balan-
anywhere on the
Oh my
list.
god, Balan Wonderland.
It is.
Is it land or
If you're
world?
gonna make fun of it, get the name right.
And
Fuck
it
it, it's
is on a
all this.
list. Worst game.
It is.
Oh,
literally,
it's on worst game, yeah, okay.
Spoilers. And now on to our last major category of the day, personal fave for me, best aesthetic. Your visuals, your sounds, everything that inspires sensory pleasure. Art direction is key here, but it also signifies just how cohesively each creative piece in your game can come together in stylistic harmony. UI and music and setting, what stimulates our brains. Like you could also call it like the Hotline Miami Award. We have... we got a bit. Inscription, Deathloop, Emily's Way 3, Psychonauts 2, Unpacking, the GTA Trilogy Remastered. What's that on?
You didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah.
It says
Yeah.
GTA Trilogy Remastered. LOL.
LOL.
It does.
I guess
Yeah.
he did laugh out loud.
Yeah, he did laugh out
So,
loud. He
yeah,
took it
okay.
literally.
Yeah, he took that as a stage direction, not a title. Yeah.
My stage directions are in brackets.
Yeah, right. Guilty Gear Strive, Kid Amnesia Exhibition, The Artful Escape, The Medium, It Takes Two, Returnal, Resident Evil Village, Little Nightmares 2, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits, Sable, Cruelty Squad, Lost in Random, Eastward, Darkest Dungeon 2, The Ascent, Oddworld Soulstorm, Solar Ash, and how do you pronounce this, Sean?
Mundon.
Mundon.
That's a perfect place to start.
Mundanun.
Or is
Mundunum.
it? I pronounce it Mundon.
No,
I don't know.
my brain's fucked
Listen,
up. I read Mundanun.
the language in which this game is, the dialogue is said.
You were describing it to me before we started recording, and it sounded fucking fascinating.
This was a game I just finished last night, and I'm imploring everybody to play if you are a fan of the obscure, the weird, and of the horror genre.
Hate all those
I
things.
am.
a whole.
Very much so.
I'll keep it short and sweet. This game is set in like Swiss folklore, I think, to a certain degree. The dialogue is in a language that less than 100,000 people speak. The art style is like hand-drawn sketchbook stuff. And it's a fucking creepy, wild ride. Aesthetically, I think that's what is most appealing about it, because when you look through screenshots, it seems very bizarre, very bleak, very unsettling. It's an absolutely fantastic game, and like I said, I nominated it for this category because I think the aesthetic is the one thing that pops the most, unless you go into it and, you know, obviously start experiencing it. I think it's a fantastic game. It's relatively short, but it just... It's a horror game that nails horror with the style, the art style alone.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm looking at screenshots, and
Yeah.
even the screenshots are fucking
Wait, let me
creepy.
see.
Yeah, it's as like, you know, as far as aesthetic goes.
Oh wow! I didn't like that. It's like from far away. I was like, that's a.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Yeah. Also, just show me a video.
I gotta check this out.
Made me
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
Holy shit!
it's something that has been cropping up in on posts and people talking about their recaps of Game of the Year, and
That is-
it
Man,
just is so weird. I couldn't let myself not play it. With that being said,
oh god! I just noticed what was behind.
with that being said,
That is unnerving.
with with this as a late addition to the list, I am comfortable with it being cut, given the fact that nobody really had a chance to have some hands
I
on
think
with
this category is going to have a lot more individual entries. I think it's
Mhm.
fine if it stays.
it. Oh, okay.
It looks cool as shit
Yeah,
Yeah.
for now.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
can
For
sit
now.
for now.
Yeah.
All right, we could just delete.
I just wanted it to
GTA.
get a little bit.
Yeah,
I just wanted to get a little bit of airtime into
get a
this
nugget
thing
in there.
because it's something I'm really glad I didn't
You didn't
overlook.
even let me say my piece.
You want to
see
say
the
your
rating?
rating? GTA? Talk about awkward, uncomfortable, and unnerving.
He-
The definitive edition.
He likes
Yeah,
that
I
the
mean
one.
that is a good segue.
He likes that the one, like your friend in San Andreas, looks like he has salad fingers.
God, everyone has salad fingers.
They borrowed the inspiration for that from Mundon. really inspired those bots.
All right.
I thought you broke for a second.
I did. I think Solar Ash can probably be cut.
Okay.
I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I mean,
cool.
this is a long list. We gotta start chopping.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
a,
glad
it's a
I'm
cool
glad it's here,
looking.
though.
It's a cool
Yeah.
looking game, but I don't think it hangs. Who put Oddworld Soulstorm?
I did. I've always had kind of a bit of a soft spot for Oddworld. Like
Cut it.
It's dingy and slimy, and it's
But
forever
it's-
kind of kept its distinctive look. It has
Yeah.
its quirk and crudeness. It stands out. Although I suppose not entirely original when compared to its
Yeah.
past installments. So yeah.
Not entirely original. Speaking of not entirely original, The
Okay.
Ascent.
Yeah, the most redeeming thing about the Ascent probably ended up being its visuals. I know the cyberpunk setting isn't like entirely new, but the lighting on the backdrops, especially of that vertical city, is stunning. Like I don't know,
I would
explosions
definitely
look good.
say
I wish the character models maybe matched those.
maybe it's because I
and
was
that the game
so-
didn't stink.
Yeah, maybe it's because the cyberpunk let down in such a massive way
Yeah.
that seeing this game nail the environment so well.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't have a lot of good things to say about the Ascent.
Me neither, but I can give it that
Okay,
one.
I can definitely give it to the atmosphere because I actually felt like this cybernetic future, cyberpunk style.
It's like lived in.
It's lived in. It
Yeah.
popped. That was probably my favorite thing about it.
I'm with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it made for some trailers.
Oh yeah, definitely led people on a little bit.
All right, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Resident Evil Village, Emily's Away 3, Inscription. You got to fuck one, marry one, kill one.
Jesus Christ.
I
No,
mean,
I'm
Emily
kidding.
is Away was going to be one of my top two.
Yeah.
So
What I like about Emily is Away, as I brought up before, is its authenticity to the details. Like, it's basically a recreation of what it was to use Facebook in that era, but the way that it can convey so much with such simple graphics is actually like super clever.
yeah, I think it's a keeper.
The fact that you're able to easily tell everyone apart in the photograph despite no one having any features or faces, like
I'd cut Village.
not to mention the iconic 2000s
Really?
in-game desktop
Yeah.
you're on. It
That
stays
was
immersive.
actually-
Wait, Village? No, Village is the winner of this category. Are you out of your mind?
What? No, I just think that I don't know.
So
All right, if that's where this is gonna, if the gloves are gonna come off,
Now, keep in mind, this is aesthetic.
yes,
yeah.
This is not just art design.
but that is a big, that could be a big part of it.
I think that, to Chelsea's point, is where Emily is Away 3 gets the edge.
Well, it's not an either or situation.
True. But I'm just saying.
Well, all right. Do you want me to get into it now? If you allow me, like,
Okay, wait. No, let's knock
let's
some
cut
easy
some
ones.
other stuff.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, Artful Escape.
Gotta trim the fat.
Anybody care?
No, well, me, no, but I didn't know if that was something that
It has
it excels in its background and use of color. I'm just not
and-
totally on board with
and
how the
very-
characters move.
and very good writing towards the end.
Mm.
The game becomes less about the music that it makes you think and more about like legacy and
right, but isn't that more
living in a
narrative?
shadow.
Like
Yeah.
aesthetic is a
Oh yeah, it is
sensor.
narrative.
Yeah.
Blech.
I was like, "Where's he going?"
I didn't know if that. I thought you were going to tie that back around
Oh,
into.
I mean, I said it has Steve Vai music in it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Somebody really likes Steve Vai and Joe Satriani.
I dig his funky guitar, and that everyone in the entire town and beyond wears glasses.
Would you call voice
Okay.
acting part of aesthetic?
No.
That was a quick no, and now you're definitely thinking about it.
I think it's auditory. Like auditory is a huge part of aesthetics, but performances tend to lean. Like
the
I think in
Performance category.
Well, no, I just more mean like that. That's much more supplementary to writing
All right.
and.
I cut it.
Yeah.
Artful Escape is neat
Yeah.
about it.
You might like it. You might not. Who
Yeah.
knows?
They
Get
move.
Game
They
Pass.
move like quad.
What do we think?
The
What do we
physics of the
think?
limbs, like
That's
Did we
true.
cut the Ascent?
yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
you sent us. cut.
I think I kind of want to cut It Takes Two.
Yeah, I mean,
I would not give that game aesthetic.
no, but
Everything about its aesthetic repels me.
The
Everything
book.
about its gameplay draws me in.
The interesting stuff with It Takes Two is almost entirely how it ties to moment gameplay, and that like there are things that can be admittedly ugly, but it being shrunken down and having bosses like a sentient vacuum cleaner or like the snow level taking place inside a snow globe.
Fine,
It's
but
creative.
I just don't.
It's some creativity.
Yeah, here's the thing. I agree with you. I think that like the squirrel army is like a neat aesthetic thing.
Yeah.
The killer vacuum is like
It's
a
got
neat aesthetic
ideas,
thing.
and it switches up your perspective a lot.
It lacks a cohesiveness that some of the other shit on this list has when it comes to aesthetic.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
No, I can definitely.
And
see
I
that.
like the design of the two little characters. But.
I know I'm like we're really going through some of these, but I would even cut Psychonauts 2. I love it.
I'm surprised.
I
too.
love the
Yeah,
aesthetic,
yeah.
but I just think that
That's interesting because
That-
I
yeah.
would cut you.
I feel like I'm fighting for that in a lot of categories, and
Hey, it excels in a lot of things. I mean,
I do love the aesthetic. I love the ugly character design. I love the colors and how each world looks great.
Well, that's so. Everything about Psychonauts 2, like that we already. It's like the way that you feel like before it's even in motion. Like you said that the design of the characters and stuff is great, and the way they animate, the expressions and mannerisms. But it's that it builds its own universe that's like instantly recognizable. It'll never be confused with anything else. But it's that each world serves as a canvas to explore the themes of what they're tackling. Like I recalled it on your last month, but like right out of the gate, like that dentist level is so gross and it's like but like entrancing, and then you have the hospital casino, which is like one of the craziest mashups of two settings I've ever seen in a game, and plus like the commentary that it's reflecting there is pretty fucked up. You have this psychedelic concert constructed around human senses.
I was actually going to bring that point up because
the
I would
concert.
I would say out of everything in this game, for me personally,
that was the one that
stuck, and I was totally engrossed in that environment.
Yeah.
And I think between obviously the concert, so it's heavily reliant on the audio in this section. Not that it's not other areas, but between that and then how well they captured that like psychedelic 70s vibe, it was so bright, vibrant, and just attack on those characters, like the senses, the nose and the ear and all the characters and stuff like that.
Those guys are off-putting.
They're
they go
great.
up into their nostrils and shit.
But I that's to me where Psychonauts absolutely stands out.
It's definitely the levels.
But to me, I feel like that's more of a best moment.
Of that concert and everything.
Little foreshadowing.
Well, yeah,
No,
exactly.
but I think that the cohesiveness of the aesthetic of Psychonauts 2 is not to be diminished. I think that
Yeah.
all those worlds feel distinct yet cohesive.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
the characters
you have
feel distinct yet
there's
cohesive.
the greenhouse beach that's like centered around like domestic issues and alcoholism, then the bowling city and the giant mail sorting robot. I can't even name them all, but it's a big part of the push in that thing is where you're going to be next.
Right.
Like, like what diving into someone's brain will bring. And even that Men in Black hub center is like, it's sweet.
And the woods.
Yeah, the woods with the.
I'm not saying Psychonauts 2 has to win. I don't want.
I'm not either. I just wanted to.
Yet.
Okay.
I wanted to
All right,
say.
let's move on. Let's try to trim some more of this fat.
All right, then I'm gonna I'll bring up some stuff to trim.
Oh, I got one.
Okay.
Matt, Darkest Dungeon 2. What are your thoughts on that for best aesthetic? Because it looks good.
It looks
really good, but it also looks like Darkest Dungeon.
But also just looks like Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I know.
Well, it's like Darkest Dungeon in this weird 3D, which is cool.
It's like 2.5D.
2.5D.
Yeah.
But
I mean, is that like the next on the cut list? Because it's like, is there nothing else that's like
no, we can keep going. I was at because you're the one who's only. You two are the ones.
He was just
taking
taking
played.
I've seen. Yeah,
I've
attendance.
And you're the only one who's played it other than me.
interesting?
I was curious what your
you know
thoughts
what?
were.
Skip, come back later.
Okay.
Yes.
What is Eastward?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know who put it. I'm drawing a blank on. It's like voxel art, correct?
Okay, well, we're cutting that because nobody knows what it is.
I never played it.
I didn't put it on there.
All right.
How'd you end up there?
So, Randy, did any of us actually play Cruelty Squad?
Yes, I don't know how to approach this because I never got a chance to. That game exclusively can only be played on mouse and keyboard because of how like the reloading and stuff works. But I think, and I just don't have the setup for that currently, but I can still admire it from afar. And in the sense of like, Cruelty Squad is fucking hideous. And I mean that in the best way. I think the Besties podcast described it as a video game crossed with a deep fried meme. For those familiar with that, it's disgusting and sort of amazing. It almost has the appearance of like a twisted like PS1 title, like LSD. The score is made up of eerie MIDI music, and the UI is cluttered and crowded. The voices are just guttural grunts. I don't know.
It's the product of what like you would get if like your whole game got corrupted but was still playable.
Yeah, that actually it's like tilting the cartridge or something.
But no, I this was a game that I definitely wanted to check out.
Me too. I meant exactly, and that's why I wrote it in. But but it can.
This is definitely the space where it gets a nod or a shout out.
Exactly. We can huck it in the blammer at least until we're able to say more or see more.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody actually play Lost in Random?
No, it's something I wanted to get to as well.
I suspect that Lost in Random got buried this year. I think this one might even be more Tim Burton-y than Little Nightmares. Strong Nightmare for Christmas vibes, but I just haven't seen enough of it to give more.
Speaking of which,
just wanted to shout out.
Little Nightmares.
Your Little Nightmares 2 fans out there.
I play,
Oh, man.
Tell me why this deserves to be on here other than it's just in Little Nightmares 1 again.
Okay, so that's my argument with Psychonauts, though.
Because I haven't seen... But Psychonauts is 20 years old.
Yeah.
Little Nightmares is like 3.
I get what Chelsea's saying, though.
Okay. But that's why I was like, let's cut Psychonauts, because with Psychonauts 2, but just the aesthetic of Psychonauts with that is better, but like how much better?
I think it's a lot better. That was my counter
Okay.
argument.
Well, Little Nightmares 2 can go. I just think there was there's an edge to it. The effects of it almost appear like they're practical. Like it's a good gateway horror for kids. I don't know. I like the enemy
gateway horror, kid horror,
yeah. And the way it toys with scale, like it's.
I'm sorry, that game was ridiculously hard in some points.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't talking purely about difficulty. I just mean like it's simple, but
right.
All right.
But it's not inside levels of art. But it should be noted their team put
there's definitely
care into the craft.
I'm putting up too much stuff, so somebody else come up with something.
No, I would say this is a situation where I definitely think it gets a nod for acknowledgement, because it is.
And I should say that I think Little Nightmares 1 looks incredible.
No, sure. I don't think you putting that on the chopping block was like inappropriate.
But I've heard everything about Little Nightmares 2 is just Little Nightmares 1 again, kind of.
You're not wrong.
There was one.
Austin. In a slightly similar fashion, Guilty Gear Strive.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that.
Yeah. These games are always stunning, and the fact that they're 3D models in this 2D Andron plane still blows my mind. But I'm curious if this latest one went even further, or if it's just why fix what is broken kind of situation.
It's a very, very good looking game.
Yeah, they have no reason to change anything.
It is animated.
Sure, it takes a hell of a lot of work.
It's so beautifully.
Yeah.
And boy, does that game have an aesthetic.
Yes.
But the thing about it is, again, to go to back to the Psychonauts 2 Little Nightmares thing, Guilty Gear has always had an aesthetic, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like little things. Like it's like instead of ready, fight, it's like good to go, let's rock. Yeah. It's like shit like that.
That's like Cuphead. Wall up.
Yeah.
I remember
like shit like that happening, but that's always happened in Guilty Gear. And Guilty Gear has always looked really good, especially since Zerd. And now that we're at Strive, it looks incredible.
Yeah.
It runs incredible. It's got some fantastic, for the context, butt metal in it.
Right.
It's got some quirky characters.
I remember playing this game on 3DS, or not this game, but a Guilty Gear game on 3DS, and it kind of feels like you just, over the years, are up-resing it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't, the core character design and things like that, just is following that game through each release, and it just keeps looking prettier and prettier. That would be my only argument to say against it, because I don't know with the new characters and their
it's
design.
aesthetic, and boy, does Guilty Gear have an aesthetic.
Do you want to keep it for now?
Yeah,
we'll come back to
let's
it.
keep it for now.
All right.
What do you think about Kid Amnesia Exhibition?
So
Somebody did a lot of drugs.
yeah, whatever you call
I'm sorry.
this.
It's Kid Amnesia.
Kid Amnesia Exhibition.
Well, it's a
There you go.
combination of Kid A and Amnesiac.
I know.
Yeah.
Someone just spelled it. That's it. Yeah.
I want to put everything in its right place. Underneath this, don't sue me, Tom York.
I will say, yeah, virtual museum, is that like
Yeah,
really does capulate? So
it gave me anxiety.
It's,
Yeah.
well, that's the
I
thing.
would give
There's
it the
album
point.
signature styles. It's fucking creepy.
I would give
it
it.
is-
I would give it.
It
most,
really is.
I would give it most aesthetic.
Yeah, it is a bit
If
of an
that was the
overload.
award.
Yeah, it's a
I
like a
wouldn't
bad
call.
trip
I
or
wouldn't call
something.
it best, but it's like if you at all give a shit about Radiohead,
Yeah.
by all means play this fucking thing because it is weird as all hell.
Yeah, every succeeding room is like more disorienting than the last.
I like
it's
that
tough
it
to put
exists.
into words.
I did not like.
That's fair.
That's a good
Yeah.
way to put it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a great
it's
way
an
to put it.
experiment that's so niche and bizarre. I commend them for it. I can't guarantee that it's something I'll go back to because there is likely tons we didn't see.
Hold on,
and how
so-
the visuals match the song and lyrics. It can be an intense experience to stay in for long.
So are we fine? Are we saying right now that it's a creep? It's a loser?
That's the wrong album, dude.
Wow.
Sorry, I don't know
Pablo
much
Honey.
Radiohead.
Yeah, I'm very proud of that.
I want to go home.
But the even
No,
the,
it's what the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here.
Yeah,
It's actually the next line in
Yeah.
Creep.
man, you really fumbled that.
But even
Served it up
the
on a
stick
platter.
figure guests like traveling
hate
around
this.
with you, like their faces, like yeah,
It just
it's
the
intentionally
whole thing-
sense, but
I know it wasn't even that. It's a lot of the noise stuff.
yeah, there's some
gave me
tones
anxiety.
that yeah.
Ooh,
I actually
I'm
wasn't
actually
a
super
huge fan
interested
of
in
some of the
this
remixes.
No, actually, I wasn't either.
Yeah, and
to
that's
be-
kind of my
be
main
honest.
reason to cut it.
Yeah, we can.
Just
we
get
can
rid
cut
of it.
Yeah, I already did. It's gone.
It's gone.
it's a loser.
So it seems
Sorry.
like stuff is piling up at the top here.
I'd say
we really
there's
top-loaded
a
it.
couple other quick ones we can get to before.
Yeah.
I'm curious because there's one that I think is one of my top two, and I'm curious how it's still on there. I'm seeing how long it stays.
All right, well, let me.
Is it
I think I know what it is.
by any chance the medium?
It is.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So the medium I wanted to bring up specifically because of its setting, like an abandoned resort
If-
during a politically charged 1990s Poland is
Yep.
absolutely an environment
I-
that we have never played through in a game before.
Of everybody in the room, I am not one to judge the Silent Hill likes of the world.
Other than
But I think if that game deserves
An
a
award.
nod in
It's
anything, it's
aesthetic.
aesthetic.
Exactly, and that's why it's one
I
of
like
my top
the
two.
the
I love the
protagonist
aesthetic
black
of
and
it.
white variants of herself.
Mhm.
Is
Yeah,
neat.
like
Yeah.
I love
Oh,
the
man.
aesthetic of the Dark World.
Yeah,
I love the split screen aesthetic
Yeah.
of just playing both at the
the split
same
screen
time.
is the coolest part.
yeah.
I thought it had the right creepy feel. Like I said before, it's not Silent Hill, and that it did.
It's
break,
trying.
It's trying. It broke my heart a little bit, but on its own, I think it is
Aesthetically.
aesthetically. I think it is a very well done.
All right, then
Think
we'll,
of all the
we'll keep
flesh
that on the
doors you had
list
to
for
cut
now.
with a straight
I-
razor. Okay?
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
I forgot about that.
If something in a horror game makes you uncomfortable, then it's doing its aesthetic.
That was
right.
that was a good sound too. The
Oh, ooh,
Yep.
Yeah.
ooh, yeah. No, the aesthetic's great.
I couldn't figure out
Okay.
how to do it quickly, and then I did one really fast, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta do that again.
Yeah.
Do I have to angle it a certain way?"
So you know what? I never played this game, okay, but I was decided I'm gonna look up screenshots today because
Mm-hmm.
I really just didn't pay attention to it. If I had to give a game best aesthetic, this would be it probably. It actually,
Yeah,
I agree. I think
And
it's
not only
yours.
that, but they
that
got-
game is sold entirely on the aesthetic of the
Right.
split screen
Right.
thing.
the
Yeah.
Silent Hill guy does the music.
He does.
And-
that is true.
He's also doing the music for,
For
Slitterhead.
Slitterhead.
Which is also
Never gonna not. It's
I know.
never not gonna be just fun to say the
very,
name of that game.
very spooky music in that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
What'd you
Chelsea
say
keeps
earlier?
acting up, I'm gonna
All right,
slit her
so-
head.
A Schluter? That's
A shooter.
A
It's a
Schluter?
looter shooter.
What the fuck you call me?
It does sound like bad. Yeah. All right. So unpacking is adorable, and the way that they translated real world items into the pixel art is wonderful.
Yes.
But yeah,
and
I
how
think we
they
can
can
cut
express emotion to you and just how and like where things are placed. Your living space can personally say a lot about yourself.
We can cut
the
it
period you're at in your life.
because I know where you're
Yeah,
going.
We don't need your whole
But-
paragraph you wrote about it.
But no, but
Jesus.
I meant him, not.
I got it. I got
I
it.
know. That just like I felt that. I was like, damn, Chelsea.
Unpacking is all aesthetic. It's the best, some of the best
That is
visual
true.
storytelling of the year.
Oh, that's true.
That's true, unfortunately. I was so ready to just
yeah.
heave this shit in the garbage or back
Like
in the
that's
moving
all
box.
that game is.
Yeah, there's literally no
All right,
dialogue.
Then we'll shelve that. Sean, what can we? You played the most Sable, and I'm going exclusively off trailers and gameplay footage. But the world you're traversing seems kind of barren. I don't know if the
Yeah,
palettes of red and I mentioned the frame rates before. It's extremely striking.
right. I'm glad it's
Same
here.
with the Star Wars speeder bike,
and it
all that.
definitely earned its position to be here. I could also actually make the argument that
Because Kenna's above this in my list as well, and I don't know if it was again, not an either or situation. It's just
Yeah.
you can speak the most, I think, on.
and with Kenna, we'll Austin and I will go back and forth.
You go
on
through
that.
Sable first.
Yeah, Sable.
I got some things to say about Kenna.
Sable's really cool, and it does something really cool with its art style. And even I would say even the soundtrack, it just is more influential of the overall experience
Right.
of this game. There's a lot of off the wall shit in this world and weird shit. Like I remember spending like 25 minutes climbing up bones on the side of a canyon death area and just getting to the top to be met with like no progression or anything like that.
Mhm.
But I think that the fact that shit is there, it's like a part of this world, just leads you down this path of like just all.
It definitely looks like it's meant to to make you feel lonely. Like
yes,
it's,
yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for its the art in this, I probably wouldn't have been as interested. And it's very empty. In like I said before, it's like just this area to explore, and it because it has this art design to it, it just has you wondering what else it's going to do and how it's going to iterate on that to make something like more. I don't know. I don't think it hangs.
Okay.
Because obviously
Right.
I didn't hang with it for very long.
Does it fuck?
It might. It might be down to clown, but I definitely think it gets a well-deserved nod on this list.
All right.
And I'll keep it at that.
Speaking of hanging, getting a well-deserved nod, and then getting cut. Kenna.
Yeah.
Kenna is a very good-looking game.
Yes, absolutely.
Didn't you
But
say it
the
was
kinda
X
incredible.
animators
It's
for
ex-animators from like Pixar and DreamWorks and shit.
Yeah.
They do a phenomenal
I'm
job.
embarrassed to say I'm not
I said this
And
had the
before.
chance to start
PlayStation-
see this in motion yet. outside of
PlayStation
press
and Epic
showcases.
Money will do that
Yes.
with having the history of being in
Yeah.
animation.
The problem is what I said before about like, oh man, you're playing a Pixar movie. Well, oh man, you're playing a Pixar movie.
Yeah.
Or really, you're playing a DreamWorks movie. Like, it's not. The thing you said about Sable is like trying to see what the aesthetic will turn into next.
Mhm.
It doesn't happen in Canada.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's
It's one
have a lot of
aesthetic.
shifts.
Look at the cover of the thing. Imagine what you think the soundtrack sounds like. There you go. You got the aesthetic. Yeah. It is a beautiful game, and it is
Sure.
a great game.
No,
but
that's
I
a
don't
good
think
point.
I don't think it hangs here.
It has small shifts where in a world where Psychonauts exists,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that has much bigger, grandiose shifts.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say it's one note, but it's more flat
Yeah.
than something like a Psychonauts.
All right. So everybody give it a respectful nod.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nod and
Wait.
then cut it.
Get into the blammer. What do you guys want me to get into first?
Okay.
Inscription or Resident Evil?
Well, hold on a sec.
Yeah.
As much as
Getting
I
a
would
little
love,
wild.
as much as I would love to sneak in under the radar, we got two games that we haven't talked about yet on this list at
Okay.
all:
Oh. Yeah.
Returnal
And Deathloop?
and Deathloop.
Well, that's each one of you guys. I don't know who wants
Yeah.
to.
You want to go first? I feel like I just talked a bunch.
I have a question for you about
Yeah.
Returnal. does it change what it looks like when you get to the other biomes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like significantly?
Yeah, it's like a total shift in
How do you know?
environment.
Because I'm on the first area, but I saw Alfred
Okay,
playing
good.
the second and third
I'm gonna
areas.
say if you got to the second biome and I didn't, we're cutting it right now.
I got to the boss. No, I love the way Returnal looks. Now that I finally got to sink my teeth into it.
I do too.
It's so drippy and
And
gloomy
and I
and-
Listen, I
it's
want
swampy.
to sit here and argue for days. I want to sit here and argue for
the
days.
neon lighting of like the enemies in contrast to like the swamp, like it's
Yeah,
so
the drabness of the
yeah,
swamp environment.
it's like there's
And
some
then you-
juxtaposition.
and then you
going
go
on.
to
It's
the
cool.
Crimson Waste, which is just everything is fucking red.
The ruins look like the Sith planet in like Rise of Skywalker. Like
Yeah.
it's-
I listen. I'm for the sake of time, I'm not gonna dive super deep, but we're talking about aesthetic, right? And audio plays into aesthetic.
yeah.
Oh, Returnal has some good audio.
Yeah, that's I'm not.
Also, some damn good vibration. That's like the
Oh,
best
yeah.
use of the DualSense since that
Good vibrations.
PS5
is-
came out.
I mean anything like anyone's willing to challenge me on. I
You
could-
said something about good audio.
huh?
Sounds like someone.
Oh, this is the
my
Deathloop
God.
music, ain't it?
God, that
That
is
jazzy-ass
that
score
is
behind it.
really good. That is fantastic.
Yeah, I think we said it on the Keeley episodes, but that Art Deco spy fiction is very eye catching.
My argument for
Design of the
for
late game
Deathloop
weapons.
is I don't think they have enough of the aesthetic to go around, but what's there is amazing. Especially when you consider the fact that this time loop started vaguely sometime in the 50s, apparently, and then people have just been joining it for the last 70 years and bringing shit from their own timelines with them, which has been integrated in. So it's like CRT monitors, but there's also
yes,
cell
there is a
phones
clash
and-
of different technologies going on. I
But
like
like
that the
art- but
enemies
like
are
Art
all like
Deco
they're all like
vending machines
mannequins wearing masquerade masks.
Yeah.
that they're painted. Yeah, it's
And then, of course,
It's
that
rad.
bump in soundtrack, that's all dynamic. And Cole looks dope, and Juliana looks dope. And,
Yeah, I mean, I'm. Listen, if Returnal and Deathloop both knock each other out, I would be. I'm happy with that.
you shake on it.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
all right.
that's interesting because like
Good thing this is like a visual medium and everyone can see that.
I'm cutting Guilty Gear Strive first.
Okay.
funnily enough, I've actually never even looked at Deathloop, and having looked at it just now, I was like, oh, that is very stylish. I
It
do
is.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's,
is,
it's one
but-
of those things where if we were not as so what Randy said, like one not the other type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think we could both argue for both
'Cause-
sides.
Deathloop and Returnal both do what they do so well, but they do what they do.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
right,
You know what I mean?
right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's like perfectly said.
Mhm.
So there's now 3 games left.
All right, so
Why
back
don't-
to my original question.
Okay.
Fuck, marry, kill. Emily is Away 3, Inscription, Resident
Well,
Evil.
we already kind of. I already said my piece on Emily as Away 3. I didn't know if you wanted to get into either Inscription or Village, and then in between, Matt can can talk about Darkest Dungeon.
I am with Chelsea.
What?
I am perfectly okay with gutting Village.
Okay, well then let me say my
Okay.
what I've got, and please bear with me here. But it's like because this is likely going to be one of the strongest fights I make during all of these awards.
Okay.
I think Village might have the slickest, fucking sickest art direction I've ever seen in a game. To the point of it beating Resident Evil 7's like hillbilly horror. Like similar to Inscription, you could practically set a game in just one of the areas in this alone, but there are several, each one with their own distinct appearance. It opens with this grim fairy tales looking storybook, like that through the like it's brilliantly done stop motion, and as soon as you make it to that that gothy like European town full of werewolves that like surpasses even the DNA I think it shares with 4. There's fucking werewolves riding horses, like it's so like, and then past that you have that massive Baroque castle that feels as if it's like you're kind of transported back to like Renaissance times. It's gaudy, and there's like zombie monks, and then after this is the fucking Victorian dollhouse, and then the seaport, which is but towards the end it goes full steampunk with the industrial factory. Like it's wild to me that this is a singular campaign, and I didn't even get to like the Metal Gear Solid type boss characters you encounter. I mean, every horny person on the planet is already well aware of the Duchess and her hot bug daughters, but the marionette lady and the sad slug,
she's a lady,
like
not a Duchess.
the sad
literally
slug
the name.
man, and like Heisenberg is essentially Van Helsing if he could manipulate metal. Like it's like the baby eating fucking thing. Like
did I just miss it, or did you not reference the baby?
The baby.
So
I understand that Resident Evil as a series has always been grounded in kind of in science, but this fantastical shift away from the military labs, like surprisingly did it for me in spades.
My argument, as somebody who recently completed RE6 with Matt over here, is that Resident Evil has always been grounded in the batshit absurd.
I mean,
and I think that they do a much better job of grounding RE8 in the batshit absurd than they've done before.
I'd hang screenshots of this game on my wall. Like it also the technical and graphical fidelity of this game, like the motion capture and animations and stuff.
I think my thing is like
it's like
I like the aesthetic of the castle. I like the aesthetic of the dollhouse. Don't care for the village. Don't care for the water area. Don't care for the industrial zone.
Sure, I like the industrial zone quite a bit, but
2 out of 5.
But it's like that's already 2 full games practically. Like even if Village was just the castle,
but that's not. I'm talking about like consistency,
the
though.
encapsulation of the whole game.
Yeah,
right. But I mean, like I do think that like I mean this is always going to be a very particular and subjective, but it's like I don't know. I think that seamlessly like having the Village as a hub for each one of these like zones like. I think they work well together. Like it switches up what you see so drastically that it's like you never get bored. Like because it's like Village, like I said, could have entirely be in that castle, and we would be plenty satisfied and still thought that the game looked awesome. And instead, that's like 20% of it. Like
I think
I don't know if you guys have seen art books of this game. Like they're astounding. Like
I think the thing that we're getting hung up on is that you're right in that it does the distinct environments very well, but the environments are very grounded in history, right?
They're grounded in fairy tales. Is what I would describe it as. And so I would defend Resident Evil 8 for the reason of like if you consider its aesthetic to be a fairy tale aesthetic, I think it nails that very well. Okay, the real question is, again, this goes along with like, how does one define aesthetic? Okay, it's like if you ask me, is it the most stylish game? No, not the most stylish. I would pick maybe Psychonauts. Deathloop looks pretty good, but it's like, what does best aesthetic mean? It's like that's tough to say. It's like, should I say? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Okay, well, maybe it's just best art direction, but it's like, but part of the fairy tale themes are the themes of characters.
Well, that's why I mentioned the bosses. Like the character designs are so unique, like different from each other. Like it's like, because the thing, even classic Resident Evil that I love, it's like, oh, here's a big shark, here's a big snake, and then when you get into the action kind of period of the series, it's just like twisted drip, like bug monsters that just kind of look like blobs, and then now it's like, everybody kind of remembers.
So I think my question would be,
that's why I compared it to Metal Gear Solid almost, just like this cast.
I think my question would be, is there a best art direction category?
There is not. That's why
that's including that.
Yeah.
Wait, this includes
art direction is a major part of aesthetic, but it's not the only part. That's
if
why
there is no art direction. Okay, I want to say that
because Resident Evil also sounds fucking amazing.
Okay, if that's the case, then it's like, listen, Resident Evil 8 is probably the best looking game I have ever played, period. That game is so
the lighting
and
is unreal.
I've like, especially the outdoor areas. You look at the outdoor areas and it's like, you feel like it's just like, you feel like inside of that of that area, or
You feel inside the outside.
It was the first time I noticed.
I realized how dumb I sounded the second I saw it.
I had to point it out.
It's okay. I deserved it.
The thing that it's like the talking point now of a lot of ray tracing. It was the first time like I really noticed it, and it very much helps that this game like runs at a very like buttery smooth frame rate. It's very solid at 60. Like, like it's
Okay, but again, going back to my question.
okay.
So your vote is clearly Village.
Village and Inscription.
Village and Inscription.
By a country
Chelsea.
mile.
My two.
Emily is away in the medium.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say Emily is away in Inscription.
I'm actually gonna have to go with Randy. Yeah, Resident Evil Village and Inscription.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sean.
Man,
Can I get into Inscription a bit?
I would
what's
say
funny is that a lot of us voted for Inscription, but we never
even talked about
even
it.
talked about it. Yeah.
The thing is, to me, it's like
real quick before you continue,
Okay.
just so I can bookend all of our votes thus far. I would say Inscription in the medium.
okay.
Okay.
Inscription it's so much more than just its low res like mosaic graphics, which are rad. But I want to draw attention to its moody there's so much of that game like the room you're in that you inhabit. It's shrouded in darkness, and it really gives a good sense of dread and like desire to escape. I love how the figure you're up against in the first act is essentially just a floating pair of glooming eyes, and it's intimidating. And then when you get to the card playing, the master character I was just describing, Leshy, he serves more or less as like a D&D host in this section. He will he uses masks to roleplay as different people that you encounter during the campaign he set up for you, and it's awesome and haunting. And then there's the cards in your deck that directly speak to the player. The animations are simple but yet effective. Like there's the meaty sounds of the items in the physical space that like you slam on like the table and stuff, combined with the analog synth like sound effects in place of dialogue, which is like, it's just real cool. I could go on forever, but I'll just save that for future conversations. But there's so much. The game's second and third acts have an entirely separate presentations altogether.
Yeah.
Like it literally changes aesthetics from a woody forest cabin to like a retro 8-bit RPG to dirty sci-fi, and there's live action, full motion video.
Somehow never loses its way aesthetically.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think
Yeah.
that's
They
why
work in
it's-
unison.
That's why it's
I
my
was
pick.
almost put off.
But you're right,
by
nothing's out of place in
the
this
first.
somehow.
I was almost put off by the first transition, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Ugh, I don't know if
It's
I'm
like
feeling this.
The
And then-
appearance of this NES Final Fantasy or Game
Right.
Boy Pokemon trading card game thing.
I'm trying to stay a little, and then even into another transition. But with that being said, there's something striking about how it can transition.
Yeah.
And also like just kind of keep the spirit.
Totally.
It's very well executed, and it does do spoilers. It does do three ultimately three.
I love
Very well executed.
how in the third section your deck goes from paper cards to floppy disks.
Yeah.
And like the attacks have like holographic guns, and then in the finale is like in that section, like that segment is it's pretty much like, there's one that's inspired by the look of like Magic the Gathering, while another is straight out of Yu-Gi-Oh. It's nothing short of incredible how much thought was put in every facet of what you see, and the amount of asset changes had to be a like crazy undertaking.
Yeah.
For a team so small,
So
or
I
practically
think-
one guy.
we're probably
So here's the way I see it. We have 4 votes for Inscription. But I don't like just automatically giving that the win
right.
necessarily. But we have behind that 2 votes for Emily is Away 3,
Mhm.
right? Me and you. 2 votes for Resident Evil, and 2 votes for the medium.
Right.
Interesting.
So we have 4. I say we cut everything
so
but those 4.
unpacking
Psychonauts
2.
Psychonauts 2,
Did you
Mundawn, and Darkest Dungeon 2.
Yeah, I can't.
And leave Inscription, Emily is Away, And we can continue to debate. I was
Yeah.
just
Fuck.
Real quick send off for Mundawn.
yeah.
I know I already kind of covered everything I really wanted to say, but there was something that somebody said that reminded me of something that I wanted.
I'm
to
glad
say.
you brought that game to my attention. It's
It's
doing
definitely
something.
something. I think this is the most comfortable place that it sits for a a nod and an acknowledgement. Farewell, fine friend. I forget what I was gonna say originally. I had something and lost it, but yeah, I'm comfortable with the company that it's in, that it doesn't stack up. I was gonna ask you, Austin.
This is hard.
You made a very compelling argument with unpacking.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to extrapolate on that?
No,
or do you
I think it's fine getting cut this late. I just wanted to give it its
All right.
due.
Yeah.
I feel like it makes
Well,
it
not-
so high on all these lists and doesn't quite.
not
reach
to get
the
ahead
peak.
of ourselves, but Inscription seems like a lock. Is that between Emily is Away 3, The Medium, and Resident Evil Village?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I already made my argument for medium. You made your argument for
Yeah.
that.
I mean, like,
I wouldn't be upset with Emily is Away 3. The only thing against the medium I have is just some of the limitations in that, like, but I guess that's not totally fair. It's not about how well it runs or
Yeah.
looks.
I mean, hey,
just in terms of, like, it's. I mean, it is in terms of how it looks. I'm talking specifically just about
Yeah. Technical.
how many P's.
Technical
Yeah.
shit.
Technical
Yeah.
prowess. Yeah, because this game helped me troubleshoot some issues I was
All right,
having
this-
with my monitor.
That split screen is pretty
This may
striking.
go nowhere,
Yeah.
but
You can't.
we
That's
each
ignorable.
picked 2, and there are
Yes.
4. So
Okay.
of the 2 remaining from this list, which one would you pick?
wait, of the three
Oh, you mean
remaining?
of the 3 remaining?
Of the
No,
three?
no.
Oh.
Because 4 of us picked Inscription,
Uh-huh.
Yes.
2 of us picked Village, 2 of us picked Emily is Away, 2 of us picked The Medium. So I'm saying,
Oh.
if like Chelsea picked
yeah, my 2 are.
The Medium and
Oh,
Emily's Away.
of the 2 that you did not
so
pick.
of Village and
Yeah.
Inscription,
Oh, all right.
which one would she pick? Of The Medium and Emily is Away 3, which one would you pick?
I actually like this.
Yeah,
that
no,
was good.
yeah, I'm following the exercise.
Yeah.
yeah, of I guess you were
I
Medium
li-
and Inscription, right?
Right. I literally can't even begin to talk about Emily's Away because I didn't
Mhm.
play it. The way you guys all talk about
That's
it.
how I feel about Inscription.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah,
It's
that's why.
That's why I said it might
we're-
not go anywhere.
No, I
but-
know, but I mean that's the whole thing of you have to describe it to somebody who may not have been able
Yeah.
to participate in it directly. But it's like, because it's like I haven't
it's
played
like-
Mundawn, but I was like, all it takes is like pulling up a screenshot or video to be like, there's a compelling argument there.
Let
But
me show you guys
This is
a little screenshot of Emily's Away 3.
this
played
is
it, right?
what makes it hard too.
No, but I mean, I know what. I
played
know,
1 and 2.
I know it. Yeah, I know what
Yeah.
the aesthetic
I have
is.
no
Yeah.
connection to.
Oh.
I
Okay,
could just look
I
it
will
up,
just
look at
say,
some clips.
okay, Resident Evil 8 aesthetic. If we're looping that in with just like the sheer art direction and like the fidelity of how that goddamn game looks, that is a hill that I will die on. I think that game looks
Yeah.
amazing.
it definitely has the power of resources and like.
I mean, yeah, I know what Emily is Away looks like.
I know, but Emily is Away 3 steps it up to a degree.
It
that
is the
you-
best of the 3.
You can't understand.
All right, so wait. Well, continuing on with what you were saying, that choosing between, if everybody had to choose between
mean-
the 2 they didn't vote for. What,
Yeah, Village, because I didn't really play The Medium.
All right.
There's all kind of one
Honestly,
we didn't
I'd
play.
say Inscription, but I didn't even play it over Village. I think the aesthetic in Inscription's better.
Okay.
But I thought Inscription
I was
was.
surprised.
I thought.
I mean, you
Inscription
watched
was already-
a bit of it when
I
we were
watched
streaming.
it.
but-
I know what it
But-
looks like.
But she
Yeah.
didn't vote for Inscription. That's why I'm.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I would vote for. I think the Medium actually looks like, just looking at it, looks absolutely phenomenal.
Just complicates things more.
Making it worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like you seem
I
to
said
be.
I said Emily is Away 3 between that and the medium. I'm pretty.
So now we have 3 for Emily's Away. Have 3
3
for the Medium.
5 for
5 for
Inscription.
Inscription.
Damn.
Okay, this is gonna hurt my soul. But
Wait, did nobody else pick like Village got knocked down? That
no, that's not what he's saying.
No.
I just got
But
cut off.
if Inscription is kind of filling the
Number
horror, like Emily is Away, I think is. Because I'm just saying there's more of a point of comparison you could draw between the Medium and Resident Evil Village. Well,
No.
Emily is Away 3.
We're bringing Mundawn back. This is getting even harder. No, I'm just
You
kidding.
know, if you want to bring Mundawn
I'm just
back,
kidding,
I
I'm
like.
Did somebody say Deathloop? Let me cue up the music.
I swear to God.
Here's my shovel. Returnal. What is that?
I personally, because we did 2 and we all said Inscription.
Uh-huh.
So the reason I said I don't like just defaulting that the win is because was
Yeah, I'm
Inscription
saying
our
top 2.
was Inscription our number 1?
No, I would definitely. That's what I was going to mention too.
Because
If
Emily
If
is
voting is the metric we're using. but-
Emily is Away 3 was my number 1 for this
Okay.
category
All right.
personally. And I think it sounds like you are Village. You're probably Village.
Village, 100%. Yeah.
I was the Medium.
Is your number 1?
Oh, is my number 1? Oh, we're just asking for number 1.
Mm-hmm.
I picked Inscription and the Medium. I would say Inscription for my number 1.
Okay.
But if we have
because then that changes it to Village because we have 2 number 1s. I know Chelsea didn't. What would your number 1 be between the Medium and Emily's Away?
I still think the Medium.
Yeah.
Where does that leave us?
I think was it? Is it 2 for?
It's a winner and a runner-up.
Damn, we are
There's a
stalled
war
out.
of attrition.
We are stalled out
Oh man.
because it sucks because part of me wants to pick
I take it all back. I think Inscription wins.
part of me wants to pick Resident Evil over the Medium, but part of me also wants to acknowledge that I feel like Village is the best culmination of 7 stepping into 8 and being like a continuation of that story. Not taking anything away from Village, but I think like Randy's argument about everything just being like bug monsters and stuff like that. I feel like in their attempts to break away from that singular environment, hillbilly horror,
Mm-hmm.
and then pushing it into like the main crux of the game is this
Yeah.
village that branches off in all these directions.
I messaged Andrew from our guest earlier, and I said this: they went from Texas Chainsaw Massacre to Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah,
like
that's
yeah.
that is literally it. I mean, it's not even that. Okay, listen. One of the things I love in games, truly, is I love it when it's like you're in an outdoor area and it doesn't feel artificial.
Feels
it
vast,
feels vast and like it's naturally carved, and it's it doesn't feel artificial at all. Like, you know, how often like, you know, outdoor areas just feel artificial. And that game, it not only does it so well, but it's like, God, I enjoyed looking at. I went into the photo mode to take photos because that is how impressed I was with that goddamn game.
People were
It was
passing
so
around
good.
like a lot of screenshots and stuff.
I've
Like,
never not
it's the
accidentally
only-
hit
it-
the photo mode button.
I'm pretty sure it's the only game on our thing that has like a dedicated art book to it.
Alfred
because
used to
of,
go
like-
into the photo mode a lot to get
I know what you're gonna say.
to get like good old pictures of damn titty.
yeah,
Yeah, did he try and like go? I was gonna say, did he try going up underneath the
All right,
dress?
well, we have to figure this out, but it goes without saying that all these are awesome looking games. Like,
I concede. I don't care anymore.
It sucks
Just
because
pick
We
it.
broke her, everybody.
it sucks
I just want
because
to go home.
it sucks because I don't want to keep pushing the rock down the road with the medium. But going back to like the previous argument about Resident Evil, I feel like that's the best realization of Resident Evil in a world where you're varying every area and then making the boss fit to that environment, and they have their own hideouts and stuff like that. But on the side of the medium, there's so much about that game that just grabs you as unsettling. Like the mall
I like them all.
is between
Troy
the-
Baker.
yeah, between the voice acting and then the overall world, everything, and then the I think it's the collector or no, the child eater. it's there's a couple of enemies in that game that made my best creature / monster nominations. Spoiler alert. But I feel like not only that, but the environment. Aesthetically, the game is fucking slow. Mechanically,
but aesthetically, the
right.
game is so fucking
I might
good.
switch my vote from Emily as a way to the medium in terms of those two because that's a and I keep in my head I'm just picture like the split screen stuff is so like
Okay,
but I don't know. I said between those two.
Yeah. I don't want to wear anybody down to the point where they want to just like switch
But
their
Village-
vote out of like frustration.
that's the whole point.
That is the point,
Yeah.
technically.
You're supposed to wear us down.
Yeah.
But that's what really makes the difference for me when it comes to Resident Evil in the medium because
Me too.
I
Like,
enjoyed Resident Evil more as a whole package at the end of the day.
but that's not the category.
Right.
Exactly.
But when we're breaking
yeah.
it down, I look at both those games side by side. And
I guess with
like
just
the
the
look of
medium,
medium more than I
think
like
in
the
the
look
medium
of
I just
Resident
wanted a
Evil.
more variation in like enemy design and.
But I
and,
don't
like,
think it needs variation to have a good aesthetic.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I was just saying.
I was
this
gonna,
is-
this is where we
variation. It's
differ.
it's interesting that you would bring up variation because when I think of variation, I actually think what is the most consistent. I mean, like
I mean, they're not mutually exclusive ideas. Like
Yeah.
you can. That's why I think the range that Resident Evil Village shows, even though it's all a part of one. Like,
But that's the thing. I think that's what kills it for me for Resident Evil is I didn't like the aesthetic of a lot of parts of that game. So like if it was consistent, if there wasn't so much variation, maybe I would have given it that instead.
Yeah, I get what you're saying
I
because
like-
of how good the castle is.
I like
Yeah.
every part of Resident Evil, and I think they did a good job at reaching into fairy tales while also reaching into history,
yeah.
also reaching into
it's,
literature.
It's the most unique that franchise has
franchise,
ever.
yeah.
Like yeah.
But it did just, it wasn't, to me, when I was playing it, it wasn't super special, but I'm also not, that is not my aesthetic. In the same way
Yeah.
that the medium wasn't super special to me when I played it. Horror's not my aesthetic. If I'm going with horror, I'm going with
Right, but I
Inscription.
mean, I think Chelsea's criticism of Resident Evil, the same could be said about Inscription as well. And I'm saying that as somebody who's
I only
actively fighting
saw
for
one
Inscription.
part.
Why are you
So-
poking the bear?
Because
No,
because
it's a good point.
I'm just
It is a good
saying,
point.
like both of those games do something like so undeniably clever to me, and that they're able to completely pull the rug out from under you of what you expect to see. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and that's like every time it happens in each one of those games, you're like, oh shit, like the first time you get to the castle in Resident Evil Village, and the first time you get to the retro game in Inscription, it's like they're jaw dropping because it's just like
My only argument for
I wasn't wowed by anything in the medium past a certain point because it's stuff I saw.
sure,
But it's
right. The only thing for me that like counts against Resident Evil is I feel like you open with that castle and then you are let to go into the village and then you have those 3 areas.
yeah.
And in order, I think it has to be done in this way. I don't remember, but you go from the castle to the village to the dollhouse to Moreau to what's his face,
Heisenberg.
and then you end at Mother Miranda.
Yeah.
I felt like every new area was a step down to me as
Yeah.
far as aesthetic appeal.
That's a good way to put it.
No accounting for taste.
I mean, yeah, that's how I feel too.
But, like,
the
the-
castle is so amazing, and then it's just like it's not. I don't want to say it's downhill.
There's a reason that the bulk of
Oh.
the game takes place at the castle, but
Oh man, I don't know whether I should bring this up,
Mm.
but the shit that Resident Evil caught for the likeness.
Oh,
of a
we're
lot
not
of the-
doing
Uh,
that.
I didn't know if I should bring it up, but when you get to Heisenberg's area,
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
the
Frankenstein's army.
yeah, I don't know, maybe a little derivative. No. In all honesty, like I said, I do think Resident Evil is like I was saying before, like the best culmination of what they've been doing through the franchise for all these years.
My argument. So here's the thing.
okay.
Y'all can battle it out. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, I already conceded.
Well, is your
Emily is away 3. I want on there.
okay?
It doesn't have to win.
Do you think? I mean, I'm well. All right, devil's advocate a little bit, but
I wish I played this.
the Emily is Away 3. it is an evolution of what we saw in 1 and 2 and done even more realized. But
Yes.
I was just curious if you wanted to describe like anything.
It's Facebook from when we were in high school.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, yeah.
Recreated perfectly. It's YouTube from when we were in high school. Recreated perfectly.
Yeah. I agree with you.
It's
I
like
just wanted to hear
Twitter
it.
from when we were in high school. Recreated perfectly. It's the internet as a whole. The story, like, it would have been so easy for him to stop after Emily's Away 2.
Yeah.
Because
of
the death of AIM.
Yeah.
And it would have been so easy for him to be like, and the fact that that game starts with everybody being like, they finally got you off AIM, huh? And like the way they captured not just the aesthetic of how the websites feel to use, but also the aesthetic. Again, it's hard because writing is not aesthetic. I get that. But the aesthetic of how those pages look, of what people post, of what kind of pictures people took back then.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so perfect.
Can I play devil's advocate for a second?
Mhm.
Having not played this game, how well does the audio service the overall experience?
A lot,
A lot.
actually.
People, you message with people. They send you playlists. You go to old YouTube. You can listen to their playlists.
You could also find like on their Facebook page, like there's
Yeah.
one that's just like a list of songs that you could just put on.
Yeah, you take
They're-
old Facebook quizzes.
And they're like they're
Yeah.
very carefully hand selected. Like, all right.
It sucks because-
would people be unhappy with Inscription and Emily is Away?
I mean, if we just put
I'm
this,
fine with
if we put this to a vote,
I was gonna suggest. Okay, ready? I see what you're saying with that. You're right. That is good aesthetic. Messaging and conveyance, and it's like the fact that you recognize an era of a photo just at a glance and being like, I know this era. So I was gonna say, what if we did Emily is Away 3
And Village.
and Village? Then everybody technically gets a choice.
not me because I didn't. Village is my third. But. It just feels so wrong to not have Inscription. in here.
You're asking me which child
because
I want to
because of the pace changes and
Sophie's choice in me, Matt.
honestly, let's keep Matt's suggestion in mind. Let's keep Matt's suggestion
And
in
then
mind. Let me
ignore
ask you
it.
this question. Let me ask you this question.
It's got FMV.
Should we bring Deathloop back?
No.
No.
Yes.
Okay,
I
here we go.
regret cutting it.
Returnal. We
You're
shook
all
on it. Here
wrong.
comes Returnal.
Get your horror shit
Returnal's
out of here.
returning.
No,
Time to wear leather gloves and shoot people with shotguns that attach together.
I want to argue just this point. If we just get diplomatic about it, if you all three were to vote for Emily's Away, having neither of us played it, but you've played like 2 and
I
1,
play, yeah.
but like not having played 3, everything you're describing from it sounds like it is like a top 2 contender. But I can't actually.
Because you're not in it.
Here's my
yeah.
okay. Inscription, Emily's Away 3. Here's my pitch. Okay. We seem all pretty united on Inscription. Maybe not as our first choice, but
Yeah, fine.
you say the thing about the world's kind of losing something as you go. Yes, but I think that works in the game's favor, and the way it uses different aesthetics to tie everything together and somehow does it right, I think is something that you can't deny that game.
Mm-hmm.
What? Inscription?
Inscription.
Okay, yeah. I was like,
Fucking FMV thrown in
Yeah,
there.
hell
and-
yeah.
that's another part we didn't really talk about.
Yeah, like a separate YouTube channel,
Yeah.
which Randy will get into
Yes.
next time.
Listen,
But like,
sorry, go ahead.
and Emily is Away. We're arguing graphics over style, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Inscription and Emily is Away aren't particularly technically impressive games,
But they got style.
but they got
baby.
style for days. The Medium
Ooh.
and Resident Evil Village
Oh.
have style,
Yeah.
but they are both technically impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were going in a different direction with that because I just would
Whereas
argue
Deathloop
Resident Evil and the Medium are two different
Has
tacklings of style. Oh, I didn't know
and
you were going to loop this.
I went off this podcast.
But
You know,
I didn't
loops,
agree to this.
But
You know-
loops,
Well, we're almost
something that
done.
didn't make the list.
No, we're
Loop
not.
Hero. Huh? No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
God,
That's
no.
free
You know
on
what?
to date. to date this recording, free on Epic today.
All right.
Okay,
I concede. I'm fine.
I already. I think a bunch of
know
us
what the
already
worst-
admitted defeat.
You know what?
Yeah, but
you know
like, so none of us win.
You know what the worst part is?
We're all flying
No,
white
you know what the worst part
flags.
is? I feel as though you guys have made such a strong argument for Emily is Away
Yeah.
that I'm almost willing to concede.
Yeah, everyone.
Because
take
I
back
feel so strongly.
what I said. I edited it out. You didn't hear it.
I really do feel strongly about both.
I will not back down.
I feel very strongly
yeah,
about
you know, now
Resident
that I
Evil.
think about it.
Yeah.
I feel very strongly about Resident Evil and the Medium, but I almost parallel to each other. But because
good
of, the
heart this year.
because of the arguments that you guys are making, I'm willing to kind of like I'm willing to go with y'all.
So Inscription and Emily is away. Time to go.
But I wanted to let Matt have
No,
a word, a final word.
The argument I was going to make, and I'm actually agreeing with Matt now, is
Stop! No, I agree with
I was
you. You
agreeing
made
with
good points.
Chelsea.
Stop! No more. Stop interrupting me. Okay, Austin, you are right for the reasons you said before. Emily is away, and Inscription have aesthetic.
yes.
Resident Evil and the Medium are technically impressive,
They all
and
have
I agree
aesthetic,
with
but-
you.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I think we should take one from each.
No.
Oh,
No.
Wait, but that was my pitch initially. Because
That's what I'm
I-
saying. I think the more technically impressive of the two is Resident Evil Village,
Okay.
I'll agree
and I
with that.
think that the more stylistically impressive of the two is Emily's Away 3.
Yeah, agreed.
Holy
That's a
shit.
different.
Yeah.
That's a curve.
That's literally the
Yeah.
exact opposite of what I want. In every way, shape, or form.
By the way, sorry I screamed into the microphone, but it's like for like 5 minutes I wanted to say that. It was
Okay.
just like
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
No,
it's.
That's why
it's
when
tou-
I was ending,
Emily's
I was like, I gotta let
Away
you talk.
Village. But which one's first?
Yeah, which one wins?
Wait,
Emily's
is Inscription
Away.
gone?
Inscription's
Yeah.
gone.
I can't
Inscription's
believe
gone.
it's sat in
I
first
gave out
place.
medium so you could
That
you have
horse-
to get rid of Inscription.
That horse was about to finish the crossing line
Yep.
and it broke a leg.
What happened?
I'm so upset.
Wait.
You did this to yourself.
Well,
Are you talking to
I
me?
also wanted one from each category, but I
Now that we're here,
Am I
you don't know
wrong?
what to do with yourself.
didn't see you were wrong.
Would you rather do Inscription in Village? I know
Well,
you
no,
would.
You know I would. But
Yeah, I
She
would.
wouldn't.
Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
He would.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Unfortunately-
All right, then. Wait. Then
And Matt-
what's the temperature on Inscription and Emily is Away?
That was what I said.
I thought that was what Chelsea said.
I'm for. Okay.
Is
I mean,
that-
I think that's
I
your reason.
Oh, yeah.
The
I-
eyes.
I think listen, I think your reasoning is perfectly fine. I think you're right. I appreciate the fact that you wanted to split the technical.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
technical
no,
aspect.
that was.
But
yeah.
in the end,
But in the end, technical's bullshit. So
yeah, it's not the category.
Y'all let Lady D down.
Listen,
she can let me down anytime.
Y'all I don't remember the main character of the Medium, but y'all let them all down.
All right, that it is.
Wait,
our
what's the winner?
of best
Oh.
aesthetic is well.
oh fuck.
Inscription.
I thought Inscription.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, I know.
Inscription.
You know, I'm so worn down.
That
just
had the most
fucking
votes.
take
All
it.
right, runners up.
I don't
Emily
wanna
is
do
Away
this.
3.
Inscription wins. Emily is Away 3
Can we
for second.
just
No.
real quick? Can we talk about Deathloop?
And with this, I believe it is time to move on to the two smaller categories of the evening. The first being from the mind of yours truly. It's best use of music.
Did you say shorter or smaller?
I did.
You?
This is relatively self-explanatory. I could also refer to it as a best musical moment, maybe. See, rather than celebrate a game's entire score or soundtrack, this award is dedicated to knowing when to incorporate a specific song into like elevating a scene to become more powerful, more emotional, more memorable. Getting choked up already,
Right, because
and it doesn't have to be original, but it can.
I could take Olivia Rodrigo's new album, just put it over a video game, and obviously it would slap because the album slaps. But
I used to do that.
but the thing
be
is, like, I
appropriate.
can do that myself. You gotta.
Yeah,
If you're gonna license it, you gotta use it well.
Yeah.
You gotta show that you know why you're licensing it.
So the original Suicide Squad movie.
Perfect example. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm. Just dynamite list.
Yeah, just
use of
perfect
music.
use of music. the
Remember
whole
when
way
they're
through.
remember when they're in the house and the sun is rising and then it plays House of the Rising Sun.
Everything in that movie is so on the nose. It's so like don't they, it's like.
Do you remember that song "Purple Lamborghini"?
All right, no, we can't keep talking about the wrong Suicide Squad of the two. But my nominations are, well, first it's an insert from, but I have the musical links from Emily is Away 3, and I'll get into which ones. But there are three of them.
Say it, Randy.
I
Read what I
no,
wrote
it's
down.
just blank. We'll get there. Really? We're gonna get damn. If this is what we go down for,
It's
I'm
not actually recording. I mean, I'm gonna put it under the category the whole time.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, great.
I actually just wrote all the lyrics to that song on the Google spreadsheet.
The
why it's so long.
spreadsheet just looks like the walls in Zodiac. Or not Zodiac, Prisoners. Sorry, Prisoners. That's the one where he's obsessed
It's actually
with
what
the
my
They're
old
both bangers.
bedroom looked like, too.
I do have
just
the
the lyric to Don't Trust Me by 303.
It's just every single word.
I have the live concert from Life is Strange True Colors, the band reunion from Psychonauts 2, as well as the ending credits. The opening of Kid Amnesia exhibition, the jukebox from Back for Blood, the Attic of Instruments finale from It Takes Two. I have two from No More Heroes 3, the concert arena boss fight, and the musical chairs, the game musical chairs. I'll get into those. Yeah, I'm going to say your first race from the Blizzard arcade collection, specifically Rock and Roll Racing. The CD gun in Far Cry 6. And then, Austin, you brought this to my attention, I think, on the VGA one, but the your kind of bonus song experience you get in Forza Horizon 5.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wrote down the awfully insane U cover of Gangster's Paradise and
Okay, so
Riders
there-
Republic.
There's a reason why my phone is Bluetooth. Can we start there?
Do you just want to subject everyone to...
As much of it as we can listen to.
All right. Well,
all
real
right.
quick, before you do that,
3 seconds.
we did decide beforehand that runners-up for these will be selected with the full board in mind.
Yes, so the winner and the weighted vote goes to whose category it is. So instead of winner and runner-up, we're going to have a winner and then the secondary winner chosen by everybody who didn't make the category.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
But, oh, God, yes.
Can you just
ready?
play it so we can get this over with?
You could jump ahead a little bit.
Nope. I could.
It's so awful.
You're right, I could.
I'm afraid if I
I'm-
keep making this face, it won't.
This is
my
part
face
of
will
the
get
game
stuck on
I'm
this.
glad I didn't play this.
That you
I
can't
may
avoid,
never now.
by the way.
Wait, you can't...
Wow. I did not expect this.
Disgusting. Sums up the barbarian. I mean, it... All right, this speaks for itself. Please shut it off. Please stop.
But-
You can keep
so,
talking.
Please stop.
so to like promote Endwalker, Square Enix got together with Sia, and she did a
Shut it
cover.
off.
They did a cover of
Stop it.
"Take Me to the Moon," and I thought that was the worst thing that happened this year
Wait,
to music.
what?
I nominate that song.
And I,
Take
you know,
me to
it's so
Is it
bad.
bad?
the moon.
Oh, I can't imagine it
Yeah.
would be bad. Don't they have like company bands that
No,
inspire?
like it.
Inspired by
it's-
Final Fantasy 14 2 weeks ago. Yeah. This is a Google
This is
ad.
it right here.
Nice.
This is a Google ad.
That's how the song opens.
Oh, shit. I forgot to read off Guardians of the Galaxy as well.
That's why you gotta use the doc, Randy.
I did use the doc. I forgot to add it to the
Yeah.
doc. That was on me.
Yeah, I was wondering the absence
know.
of that.
Yes. I have a few from Guardians of the Galaxy, so my apologies on that.
Just shoehorn them in whenever.
Stop making this face. My face is gonna get stuck like this. Like the music behind it isn't the worst. That's a lot of game
Because
sounds.
that's just Final
Yeah.
Fantasy music.
Yeah. But like, I don't like see. I'm not a fan.
I'm not a big.
Is this in the game?
No.
Oh, okay.
This was like to promote it like a week before the game
I
came
see.
out. It's
I
just,
mean, that's why they had to shut down the
Okay.
sale of the
I was
game.
gonna say, and that game went.
so many
players.
people heard that song and they
Yeah,
were
that
like, I gotta
song's
buy this fucking game.
That no. See, here's the thing. That's bad. But
It's
that's
not-
like
it-
that's
yeah,
like
it's not.
That's
like
not
it's
ukulele
Frank's-
cover of Gangster Paradise.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's
That's
Frank
what I
Sinatra,
said.
right? You take like this theatrical person, you're like, hey, cover Frank Sinatra. They're gonna be like, fly me to the moon.
Wait, what was that?
But you have to like,
Wait, no. One more time?
I'm not doing that again. My throat hurts. But you have to like to, and I'm sorry to whoever did the ukulele cover, but it's awful. Whoever did that cover, like
Somebody
what
likes it.
that is,
I'm
you are
sure.
doing a bit, and it's a bad bit because you're like, I'm gonna do a cover of Gangster's
Solid
Paradise, and we're like, you don't need to.
So wait, what did
Gangster's Paradise is good,
what did
and there's already a parody of it
That's
that's
true, yeah.
amazing.
So wait,
Weird Al did it.
You said it's unavoidable in Riders Republic. It's not like
It's literally like
Burnout
you do-
Paradise situation, is
You
it?
do the tutorial, and then like the last race in the one of the tutorials is they play that during it.
Yeah, you know what makes me want
That's
to
what
go
I think
fast?
of with extreme bikes. Is like
A really soft rendition of a song about gangsters.
Yeah, whenever I'm like late to work, I put that song on in the car because it makes me drive so fast. Because
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the fuck away from that song.
That's the bit in last podcast the left. He's like, if you ever turn on the news and see that I died in a car wreck, it's because Freebird came on at the wrong time.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of songs that I do not think deserve to be on this list, that "Welcome to My Mind" song from Psychonauts 2.
I like that song. I thought it was cute.
Yeah, I liked it the first time I heard it, not the
on the
30th time
radio?
I heard
Yeah,
it.
the
Yeah.
radio.
Yeah.
does play it.
I thought it was. I was like, oh, that's pretty clever. It's it's pretty catchy. And then
I
it's
thought
like,
it was that's fair. I thought it was like I want to put it on here because it's obscure. That was there's an alt rock band in the '90s, or there was, called the High Fives. That's what that's from. I think they only had 2 albums. Like they never got super popular, but this is their signature track from their debut record.
I will listen.
Apparently it made its way to like college stations here and
Yeah,
there.
I mean,
but-
listen. I'm not saying the song is
No,
bad.
I agree with you.
But
It's
the
the only thing that it's Queepy.
Queepy, listen, and then
I believe it's pronounced queefy.
Shut
and
up.
then
He's one of your classmates. He was running his own like pirate radio.
no, Queepy is your younger
broadcast out of the
younger brother. I
treehouse.
think
Oh,
Morris.
shit.
Morris is the
It's
DJ.
Morris, sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I thought it was clever that they're great characters, but it's just like the category is best use of music.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, we can. I'll give that the cut. And it's like he's. I guess in context he's using the track to like pull in like followers, but
Yeah, and so it's like
not particularly prominent.
I can just straight up telling you right there, I am not giving that song.
That's true. Well,
Yeah.
we'll stick with Psychonauts 2 for now because the other one is much more like realized with this of course being I think the song is called Cosmic Eye (Smell the Universe),
I was gonna say,
which is
Good
fronted
name.
by musician and actor Jack Black.
I disagree with Matt. It didn't. The "Welcome to My Mind" didn't annoy me, but of the musical moments in Psychonauts 2,
Yeah.
The other
Yes.
one's way better.
He plays lead
Cosmic
singer
Eye is
Helmet
so good.
Fullbear,
yep.
So good.
a founding member of the Psychonauts.
You just straight up. By the way, I guess the presumption is that these games are gonna get spoiled like shit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, got you.
This song, the only issue is that the
We're gonna
song
talk about
isn't
best moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
this song isn't that great
This
in my
category
opinion.
might have some spoilers.
That is like it's silly and very theatrical, but it's more in its themes and the visuals of it. As a reunion of old friends and bandmates, each being a representative of the 5 human senses
That
and how valuable they are when working together.
I
but
think
it's endearing.
That was probably like the high point
Oh yeah, no.
because I felt like that the area, the psychedelic world that you are traversing around.
Yeah,
It felt like
it's like
it
a
was-
Woodstock '69
Right.
kind of.
And it felt like it was all
Yeah, nice.
swelling, and it was like obviously building up to this performance. But I think it ended really well with that performance.
Yeah. So I won't cut that one just yet. But a couple quick hitters. So that I think I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna trim is the CD gun in Far Cry 6. It's hilarious. It plays the Macarena. And it's basically the bladed the disc launcher from New Dawn, but now been repurposed to fire CDs, and blast that stupid song. And it also dynamically does it right as the chorus cuts. So when it goes a Macarena, it shoots the disc out.
Oh, okay.
It's real dumb, but I don't know. But that can go.
Is the joke there that there are too many CDs of that song because it got too popular? Because I like that joke.
Yeah, and they somehow all wound up in like...
everyone in Cuba.
they all wound up in Cuba, yeah.
Let's see. So the Forza, I mean, I know this is supposed to be my grouping of picks here, but by the way you described it in our Keeley special, I don't know. I thought it was so rad that I needed to give it a spot. I actually never saw it organically in my time with that game, but... it said like certain tracks on the in-game radio stations that your like driver aligns with, like, or when they aired, or like.
I actually didn't know this, but this has been a thing since Forza Horizon 3.
Oh,
it's just they just give it to you at the beginning now. You used to have to unlock it as an upgrade.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's just certain songs will play. So I found out that they unlock it from the beginning now. Your character does in fact dance.
What?
In the car.
That seems unsafe.
While the song is on.
Can you ghost ride the whip in that game?
No.
Wow, that reference.
And also
Does it age me?
It's very dated, yeah.
Yeah, it's very dated.
So relevant.
I don't know. It's a neat mechanic, but I also found a forum of people who... This is going to piss you the hell off. I found a forum of people who mute the music in the game and then
we talked about this.
And then put on the classical station.
Oh, all right. Now I'm mad.
Because the songs in the classical station are like 15 minutes long, and then did
they min-max
when they get the skill boost from the skill song, the song that comes on is a classical song that's 15 minutes long.
Video games.
You know, that's disappointing because I feel like
efficiency.
Okay. I feel like if there was a classical station, it's like I would probably turn that on very frequently in like a driving game. But the fact that they're just doing it to boost,
they're not.
That actually almost hurts more because I was like, what? I like classical. That sounds great. I'd love to listen to like just classical music. That sounds wonderful. Oh, I'm sorry. You're only sitting in a studio recording a podcast about video games.
Yeah, and somehow you're the nerdiest one in the room.
Dog, what is you doing?
All right, so yeah, we're gonna give that the boot, but
it's a cool mechanic.
It is, yeah. And
that seems interesting.
So I understand that anything from Kid Amnesia is more or less cheating. It is an interactive companion piece of two albums I love rather than an actual video game.
But you specifically put the intro.
I did, because launching off with...
Of everything in its right place.
Yeah.
So...
That's a guaranteed way to immediately make me feel something.
I am going to play... I'm going to turn the volume up so everybody...
Yeah. It's so beautiful and haunting.
All right, I gotta cut this off, or I'll listen to the whole song. It's such a good song.
Yeah.
Listen. It does.
It's the best intro to a song ever. And the fact that they use it to intro that game, it's like the menu music is.
Yes, but I just wanted to acknowledge it.
Mm-hmm.
That was, I mean, God, you know, am I allowed to say this? Like, I would want to play that game and go through it just high off my ass.
Yes.
Yeah.
You might get terrified though.
Yeah.
That's
scary.
I mean, the whole point of it is that it's like, well, I won't get into like, never mind. I won't get into trip experiences. What people, like about it. But
I got a question for you, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
So you're cutting Kid A Amnesia exhibition or whatever.
Unfortunately, so yes.
Hold on, real quick. Just want to real quick. Okay.
Sounds like
That
death
chord
music
in the
almost.
main-
in
Yeah.
that little snippet you played.
You should just play that every time something gets cut.
Yeah,
Oh
add that to
god, the
soundboard.
opening chord of
Really get
everything that's
melancholy
plays.
about it. So for that,
So wait, I have a question.
yeah.
So you have the tick tick boom moment in
Yes.
Black for Blood,
Okay, so
which is awesome. But you said that there was multiple songs.
there
that could,
are. Yes.
Okay, we
So
got tick tick boom.
We did.
Yeah.
So that was probably my favorite thing that happened in Back for Blood. And this is
Yeah.
at the final chapter of Act 1, where you hold out at a small town diner. And there's this jukebox that's connected to the power that you need to keep running until help arrives as wave of zombies break in.
Yep.
Who did this with me?
I
I didn't
did.
do it with you, but I've
But
done it.
you've done it? Because I was curious to see what song you got. Because it continuously
remember.
stops and restarts, which is sort of
I
funny.
believe this was you, me, Dave, and Josh.
Okay.
who did this the first time.
Most of the selections that can randomly play from it or crap are a tad too obvious for me. Like they just couldn't fucking resist tossing in "Don't Stop Me Now" and that.
Of course.
That's
And it's
pretty
like,
great,
yes,
though.
Shaun of the Dead is fucking awesome,
Yeah.
but it being so original at the time was a major part of what made that great.
Yeah.
Like you, I don't know. It's just I think the video game industry and Hollywood need to stop using that song. But you know they Edgar Wright had it on lock. Or at least he should. But
Hold on, wait a second.
especially when it comes to that type of setup.
So I gotta ask because it's like I see you got 3 entries here for Emily is Away.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me finish on Back for Blood.
Yeah,
real
go
quick.
ahead, go ahead.
Because you can also get Ace of Spades or Miserlo, which is fun. There's even Misfits on their list, but I wish that came up for us on one of our runs. But
Guitar Hero 2 songs,
Yeah, right, yeah.
just pull them out.
except I still consider us lucky regardless when the track it chose was Tick Tick Boom by the Hives, which is not one of their best, but it is perfect for the way that fight is structured. It adds some energy to that whole level, but I think I can. There's
I'm
other
pretty
stuff I want to
sure-
fight harder for.
I'm pretty sure something exploded at
Yes.
the end too. So when the end of the song goes tick tick
Yeah.
tick tick boom with the
Yeah.
bass drop thing. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Emily is Away 3 and
Always tick tick boom is the Hives.
that's the
right?
Hives, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, a few of these will likely come up again in our best moment or sequence conversation tomorrow. Emily Away 3 is an interesting one as all the licensed tunes are you listed them through links that characters in the game send to each other via Facebook Messenger.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I think they're chosen well and that they're an extremely effective tool in making you roleplay as an 18-year-old living in the late 2000s. But Chelsea's just giving me the 303
I
look.
do like that they're not official links either.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
that their
Yes.
Yeah.
3.
303. I'm glad this
I was
is
more into the
a
indie or
visual
punky
medium.
stuff. All right. But and there's as evident by kind of what we all gravitated to, there's a lot of variety, I think, in like the genres represented. I finally learned the name of that meme song, Shooting Stars. And I rediscovered this electronic goth jam called Moth by Burial and Fortet. Hasn't left my personal
I
playlist since.
rediscovered 303. So
It's a
like
good
that was
blend.
really
Yeah, I
cool.
just rediscovered a little goth anthem called "Don't Trust Me." That's
Don't
"Don't
Trust
Trust Me"
Me.
in all capitals by 303.
by the greatest band to ever live, 303.
You're-
Legends of the music space.
Yeah. You're making me want to
Still
toss
around,
Emily
you
is
know?
Away 3 out.
I actually, that happens very early in the game. I just keep replaying that chapter.
I did play that
It's just
entire
so
game
real.
listening to the music. I thought it
I did
added
too.
a lot.
I mean,
And by music,
Yeah.
I mean 303.
listen. So I've played the first 2. Emily is
Yeah,
Away,
they
and-
incorporated stuff like that. In those
And
as well.
Emily is, I'm sure Emily is Way 3. It does. I'm sure it does everything the previous ones did and adds even more from what I hear from it and what you guys have talked about it. It probably does something better than its music. I got to be honest with you. Like
Yeah.
I don't think Emily is Away, and I think my God, the music.
I mean, I think it like
Well,
whether
I think it's best use of music,
yeah, and it's
and that's
you
an
will
important
remember
distinction
it.
because if it was best licensed
It's
music,
like associating.
I don't know how you did it, Kyle, but none of that shit's licensed. It's all YouTube links.
Oh, that's smart. That's how he gets away with it.
Yeah.
That is clever. Yeah.
Yeah. And it factors into the story just like it does in 2.
Yeah, they talk about the songs.
You know, you got punk, you got the punk chick, and then you got the...
Hell yeah, you do.
Yeah.
And then you have the
Artsy girl.
indie chick.
Yeah.
And then you got the indie chick, and you get these both send you playlists, and you have to like... They're like, what's your favorite song? What's your favorite part of the song? You gotta like answer questions.
The best part is that you can fuck that up and lie.
Yeah. They try to catch you in a lie, though. Fucking women, dude. Like, they're just like that.
Yeah, man.
What's your favorite part?
Elitist music culture. I remember the days.
Yeah, I reviewed Emily as Away one for the blog. Yeah, the headline was just "You're a frigid bitch, Emily. I hate you." I was like,
There's good stuff in there.
So actually, what's even funnier is in that review, I was just like, oh, well, in the end, it's like, well, I won't spoil it, but my last line was like, maybe you'll find solace in liking your Facebook post for the rest of eternity. And then he moved on to actually make a
fuck you.
Yeah.
I will say, I mean, I'll save this for the next one, but this is the most mature one. I mean, the characters are a little older, but it's like there's a lot less pettiness and more kind of like.
Oh yeah, listen, that is not a criticism of those games.
Yeah.
I thought those were very well done.
That's teen youth.
Yeah, that is. Yes, no,
yeah.
You can't, I was like, yeah, they're petty because teens are petty like that. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
So for those possibly unfamiliar, with the Blizzard Arcade Collection, one of the 3 remasters included in this pack is Rock and Roll Racing, originally released on the SNES and Genesis back in like '93 when Blizzard wasn't even known as Blizzard yet. It was like isometric. I loved it, partially due to its licensed music, which pretty much a first in that space, especially coming from different artists. It's all classic rock jams, but
You don't
and like
say.
metal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The name
Sign me
Rock
up.
and Roll Racing, I would
Yes,
have never guessed.
but it's in wonderfully shitty MIDI renditions.
Oh, that is
okay.
so.
It's-
Even better.
Yeah, it's obviously quaint looking back on there. But I was charmed to see them retain that, for this reissue, Twitch Be Damned. But back in the OG, I always remembered the opening race kicking off with Black Sabbath's Paranoid. This go around, however, assuming rights fucked it up, it was changed to Judas Priest Breaking the Law, which is a detriment, but still funny. Like, I think that was intentional that was the one that they swapped it out for. They have Highway Star and Radar Love, which they kept, thankfully. But that's all I got. They're not even bands I very much listen to anymore, but it was groundbreaking in 1995, damn it.
I bet, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like Austin, if you find a sample of those, they just have to be the shitty ones. They
That's
have
what
to be
hold
the,
on. That's
the
what I
16
tried
bit.
to find.
Well, that's because in the new collection, it's both. You can, you know how like in Halo, you can swap you can like hit the button to look at both sets of graphics for the Anniversary Edition. In this one, they have a similar feature, but it's like, you can either hear the songs as they were super compressed onto those SNES cartridges, or you can just have the song as the song.
Yeah,
but it
I
doesn't
got it.
work as well, because then if you're just listening to the song as it is, you might as well have like Spotify up in the background. Like it doesn't work with the pixel. Like
That must be where they got the idea to do the, like you said, the swap graphics setting for Diablo 2 Resurrected.
oh, that has that too.
Yeah, you just hit
I
a
didn't
button.
realize.
And it's weird because it's not 4x3.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh. Okay.
Sounds like
Turn up.
ass.
There you go.
I don't know if it sounds like ass.
And they couldn't do
chiptune?
vocals, so it's
Yeah.
just a guitar.
Little chip
Yeah, no,
tune for you.
sorry, I take that back. This rips.
Yeah.
This is rules. Yeah.
All right.
This is way better than the original, yeah.
Yeah. So there
Ian Ozzy.
there you have it. Randy nominated himself. Wow, this sounds like shit. Best music.
It's the right amount of shit.
There's just something about 8-bit chiptune MIDI drums
Yeah.
and bass.
You need that Mega Man like
Yeah.
but I think just with else is in front of me, we can scrub that one out. But
Okay, so similar to
Guardians.
no.
Okay, because I was also
Before
gonna,
you get to Guardians,
yeah,
similar to what Matt did with Psychonauts 2.
yeah.
There are 2 moments from No More Heroes, 3
Yeah.
on here.
Pick one.
Yeah.
And I say, why is the like, it's a concert, so I get it, but
Well, I just thought it was cool having a boss fight take place on a concert stage, and then your
Sure.
friends like watching it on TV. But the music is like kind of secondary to the action, which
Yeah.
is not, what I'm looking for. The musical chairs segment is far more insane and is ubiquitously like tied to like the action, like to the gameplay. But
I think the music, because I also nominated spoilers. I also nominated the musical chairs thing in moment or
yeah,
sequence.
so because the entries I have from both No More Heroes and It Takes Two, I was gonna kind of tuck in my pocket for later.
Mhm.
Though I just wanted to shout them out now. The only real issue with them is like, yeah, I don't know. I guess this is not what I'm trying to shoot for here. Only because they don't like the musical chairs thing is great, but the song is like,
Yeah.
I don't even remember what it sounds like.
But I do think like because I haven't played the concert level, I guess, or boss fight
Okay.
portion of No More Heroes 3. But I guess technically, in a sense, you could like it is a use
You're right.
of music,
That's
maybe
totally
not
true.
in a literal sense.
Yeah.
But I think that is a cool concept.
All right, then I can say goodbye to the other
Yeah, I
one.
thought it was a cool concept too when I saw it in Left 4 Dead 10 years ago. Got him.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Musical
Yeah.
chairs?
No,
No,
the concert.
Oh, yeah. and American Nightmare did it too, the Alan Wake.
Oh,
thing,
yeah.
Okay,
That-
up for nomination.
that was better than that
the
club foot
concert
blast in the
stage
background.
from Left 4 Dead too.
That was great.
Yeah, it definitely was. But I do see why it kind of made your list.
Yeah, it's cool. I don't know.
Have you not seen it?
And it's
I see why they both made the list, but I think that the musical chairs part is just so much better.
It is. You're right. Yeah.
And that's kind of a question of the category, I guess, because the music in both those parts is not good, but it is a good use of music.
All right, then let's save that one for now and cut
Okay.
the concert. And I'm also gonna cut the finale of It Takes Two.
Oh wow,
well,
interesting.
yeah, just because it's really awesome, but I feel like if I can't recall the actual track behind it, like the way it's utilized is so clever. The level is
You know what?
constructed around
You know what?
instruments, but
Yeah,
Oh,
you know what?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say that song is like,
yeah,
but the level,
Oh,
like
yeah.
their
Totally.
rendering of like an attic full of music gear,
yeah,
obviously,
yes, yeah.
not just that, but like
hit a special place.
not just that too, but like the entire sequence of when you're going down like the slide, and it's like the that entire sequence I thought was just felt amazing.
Yeah.
That like I mean, it's like it seems like we keep hitting upon moments in games with music, but that really are just better scenes rather than the music itself. So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, so It Takes Two's gone. Let's do Guardians. Let's do that. So I already admitted it on the second part of our Game Awards ep, and I'll say it again. You guys were right, Austin and Sean. I concede it. The 80s pop soundtrack in Guardians of the Galaxy it's integrated so well.
Mm-hmm.
It's even mixed better than the fucking movies, in my opinion. Like while not, every piece of it is totally inspired, everything from just like it's from just walking around in the ship and catching up with your crew as like Blondie quietly fills out the background to like full on Take On Me blaring in the middle of the battles is just fantastic. It's like the huddle up pep talk like alt. I wish it was I wish the first part of it was a little shorter and maybe less dorky, because the problem is like you want to it does kind of like it break your flow for a minute.
Yeah.
Because basically, Matt, I don't know if you've seen how it works, or Chelsea, but it's like you call in the team of everybody and then you just amp them up, but then you go and fight and everybody's like buffed, and it'll like randomly choose from this playlist. And the problem is you don't know what you're gonna get. I kind of wish you could tweak it, because anytime I got like "Don't Worry, Be Happy," I was like, "Fucking, like this is not what I want to punch people to." But a couple other
Yeah, you want "Kickstart My Heart" by Motley Crue.
but a couple other standout moments to me are when they're more hand selected, and that's when there's the the first sequence when you fly your shuttle out through the collapsing station and a flock of seagulls I ran is playing, and it gives way and somehow does it without coming off ham-fisted. I was very impressed, and there's also that scene when everyone is trying to calm down, and it's set to Frankie's Relax.
Yeah,
it's just pretty good. I think Austin, you watched me play the final boss, and it was fucking what's the stupid why can't I think of it?
Oh, the Rickroll
It was Never
song.
Gonna Give You Up.
Never Gonna Give You Up. Yeah.
I mean, of the three I ran was I think that was my favorite.
Yeah, it's good.
It's
They
very
utilized it properly, and like you said, they interlaced it pretty well. And I think it goes to show your comment saying that they did it better than the Marvel movies.
I just rewatched the first movie.
That game does such a good job of capturing that quirk that we've kind of
even though I
already
know
been
that is an
presented
invention
with.
of the movies,
Right.
but not the comics.
But-
I would almost say a backwards way, a backwards nomination for this category is spoilers. Later on in the game, I forget why exactly. You need something to like send a signal. So Rocket straps it to
your
Star Lord's
Walkman,
which with his tape in it. Or no, they send it out to play it on the broadcast.
Yeah, to track all the ships.
To distract people. And like Rocket uses that.
Yeah.
And then he's Star-Lord is like distraught.
You can't use
you can't use any of these mechanics. The music is all the score at that point.
Yeah.
And like Star-Lord's all bummed about it, keeps making comments, and then what was it, Lady Hellbender is like, I believe this is yours, Starman, and gives him the thing back, and then he's like, hell yeah, and then you like get the mechanic back, and it instantly starts playing like
White Wedding or something. Yeah,
it's so clever.
Yeah, it's real good.
That is a good.
It's a great
music
use of
game.
Yeah.
No.
That's I'm gonna keep that for now.
Yeah, you should. That's good.
Well, here it is. The reason for me landing on this category as my contribution to begin with.
I thought this might just be your winner.
I mean, I think it is. Life is Strange: True Colors. Something to note of with this game is that many of its other attempts to incorporate music actually fell slightly short for me compared to the rest of the series. I think the most egregious example is being Alex's lonely acoustic cover of Radiohead's "Creep" that was in the trailer. I don't know. I think it's emotionally manipulative, and it's a song I liked that I never want to hear again for the rest of my life. Thanks to bullshit
let
like
me
this.
Let me do my rant on air. If you're going to use the song "Creep" by Radiohead to symbolize that somebody is lonely or that they feel lonely,
the lyrics
that's
are
fine because the chorus is "I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here." Listen to the rest of this song before you have a sad character who is about to cry going, "Your skin makes me cry.
I want a perfect body. I want
a perfect body. I want a perfect soul."
They also, Tom York, famously fucking hates that
I mean,
song
Creep.
too.
Tom York's wrong. Creep's
fine,
a gem.
it's fine.
But
it's just every person who signs up for an open mic night, it's just I can't. It's inescapable.
It's almost a prerequisite whenever you get famous.
Just knock it off, people. It's done. That song's done.
I wouldn't say it's
Leave it alone.
Maybe I'm not the biggest Radiohead fan or anything, but I feel like it's a prerequisite to be in the rock and roll industry, and then one of your songs gets super popular, you have to hate it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You have to hate it, not play it, and even though your fans love it and want it. So, but
removed from this though, there are a couple other moments of it being handled nicely. Even you listening to the Kings of Leon vinyl with your brother, I thought that was cute. And it's it doesn't matter whether or not you're a fan of that band or not. It's just I like that one girl who's studying at the bar and she's feeling nostalgic for that Alabaster Daydream.
Yes.
Single.
So actually,
that part's great.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know what song it was, and instead of cheating and looking it up, I just I can't help her because I don't know what song she's talking
you
about.
never got to help her.
No,
you got to ask Jed.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah,
okay.
because the CD isn't in the jukebox; it was pulled out.
So actually, funnily enough, the song that you nominated on here, it is a phenomenal.
Well, that's what I was getting. Like, with a bullet, nearly all scenes in that whole game to me are eclipsed by Alex and Steph's live performance of "Blister in the Sun" by the Violent Femmes.
So there is one of the quiet moments in that game that I thought it comes right after the scene where they're on stage. It's when you're on the rooftop.
Oh, the rooftop.
When you're on the rooftop talking with whoever you gave the rose to.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a moment after that, once it's all done, where she's just staring out across the lake at evening. And it's like, it was a great episode. And I really loved the song that plays.
Is that part of the score by Agnes and Julia Stone, or is it a
it's a licensed song. And I
must have missed that.
Okay, wait a second. I can tell you exactly what the name of the song is because I looked it up nights ago. So let me find out.
Clearly, I have an affinity for that artist, the Violent Femmes. But even that aside, it's wonderfully animated and it sounds great. Like it's actually them like singing, like it's and it was unexpected because I know, Austin, you pointed out you do hear a bass guitar. There technically isn't one visually represented there,
You
but
just pipe it in.
whatever. Yeah, suspension
Just
of
pipe it in.
of disbelief. It's a pivotal moment of the story and in their relationship. It warms my
All
heart
live
to
recording, all live music is just a recording anyway. I've never seen any band play live.
no, not even ours. But that's why it's my number one. I just wish there was a complete version of it out there for me to experience.
It's a good cover.
Yeah.
Because their two choices were Creep, which Creep is the most obvious choice ever if you're going to do an acoustic guitar cover. Because Creep is not a complicated song. Creep is all about dynamics.
Yeah.
And that's the first thing everybody removes.
And let's chunk chunk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And the Blister in the Sun, however, is hard as fuck.
Yeah.
And also all about dynamics, and they do a much better job.
It is interesting that it has the look of like an amateur little towny fair, and they're playing probably one of the most difficult indie songs ever written. And everyone's like nailing it like effortlessly.
Everybody's dancing along. They're like, "Hey, this little ditty." You're like, "You're all your jaw should be on the floor right now."
I'm not super familiar, but is the lead singer also the person that does like the lead riff?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh wow, that must be so complicated to play.
Also,
live.
I think I believe the drummer plays on like a cocktail kit.
Are you talking about the actual Blister in the Sun?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a three-piece.
Also,
yeah,
they were all in an episode of Sabrina the Teenage Witch once.
Is that true?
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Did
cool.
they play that song about fucking your mom or whatever?
Well, Sabrina uses like a love spell on the lead singer, so he like
That song
falls
slaps.
in love with a high school student.
What's that song called? Add it up.
Pump the
Add it
brakes.
up. Yeah.
Chelsea,
Which is in Call of
Infatuated,
Duty
I
Black
should
Ops.
say.
Oh, okay.
Chelsea,
In the zombies map?
if life has taught us anything, it's okay because he's a celebrity. Okay. So
It'll
wait,
take a couple of years to
I
catch
found
up
the
with him.
song. It's called "Carry You" by Novo Amor. It's a
Oh,
slow
wow,
build up,
right.
but I do remember sitting there. That entire episode is very, very like warm and feel good, and it's like it does a good job conveying like the community and also like the and also the lighting is very pleasant because it takes place mostly in the evening, and so it's like very pleasant and it
A lot of
ends,
strung up lights.
Yes.
Right,
And so it ends on this rooftop scene where you're giving, you're talking to whoever you gave the rose to. You wind up making, a lot, there's a lot of pivotal decisions there. And
I love that scene.
And then at the end of all of that, it's like you had all these feel good moments, and she has one of those Zen moments that's scattered throughout the game. And
That's when all the color comes in from you feeling what they're feeling.
And I don't know what made me stay through the entire thing, but I was just like, it was just a good opportunity to take a break. And I sat there and then I stayed through the entire song, and I was like, wow, that was
Powerful.
It was powerful and incredible.
There,
I was
there
like
are
really
other spots in that game where you can do the same thing, but that one feels like it has the most meaning.
Yes, and so it's like I did listen to like Kings of Leon on the couch, but it's like she would say her thoughts, and I would listen to maybe a moment of
And then
a minute of the song,
on.
then continues on. But that was the one that I stayed for, and I was like, I thought it was great. I actually like it so much I went back to listen to the song on my
that's
own.
cool.
Yeah.
What else is... There's another song. There's a couple more. Isn't
There's a
Thank
few.
You by Dido one of the songs?
Oh,
in the
yes,
game
I
that they
believe
used
so.
My God.
licensed?
Yeah.
I wish you guys could have been there when that came on, because I was just waiting for I'm like, all right, what folksy indie song is she going to use her like metal to drown out this like very traumatic moment? And it's like, Matisse gone.
Dido comes
What was
in.
that?
Nothing. I actually like
One more time I didn't hear it.
in the Wavelengths DLC, the opening song is the Portugal the Man one, the Feel It Too,
Oh,
which is like
interesting.
which is like in contrast to a lot of the indie stuff. It's
Yeah.
like did that cost them like their whole budget? But it's like I actually like that song. I know that there's a
So this will come up, I'm sure, in a category in day 2.
yes.
Or-
Yeah.
You know, but the Alex voice actor and the Alex singer are 2 different people.
Yes,
Yeah, I think it's
Um,
MX something.
MXM Tune.
Yeah, is the
And she has a.
it's not the same.
ugh,
See, yeah, I actually don't like
Yeah.
that version. I made the
No.
same mistake.
she has an album of them.
Yeah, it's like it's a little yeah, it's just a little like woefully like I don't know. Not what I'm looking for.
This is great.
I know.
Stop. Okay.
All right. Well, okay, so here's what I want to know from everybody. So the Blister in the Sun performance is my winner, but
The ukulele cover of Gangster's Paradise.
303 and Emily is away.
yeah, getting input. I want to know where everyone falls for theirs
I'm
as a
no
runner-up.
joke. I think mine actually might be the 303 one, only because I played it. I was a little bit ahead of you, and because we were playing it at the same time, like in different houses, and I remember being like, yes, because I knew how much you hated 303, and I was like, ooh, it's unavoidable. He's gonna have to click this link and hear this song. Ha 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 ha.
Who's your boy? It's Matt.
It's Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt, your best
Your best friend
your
in
best
that game's
bud
name
is
is Matt.
Matt,
And
yeah.
he's like, listen to this new song, and it's fucking 303.
Other than the 303, he actually reminds me of it. He's always got your back in that game. It's
You know what?
It's,
You know what would be even
is
better?
It's Don't Trust Me, right?
I think so.
A song?
I think so. I
don't remember.
But I remember it was 303, and I remember being like, yes.
Yeah, and you messaged us both, and Randy was like, "Oh no," and I was like, "Oh hell yeah!"
Oh,
damn
yes.
it.
So I was hoping
Meanwhile,
that it
I'm
was
in
like,
that gothy jam. Nobody
does it
talks
like?
about.
I was hoping it's like it pulls from like your Steam friends list and just be like, oh, who's like someone like you've like played a game with recently and it actually said
That would
nudie
be
booty
cute.
on
The
it?
games
Yeah.
used to do. They did
Yeah.
like your aims list was built from your Steam list. Yeah.
Yes, and it's like
I remember that.
And a couple of games do that. I remember.
Inscription did that.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Remember when Pony Island does that? You get
Oh.
a Steam message.
Yes.
So he has a history of doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah, he does.
Oh yeah,
Yes, he
Pony
does.
Island does that. Inscription does that.
I remember Talos Principle. There'd be graffiti all over the walls left by like the previous runs, and the names on them was something like were the people who
Oh,
beat
weird.
that game. So like Dave,
cool.
Dave's screen name kept popping up as like the writer of this graffiti, and I was like, oh, Dave, it looks like you've been here before. But
Yeah.
anyway,
All right.
Curious about-
Well, so I was gonna say, but between Emily is Away 3, or 303, Emily is Away 303, the psychedelic song in Psychonauts 2, musical chairs in No More Heroes 3, Gangster's Paradise and Riders Republic, I ran so far away. The ship. I
was gonna say you kept getting
flying away
Guardians
from
of the
Guardians of the Galaxy.
My-
That how
My
everyone else?
honest answer
okay.
is if we're picking together, I think the Psychonauts 2, the Jack Black song.
I would concede to Psychonauts 2, but I am going to say that mine's 303.
And I should say that my close second.
Is 303.
Is 303,
That sounds like
of
2
course.
votes for 303.
Yeah.
How about you guys?
oh,
On the other couch.
100% Blister in the Sun.
That's the winner. I'm
Yeah.
saying
So
for
you have to
a
pick
second,
back up.
a second
So
place.
okay, so
Yeah.
interestingly, since my choice would have also been Blister in the Sun.
Your backup's also 303.
No,
Not the same man.
That's
So-
strange. Oh.
So if I wound up
Edit this.
if I could wind up picking out
Life
my own
sure is
moment,
strange, huh?
it would be that moment from Life is Strange Three Colors. But since we're limited to this, I would actually say I didn't play Guardians of the Galaxy, but the
Sounds
use
cool.
of that music, it literally fits exactly what it is. It
Yeah.
is a good best use of music where it's like you have it at these appropriate moments in the story.
Totally. I think
And-
that's my number 2. But
Yeah,
also I have
yeah.
I love that song.
Austin, edit this to make it sound like Matt said 303. Oh, so 3 counts for 303. I guess they're the
I'm
winner.
immediately
Sean.
pushed out.
Yeah, I think Sean's gonna wind up being the.
I was actually gonna say,
Gangster's Paradise.
not as incredible as that was.
Do you want to play it
no,
over?
no.
I really don't need
Just
it.
play it really low during
gonna,
this
yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah, on loop.
Oh, look at that. Gangster's Paradise ukulele is already in my
Great.
YouTube history.
I think if I had to pick for like an overall choice of like the
Of
best
these.
use of music in a game as a whole, I would pick With a Bullet Marvel Guardians.
Yeah.
Because overall that game has so much style when it's using its music. But
Yeah,
if we're
agreed.
talking about specific instances in games, I would say that my choice would have to be Psychonauts.
All right.
I concur 100%,
Because
With
as I
what
was
you
mentioning
said.
before, it feels like this swell.
including
Yeah.
the part you said about how 303 is
Yeah.
good.
Oh,
So
shit.
4 votes for 303 is what I'm
That's
hearing.
not what I said.
No.
No,
No,
but
just
Austin,
kidding.
No, but
Austin's gonna.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Guardians on the whole. I think Guardians uses
Yeah.
music overall really well,
Yeah.
but I think that like there's only so much it's a tough call between we use licensed music really well, but
It's
we're
musical
also
direction.
we're also doing it with a brand that is known for using licensed music really
Yeah.
well.
I think you pointed out
And
before they're like
And then like Psychonauts is like
in-game band.
we
too.
craft, and Psychonauts and Blister in the Sun is like we crafted this moment for you.
Yeah.
But Psychonauts is like we had Jack. For all we know, Jack Black just did that.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah.
He still lives at the
Yeah.
Double Fine studio.
He was actually in the recording
Never
room
left.
on his break,
Hold
and
on.
they left the recording.
I got a
room.
thought. Get me in there. Hit record. Something.
All right. Well, it sounds like Psychonauts there. Then I was with you, Matt. Iran was my number 2. We fought for it. But
I mean, I didn't even play the game, and I thought
Just
that like
sounds-
just describing
yeah.
like it's like that in my mind. And also, I will say this Psychonauts 2, again, it's like it feels like it falls under, because I got to be honest with you, like that scene I thought was good, but like I can't even think of what the song is like
Yeah.
underneath it. So it's like maybe like I know you said it plays over the credits, right?
no, the other one does. The one that
yeah.
you didn't like.
No, this is the scene where Jack Black is helmet full bear.
Yeah, no, yeah.
No, he
And
knows
you-
the scene.
I
I
know
think
the
he's just
scene.
trying to
The
like.
song.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah.
I don't remember what the song is. I remember the scene very well. I
Oh,
just
yeah.
don't remember the song
The
at
song
all.
itself
Well-
isn't amazing, but it's
The song itself is cute enough, but it's just the moment,
Yeah, it's like
the
capping
musical
off.
moment.
I
Well,
really
it doesn't
want-
really cap
I'm
off, but
really tempted to
feels
call
like it.
bullshit on that answer, but I kind of want to just like it's like as long as it's not 303. Honestly, I'm fine with
okay.
that.
What are you
Yeah.
talking
So-
about? We got 4 votes for
Yeah, so you're
5
doubling
votes for
down
303.
for 303.
Yeah, it
Is what I just
sounds
interpreted.
like everyone picked 2
all right. I'm
moments,
banging
and
the
both of them
gavel.
were
I'm
303.
banging the gavel.
All right.
Listen, Matt, you could argue till you're blue in the face. I can edit out the word "not." So I can
All
just
right,
make
so
it.
that's-
Judge has
Matt just
ruled.
goes as long as it's 303.
I want it to be everyone being like, my pick is, and then it just cuts to my voice going, 303.
Okay. Yeah, perfect.
Best time loop 303. So that's Blister in the Blister in the Sun performance from Life is Strange: True Colors as the best use of music in a game this year. With hold on, let me get this name right. Cosmic Eye, I Smell the Universe band reunion from Psychonauts 2 as our runner-up.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Austin,
Mm-hmm.
it is time to take us into port with best time loop.
This is gonna be a fun category to edit.
I can't wait till you like time loop.
I'm
the
gonna
edit.
intro the category every single time and talk
Okay.
about a new game.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Wait.
perfect.
Guys, what just happened? We just had an entire discussion about this category. You guys don't remember?
It's crazy. I have everything
Yeah.
still in my pocket.
We said it was 12 minutes. That was a winner.
Do you have a
Would you like to do the honors?
Do you have a blurb, or do you want me to describe and everything?
Oh no, this is all you,
Okay.
man.
Okay. Yeah. So my category is best use of time loop because I played a lot of
Oh
time
yeah, sorry.
loop.
Use of time loop. I had best time loop.
No, best use of time
Gotcha.
loop.
This
Gotcha,
is.
yes.
I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, because I realized something really weird, which is we had gotten to our discussion of what topics we were going to do, which would have been around October, November.
Yeah.
And I had already played like 7 fucking games that had time loops in them.
It's been a loopy year because I
Yeah.
see stuff in this list that or I know there's other like that what's it? Overboard is apparently a time loop game that just came out recently. Like it's hot right now. So
So, I think that it's been pretty self-explanatory, but this is not best game with a time loop.
mhm.
This is best. A time loop is weird because a time
Webster's dictionary describes.
loop. No, well, a time loop is something that you
Loop of time.
either. Technically, most video games are time loop games, right? You die and you respawn.
Yeah.
And if anything, a time loop movie is the video game mechanics being brought into film.
Isn't that what Looper
Really?
was about?
What?
Isn't that what Looper was about?
I think it said Loop Hero.
No.
But so the question for this category becomes not just did you use a time loop, because technically time loops, every roguelike is a time loop.
Yeah.
Every video game could arguably be a time loop. The question is, did you use the time loop right?
Yeah.
Because you are claiming to be a time loop game. So did you use your time loop correctly, or did you just throw it in as a buzzword? So here we go. Our nominees are
All right.
12 Minutes,
Great game.
Deathloop,
Mm.
The Forgotten City,
Ooh,
Returnal, Lemniscate,
Lupus.
and then I put Inscription? Question mark. I just started adding games I beat with
Yeah.
question marks at the end. XO1 question mark,
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
and then I put Redacted, which turned out to be Solar Ash.
Yeah, did not know that was involved time loops.
Wait.
So I'm gonna take Inscription, XO1, and Solar Ash off of the list.
Okay.
Because they're technically not. Solar Ash is in story. This is this is a huge spoiler. Skip ahead like a minute or two if you want to play Solar Ash. Solar Ash is in story a time loop because the enemy of the game is somebody named Echo. And you find out that Echo is just the fragments of you that are left behind every time. You are essentially stuck in hell trying to save the universe, but the universe has already been destroyed. Hence the name Solar Ash. And you are, the Echo is you trying to, without directly saying it, stop yourself from going through the loop again.
Yeah, continuing.
Gotcha.
You need to
It's like Bioshock Infinite.
You literally need to break the cycle.
Yeah, you need to
Of-
break the cycle.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's like this giant thing, and you're like, why aren't you helping me? And then the Echo is just like, you're just causing me pain. You need to stop.
Because you think the character thinks by stopping whatever this gigantic artifact key thing is by deactivating it, it's going to prevent your I guess it's your home planet or
Your
something.
home planet from getting sucked into a black hole.
Right, but
But in reality, you're on the other end of the black hole,
yeah,
and you are
Oh.
eternally looping through the story of that game, and the enemy is actually you trying to stop yourself from, in your own grief, repeating for all of eternity, you
Yeah.
failing to stop
yeah.
getting sucked into the black hole.
Interesting.
It is beautiful.
Yes.
And we'll get into that
Cool.
more in character and narrative and all that stuff.
Nice.
It is in story a time loop, but the game is linear.
Yeah, I know Inscription doesn't technically involve the looping or manipulation of time per se, but
Part of it is a roguelike.
what is a roguelike but a time loop?
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
The funny thing is, back before people thought of this like time loop to cover just the mechanic of the game, it was like the roguelike was just, you were just dying and starting over. You didn't need a narrative to cover the fact that you kept starting over. But then all of a sudden, everybody was demanding it's like, now we got to justify why you're
in a post Hades world now. We expect
that's actually a good way to put it. In a post Hades world now, people expect a narrative justification for the reason they're doing something over and over again. Yeah,
unofficially a Hot Buttons 2020 game.
Okay,
it's that time like they repurpose what it means to die. Those games, which I think is very interesting.
That's a good point because it's like. That still gives you something when you fail a run,
right?
Like you're always earning, like
right.
So we have here
making progress.
After all of that, 5 nominees. I'm going to quickly say Lemniscate is not gonna get it.
What is Lemniscate?
Lemniscate is a multiplayer shooter. There was a game. Give me 1 second. There was a game that did what Lemniscate does, but better. Quantum League? Quantum League. I don't even have to look it up.
Oh, where like Quantum League was clever. That was a neat idea.
So Lemniscate is Quantum League, but with like Overwatch heroes.
Huh.
Where it's like you imagine, you pick a hero. This hero does acid damage. This hero has shotguns. And then you go into the map and it's like capture the flag, or like domination, where it's like capture point A, point B, and point C. But like, you only have 30 seconds to do it.
Yeah.
And then at the end of 30 seconds, everything stops and rewinds. And then you pick a new character and do it again. So you and your opponents are doing this, but you're also fighting the ghosts of each.
I remember
loop.
seeing, and I actually thought that looked very.
I didn't realize it had come out. Did it do?
I didn't know it came out either.
Quantum League?
No. Oh, sorry. No, you were describing Quantum League. Yeah.
Quantum League is the one you've probably heard of. I played Quantum League. Quantum League came out, did not do well at all.
That's unfortunate.
And then Lemniscate came out on Game Pass.
Oh.
Also don't think it's doing well.
Yeah.
But
I gotta kind of like comment on the whole Quantum League thing. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, it sounds very fascinating and engaging, but it seems like a game where it's just like, rather than like, I'm going to do a run, and then it's like on the second run, it's going to be like, I'm going to ambush this guy when I know he shows up, but in reality, at the end of the game, you just have 5 copies of a dude rushing one area. There's no actual strategizing. It's like, just think about it, because like, think about
that sounds like you got to take the gamer element into question.
Thank you. Yes, no, that's it. And it's like, it seems like it's one of those games where it's like, if you master it and its mechanics, you can have very engaging and fun fights, but you need to understand that someone just picking it up is not going to want to sit there and just be like, how do I master time literally to make good plays? They're just going to run to where they need to go, and just like, it's going to be boring, and it's just going to feel like by the end of the game, it's like you're just fighting more copies of people. That's it. I don't know. Just that's my theory, you know?
yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm cutting Lemniscate.
Okay.
So we have left Returnal, Forgotten City, Deathloop, and 12 Minutes, which
I didn't realize the name of the category was most repetitive, frustrating, tedious.
Sister
Time
sex
loop.
game.
Yeah, that too. Most insensuous.
Yeah.
The only one I
Most
played.
insensuous time loop.
Returnal's not incestuous.
That's not.
The only one I played
how
was
dare you.
12 minutes.
Oh yeah.
No, you said frustrating and time wasting.
Nope.
So I said Returnal. Got him.
Nope. None of that
Best
exists.
use of a time loop that is very limited in design.
Okay, so basically,
Sorry,
this
it's just
is
the
gonna-
elephant in the room. That's all.
this is going to be there's going to be these 4 games, and 12 minutes ain't winning. Thank
I would-
God.
Can I just very briefly?
This
This
is-
is
it's
the
also-
only one I played.
Well, yeah, but
It's
I
the-
mean,
it's- no, that's what I'm saying. It's the only one all 5 of us have played.
I just very
Right?
briefly.
You played 12
Oh
minutes.
yeah. I finished
So-
it, unfortunately.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to describe, in as quickly as possible, my first 3 days in that game. I get there, I pick up everything I can, obviously, because that's what you do in those games. My
Point
wife
and click.
storms off because I stole a present from her dresser, from from her dresser, and she gets all pissed. So I don't get to have this special, cute little dessert. Second, but I still find out she's pregnant. Second run, I try to put sleeping drugs in her water to kill the baby.
Hell yeah.
She
Oh,
sees
I think I also
Never
tried
mind.
it,
she
yeah.
sees me do it. She does not drink the water. Third
She
time,
storms off.
the third
Gotta
time,
wait for her to go in the
I
bathroom.
hide in the bathroom and then I drug her water to try to kill the baby. It does not kill the baby.
That's how you do it.
That's
And then you take the knife.
that is
And-
literally the
yeah.
first 20 minutes
We
of me
will-
playing that game.
we're
is
gonna
me
get
trying
deeper.
to kill the baby.
I don't think Ambien causes miscarriages.
It does if you put enough in it.
No, I think.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you go to sleep forever.
You just hear the mug. There's just like a pile, a mountain of pills sticking out of
Sticking out the
it.
top.
Want any water? Yeah, we will get deeper into
It's
the.
just a pill bottle floating upside down in the mug.
Oh, thank you. Is this yogurt? And just like it's just like
We will get deeper into the narrative of 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's all I have
Yes.
to say
Another
for
episode,
this
but-
entire category. Actually, that's all I have to say.
For its use of time loop,
Near
which is the
endless string
category,
of the same fucking dialogue to figure
It-
out the exact order.
it's bad mechanically with
Yeah.
the time loop thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like Chelsea kind of hinted at, like, because I'll give you an example of what happened in my game. Willem Dafoe comes in, and obviously, like, you know, you hide in the closet, ties up your wife, you knock him out.
I mean, some people are
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah. And then you like, and then like you sit him down and you're like, hey, listen to me.
Yeah.
You know, you need to listen to me. This is what's happening. And, or no, sorry, I sat down the wife and told her,
Yeah,
you
tell
need
the
to,
wife
you need
first.
to listen to me. This is what's happening. I'm stuck in a time loop or whatever. But because I didn't tie up Willem Dafoe right earlier, then Daisy Ridley wouldn't give me the dialogue option,
Yeah.
the one dialogue option that I needed to move on so that I could then convince Willem Dafoe to hear me out without knocking him out.
Yeah. You
And
can
I
know
Goog-
what to do and then
I
just
Googled
like
it.
yeah.
I watched YouTube videos of playthroughs and it still wouldn't give me the option. And it was because I did one thing like one out of
Yeah.
order.
Yeah.
And I was like, if you are going to do something with a time loop, it's got to be dynamic.
Agreed.
Because
Yeah.
then what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
I learned everything I needed to learn. You know?
Okay.
I got everything I needed to get.
Well,
and
that's
then
what I
the
was
game
saying. Like
still
you're
wouldn't.
on
It was
the
the
you were on the
execution.
It's
correct
still-
path.
It's
It
still
was
throwing
just,
up walls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, one time I made the mistake
constant
of
stop signs in
grabbing the pocket watch without the bathroom door closed.
Mm-hmm.
and then
it-
you just you're like, well,
it fucks
fucking
the whole loop.
Yeah, and there's
because
no way to.
she gets all pissy and she's like, I can't believe you would go through my stuff, even though it's like a vent in the bathroom.
Not
that
She
it's-
like storms out and then the
it's
guy
like-
catches her.
There's like a way to write that so that it's like logically like a
yeah.
not a stopping point, but more just like a way to like if you're looking at all the ways that the story ties together, there's a way to write that to make it not a stopping point and make
Yeah.
it integrate better.
Yeah.
And
But
it wasn't utilized.
And I think another thing a time loop game needs, which I'm not gonna. Sorry to jump ahead because I know you'll get to this, but like Forgotten City does the smartest thing ever, and it allows you to bypass things you've already done.
Yeah.
When 12
Yeah.
minutes is just like, oh man, it really gets grating how like
I would say
how much you have to like if you know you've botched a run.
it's it. You're done.
There's very little value in continuing it.
Yes,
like
yeah.
because you don't get to explore much else. You just got to be like, well, I made a wrong move, and now I have to. It's going to be like a good 10 minutes before I can get
You can
back
always
to where I am.
you can
like,
always hide in the closet and it lets you pass time.
And-
yeah,
and to
or try and kill yourself, but even so, it's not instantaneous. It's
and to Deathloop's credit, where you're trying to figure out a way to kill these people in the right order. 12 minutes has this very long path to victory. It's so many check marks that you have to do in the right order.
In the right order.
And
Yeah.
it's like just overall there's more happening in Deathloop that services it as a more engaging and fun game with less of a length.
Yeah, I mean, they're very different in scope. I mean,
Yeah.
how long would you guys say the 12 minutes was?
I looked it up when I was halfway through the game, and it said 6 to 8 hours, which
Yeah.
is not
Seems
accurate
long.
at all.
We beat it in one sitting, man.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
did,
that was
yeah.
like
I-
4
3 hours?
3 or 4.
It's like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I don't know what I mean.
What they were doing for all that extra time.
They were knocking their wife out a lot. I don't know.
see,
like,
Trying to get an Easter
Because
egg.
a lot of your decisions will just funnel into the same.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Like
I
outcome.
can't believe I spent
regardless.
that much time just to find out I was trying to fuck my sister.
Okay, and also that it's like at the beginning of the game when we were playing it, I was having a great time trying to like.
No, me too.
Yeah.
It gives
Absolutely.
it leads with a really strong first impression. Like it tricks you into
Yes,
thinking there's a
it
lot
tricks you into
more
thinking
can
that
do
there-
than
there-
you can.
There's a lot to
Observing
do.
everything in the
So-
room.
I hate to cut this off because I hate 12 minutes just as much as the
So,
next
all right,
guy.
well, we'll
But we got 2 categories
all right.
coming up where this discussion will be very
Yeah.
relevant.
I
looking at
wasn't-
you, most disappointing.
I wasn't done shitting on 12 minutes. I want it now. That's
Plenty
fine.
of
Go
time.
I
on.
want to
Yeah.
spend the next
So-
12 minutes shitting on 12 minutes.
So now we come to what I
Cutting.
created this category. The 3 games I created this category for.
Yeah.
And I want to hear from Sean
Mm-hmm.
why Returnal deserves its spot in those 3.
Okay.
Because to me, here's the thing. When we first had this discussion, I had not repicked up Returnal.
Mm-hmm.
I did repick up Returnal, and I did get to I got to the first boss finally, and I got the first house key part where you
Mhm.
do
Yeah.
that thing.
I did that.
So
as
I
well.
want to see, like, I don't really care about spoilers. I don't
Okay.
know
I was
about
going to
Randy.
ask. Yeah.
I do. There is something I want to add on to you with
But
Returnal as well.
this is spoiler
Yeah.
central.
Yeah, I want to know how that stuff pays off and
Okay.
why it's more than just a roguelike.
So
thing.
my argument for Returnal is that the time loop services the game in a narrative way, in a gameplay way, and as a way of kind of pacing you along what the story you're trying to uncover is. Because in the beginning of the game, you crash land on this planet. You find out it's called Atropo, and the character's name is Celine, and all these things that you can't really make sense of, and you're inspecting these alien artifacts, and you're getting just crumbs of information about where you are and what you're doing and why.
yeah.
Mhm.
From like audio logs of you, and
Right.
like
From you in your past, dredges through this world.
yeah.
So real quick, I'm going to speed up to the end. The ending cutscene of this game.
I assume they
is-
backlit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've heard it's powerful. Like it's
The ending cutscene of this game is you are driving down the road, listening to "Don't Fear the Reaper" on the radio.
oh yeah, you should have thrown that in there.
But you're driving down the road with your son or daughter, who's named Helios, in the car, and you
Weird name for a kid.
Yeah, very strange name for a
Okay,
I
child.
like it.
right. And I'll get into more of how that plays into it and all that stuff.
Good, you want a good joke? It was a son. Get it? Because Helios.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. At first, I
no.
thought it was a girl, but the age, the voice could be either or for the age that the child is.
Yeah.
So
I was just saying Helios means son
Yeah.
in Latin, so
is it son or Greek,
or
or is it in Latin? Okay, never mind.
I think it's Latin.
I'll bring.
It's I believe it's Greek.
Is it Greek?
I think so.
Yeah, and I'll get
Whatever.
into
I
more.
believe
I'll
Latin
get
is
into
soul.
more. You're cracking.
Right, that's right.
You're
that's
cracking through a little bit more of the osmosis that is this
Okay,
game.
okay,
so.
okay.
But in the end of the game credits or cinematic cutscene, you are driving down the road and you're going over a bridge, and you look down at the radio to change the station for whatever reason, and when you look back up, there's an astronaut standing in the middle. In a very Apollo 13 like astronaut standing in the middle.
I've seen
of
that
the road.
imagery in the game already, so it's telling.
And you veer off the road, off of the bridge into the lake, and you reach back to grab your child, and then you can't reach your child, so you look back, and there's this Lovecraftian, sea horror looking at you, and then you get engulfed by this black smoke or whatever. So the way that this
I did not know that's what this like.
right,
where this was, its story
the
was
way
going.
that time. So really quick, my interpretation of what Returnal is trying to achieve here is that this replay, you're going through these different areas that are all very different aesthetically and things like that. Every time you fail, you restart, right? Until you hit a certain point in the middle of the game where there's like you think that you're saved, and because you call a rescue team or squad or whatever, and there's a little brief cutscene that is like stages of your life, and then you actually end up back at the place. So my interpretation of the story of Returnal is that there's 3 maps. Every time you fail, you have to restart yourself, battling through the grief and stages of depression that is encapsulating, you for what seems to be like a failure as a parent to protect your child, but also the main character feels guilty that she is the reason that it happened because she, wasn't able to save her child. But so the way narratively that this ties everything is when you fail, pushing through the grief or a depressive stage of your life, you kind of go back to square one, right? Mm-hmm. And then you have to go through all those stages of
over and over again.
Right. So that's how it ties in narratively, and then obviously the game is in a setting like a roguelike, and it borrows elements and aspects from that, while maybe not the best implementation of that, maybe not the most rewarding. But I also feel like the challenge and the fact that you're not really getting anywhere when you restart also plays into it, because you can get little items and things that help you, but it is very bare bones as it makes you restart everything. Mm-hmm. It's challenging, just as challenging as it was before, with maybe the smallest amount of ease increased, I guess, is how to describe it. So, yeah, a little mini rant and ramble. I know I was getting carried away, but
it sounds like it's left quite an impact. The one thing I was going to attack onto that is as another point in Returnal's favor here is that of all these games, Forgotten City is my far-flung favorite of the bunch with like the setup of a time loop, but it's like Returnal's the only one that your protagonist reaction is probably the most sincere, just the way that she is dealing with it throughout, because it's like I'm getting the point where you're finding the audio recordings and you can kind of hear her just become more desperate and scared, and it's like everybody else in these games is so capable or accepting of the loop, and it's like I think this game captures despair. Its perspective of a time loop is not as fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. It's the most serious, and that's why a lot is lost on people when they play the game if they don't complete it, because you don't get this payoff. Narratively, everything that this game is doing
I had not known
is in the betterment of helping you understand what's going on. It's very ambiguous, and it's very left up to interpretation. One last thing is you get these little interactive cutscene areas where you can go into your house. I'm sure you've come across that, as you said.
Yeah.
For a couple times even in that first area, after you restart, you'll go to the house and there will be a little interactive thing where you have to navigate your home, and there's new things to discover and things like that. There's I think there's a prescription to some pills next to the answering machine or phone machine.
Yeah, it's very PT,
and that alludes to that since the passing of their child, that these pills kind of help you understand and illustrate the point that this is a deep state of grief and all that stuff. So that'll play a couple times, and then you'll exhaust how many you can for that first half. And then when you go through the second half, which is Worlds 4, 5, and 6, it goes again. So I just wanted to button up kind of my whole spiel of Returnal because mechanically, it's not very in service of a great experience, but narratively, it fucking hits home. Especially if you are to walk away from that game with that understanding that it's not. It's more your failure is a restarting of having to push through a very challenging part in your experience in your life and part of your life and yada yada. So I'm gonna stop it there, but yeah, that is my argument for Returnal.
Okay.
That game is
in a nutshell.
bleak under the surface.
Yes.
So you have the final two, which are both, I think, my top two.
Oh, are you cutting Returnal, by the way?
Personally, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Since I'm making the decision, but
Right,
I
so
wanted
that was me more.
I wanted you to say that because you know that you might have convinced them to make it
Returnal's
the
my
runner
number
up.
2.
Yeah. So
go ahead. Sorry.
So Deathloop and Forgotten City are, I think, the two best uses of time loop in that they make it very obvious from a narrative. 3 games on this list make it very obvious from a narrative perspective right off the bat that you are in a time loop, and 12 minutes is garbage. So the two that make it obvious from a narrative perspective that you are in a time loop from the very beginning and use that in a very fulfilling way are Forgotten City and Deathloop. I think Deathloop does it much better from a gameplay perspective. I think that Deathloop is
also thematically very different. Like it's
yeah.
Deathloop is kind of like has this sort of nihilistic nature to its world and characters.
Well, right.
Like
that's what you say. You said like the character.
Enemies were drunk and dancing, and like
the character is scared.
In Returnal, but
in Returnal,
and there's not a lot of they don't care if they like live or die.
Yeah, but in Forgotten City, you are the character. So like,
yeah, that's true.
You're not really
you're silent, but you can choose all.
Yeah, right.
But you don't really have a much emotion other than what you kind of ascribe to yourself.
I do love. We can save this for narrative and moment, but the explanation for the loop itself in Forgotten City is like, and the role it plays is. Fucking so great. Like, yeah.
I was gonna say it's like if you guys are
nothing about it is random. You know, it's not like 12 minutes where it's like, oh, suddenly time's slipping.
Hold on.
Like,
let me finish my spiel about Deathloop because I think that Deathloop is very funny thematically and narratively and setting wise.
Yeah, the tone is
the tone of the whole idea of the Deathloop because they're stuck in this loop. And it's funny because we don't really have to get into it in narrative. We can get into it now. Are Deathloop spoilers? We're all cool with Deathloop spoilers?
Oh, yeah.
So the fear in Deathloop is very funny. The fear actually comes at the tail end of the game.
Oh.
Because the further you get into figuring out how to break the loop, the more Juliana's cocky attitude facade starts to fade.
Yeah.
All right. It wears off
and
eventually.
then you find out that you are not the first Cole to try and break the loop. Obviously, this has happened.
We got a Booker.
Cole always inevitably breaks the loop, or tries to break the loop, and leaves. And comes back. And you also find out that there's another character who is missing from the loop. I forget her name.
Oh. I forget as well.
But she has the same last name as Cole. And oopsie, she also has the same last name as Juliana.
Oh, so is it like your kid?
Juliana is your daughter.
Yes.
Oh.
And your wife is dead and out of the loop.
Yes.
Huh. Which is why Cole...
That makes some of their flirting a little strange.
They bring that up. Yes.
What is it with time loop games?
Yeah.
Wow, I guess it wasn't the most incestual time loop game. Not even the
Yeah, it
most
turns
incestual.
out.
Yeah.
Oh, that recontextualizes.
No,
quite
there's a very funny
It almost like a time
There's a
loop.
very
It
funny-
contextualizes itself over
there's a
time.
very funny and weird moment when you first learn that Juliana is Cole's daughter, and he just goes, "Oh,
Oh.
we didn't," and she's like, "Oh, gross,
It's like
no,
Demolition
what?"
Man. Man,
Yeah.
But
huh.
yeah, so then spoilers, you get closer, and Juliana's starts her
I know there's multiple endings.
her cockiness starts to fade, and she is kind of, instead of being cocky, she's scared because everybody's stuck in this time loop and they don't want it to end because they don't know what will happen when it ends.
Right. Yeah.
They don't want to go back to the real world and have responsibilities and consequences for their actions and shit like that.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If you knew that you were stuck in an infinite time loop, which actually that is actually a factor in Forgotten City. The main guy, I'm going to spoil this for whoever hasn't played Forgotten City.
Mhm.
But yes, eventually you get to the point where it's like you confront the leader of the city and he's like, yeah, I know you're going to fail every time. I want you to fail every time because every day you fail is another day that I basically live in paradise.
I live as a king. Yeah.
As a king, yeah.
Of
And
a
he-
utopia.
Yeah, and he's just like, and he speaks to the guy that failed before
That's
you.
what somebody would say at the top, too.
Yes, yeah. And he said the guy that failed before you, it's just like he did it for like decades.
Right, yeah, they're like, well, because they comment that you were doing like better than him.
Yeah, and I think he's like, yeah, that poor, what was his? I can't remember what was his name,
yeah.
what, like Glenn or something. I don't know, but it's like he talks about it. It's just like I saw him come back every day, each day a little bit older, and it's like I think it's like by the time he gives up, because in the beginning of the game, in the present, you find his skeleton, and I think he looks very aged. So it's like I think it's like we're talking like decades he tried to find the solution, which like I mean that guy must have not had too many brain cells. It took me like 4 tries. So it's just like
So yeah. And then death loop, you break the loop at the end by killing Juliana and then shooting yourself in the head.
If you jump off, it's the same effect, right?
Oh yeah, you jump off. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You jump off. And then Juliana's like, why are you doing? You know what's going to happen.
Mhm.
Either we're all dead or we're going to wake up one last time, and I know exactly where you wake up every day.
On that
And
beach.
I have a gun. And then you wake up one last time on that beach. Juliana is standing over you with a gun, pointing it at your head, and then goes, who cares? And then just walks off,
Yeah.
and then credits.
Yep.
Huh. Did you find that satisfying, or
Okay. It's a neat way to end it.
people were like up and down on it, so I wasn't sure.
This is a tough choice because I think that
Yeah, between those two,
So,
I don't know where
you brought it up earlier. What I was going to hammer on, the thing about the time loop in Deathloop is that it's this phenomenon that nobody understands, and a bunch of drunk scientist idiots found it in like the 50s.
Yeah.
And then they just like have been doing experiments knowing that there's no consequences because everybody just
getting shot out of a cannon
Respawns,
for
yeah.
the fuck of it.
So wait a second. I know we just spent a good couple minutes like dissecting those two games. Are we going to talk about Forgotten City? Or
I am.
Are we, okay, we're going to go.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
he didn't dig into Forgotten City yet, but there's so much in that game to dissect that's why I didn't want to do it entirely here.
I'm not trying to talk directly about the game.
We're going to talk
Forgotten
about
City
the
will
mechanic.
come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the time loop within,
Interesting.
which will also come up because Randy got to it
characters
already.
and theme,
So
like-
Deathloop, from a time loop perspective, is a bunch of drunk idiots found a time loop phenomena within time and space and settled there and was like, hey, let's just get drunk every day and never leave.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of scientists came and experimented on stuff knowing that everything would reset. And from a gameplay perspective, Deathloop is like the time loop thing is perfect. But yeah, So Deathloop is the perfect execution of how to use a time loop to make gameplay fun.
Yeah, it's funny that one of these is through action and the other one is through dialogue, like problem solving.
Because I said what is a roguelike, but
Versus
a
combat.
time loop.
Yeah.
But Deathloop isn't a roguelike. It's something different, and I think that's very cool. And it uses that time loop mechanic very well. Forgotten City, I think is, from a gameplay perspective, is just Skyrim with a weird time loop mechanic modded in. Because that's all Forgotten City is.
Well, that's what it was. They did build it from the ground up again and rewrote like.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, from a gameplay perspective, it's just Skyrim with a time loop added in for story purposes.
Like the conversation system from.
But a narrative, from a narrative perspective, the reasoning for why there's a time loop.
Yeah.
Is so good.
It really is.
It's like you said. The whole thing is an experiment by the god of the underworld, who is actually an alien. So all religion's bullshit.
I love it.
And Christians are crazy cultists who don't believe in the aliens.
It's the best explanation for religion I've ever seen in something. It's like they really Star Trek-ified.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Because of like Roman and Greek mythology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I you're right. There's a lot to dissect about Forgotten City. One of the things I like that they did that a lot of games involving time or like repeated tracks of time is they did a good job addressing the fact that it's like, well, why did this, like, how is this only possible once the Roman era started? But once you start getting into the game, they do a good job of explaining, like, it's like, no, we didn't just handpick the Roman times because we like that era. It's like, it goes back to the Greek and then the Egyptians, and then you go all the way far down, like, you're like, underground, and it's
the
like
Sumerians.
and the Sumerians.
It's like cyclical, like
and I think that I love that narrative part of it because
it literally goes back to the dawn of
civilization. And so it's like I feel like I like a lot of games with, like you said, with cyclical themes. They address the forward cyclicalness of it, but it's like rarely do we see time loop games like address the fact, like, if it's cyclical, it must go back all the way then. And it's just like it does, and they do a good job.
I never thought about that, like just thinking about all like time loop movies. And
it also does a really good job of explaining why just you and one other guy are the two people from modern times who have made it into this ancient Roman city.
That's exactly
they do a great job with that.
It's a lot of time loop games. It's like it leaves, like, they do a good job, but so much of time, it's like it leaves open so many like questions, and it's like, why isn't this XY? For example, like these people found like in Deathloop. Okay, they found this this region of the universe that is stuck in a time loop and stayed there. It's like, okay, well, by that logic, where are all the other people that found that area and stayed there? By that logic, there should be like ancient people still living inside that time loop. You get what I'm saying?
So, yes.
Real quick, on the Forgotten City, isn't Pluto, the god of the underworld, whatever, many names, isn't he doing it too to kind of teach his daughter a lesson about
his wife
his
or
wife.
his
Oh,
lover,
it's his wife.
Persephone.
Persephone or
I don't
whatever
know.
her name
Maybe-
is.
Maybe I glossed over the part where he was talking about it.
So what happened was,
he's teaching her a
spoilers
lesson,
for Forgotten
right?
City. He's not teaching her a lesson yet because he doesn't know that she
it's like a test.
betrayed him.
Oh yeah.
What happened was they met the humans, and the god of gods, Zeus or whoever, whoever he is, depending on what Egyptian, Sumerian, Greek, Roman mythology you're looking at, he was like, these bozos kind of suck. Like, we should just like scooch up on out of here.
We should specify this whole game is based around the concept of sin.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're going back to Elysium. So it also
Hey, Matt
takes
Damon
like
went there.
yeah, it also takes like words that have existed across those things, and like that Pluto has explanations as to how those survived all those generations.
Yes, they did a
Where he's just
very,
like, yeah, there's like some asshole fucking got out
Yeah,
and told everybody,
and told
we had
everybody.
to like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Also, yeah, I'm sorry. That might actually be spilling over. I just thought it was funny, like anecdotally to add
so
because
so
No,
she
that's
she
Forgotten City
became
is like darkly comedic
she
in a lot of ways.
she Persephone sided with the mortals. When Zeus was like, "Yo, they're bozos. Let's get out of here."
yeah,
and
she
go back
was
to our
trying to
planet.
prove that.
She was trying to
Yeah.
prove that they can be good, and so Pluto was like, "Hey, you can't just leave. She's your daughter, my lover. We need to like get her to be a god again."
And
So in order to not expose her to the thousands of years that this was going to take, he froze her in time.
gotcha.
And he didn't know that she could still
Kind of-
communicate
yeah, telepathically.
Yeah,
telepathically,
So-
which is how she whispers to you.
yeah,
And so you guys actually brought up another good point, and I also think that this is a good use of time loop to reinforce the cyclical theme. It does a very good job of showing, and of course I love this because I'm a history nerd, but also the cyclical nature of just concepts and themes and words and everything in civilization, how much it gets reused.
Yes.
And how much it never really changes, because I think as a person in history, it's always very fascinating to see just
So-
basically how things get reused, like, for example, words and gods
Yeah.
and
So
And ideas, like if you're into
ideas.
philosophy and
Yes,
like,
yeah.
yeah, just like,
we can gush about Forgotten City
yeah.
so much.
all right,
Yeah.
all right.
So much. Let me wrap this category up by saying Forgotten City is my winner. Because it is just like Matt said, like you said, like Sean said, it everything about its time loop mechanic
Yeah.
is so thought out.
Yeah.
yes.
Absolutely.
If you explain it to somebody who hasn't played it and they ask you the dumbest question, you could probably find on Google what the answer
What the
to it is.
answer is, yeah.
Because these people thought of
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing how there's like no plot holes in a story that's
I mean,
like
there's plot holes,
right, but nothing like
yeah, there's like
by the end of 12 minutes we were just like I remember we were like, but how did but what
Yeah.
that broke apart like
Their-
the second you started.
Their bizarre story about alien gods
Somehow meant to be more cohesive.
Yes, it fits so seamlessly into like about 3,000 years of history, and it's like, oh, that's they fitted it in so seamlessly into actual human
It's so
history.
good.
Yeah.
And
It's incredible.
they just it oh my god, yeah.
Well,
And it's just like apparently all you got to do to get me to love a game is just call Christians crazy cultists. I think that's hilarious.
there's a lot of charisma in those characters.
Yeah.
the question is, what's number 2?
So actually,
Where does everyone fall in the?
So because you went on that entire thing talking about Deathloop, I actually thought that that's what you're going to pick for that. So I'm very happy that you picked Forgotten City, because I really love that game.
Yes.
Now I'm at an impasse because I both of you two made very impassioned arguments about why it is, and it's like
tough.
it's like I heard you and I'm like, oh, it sounds like it's very well. It sounds like it's very well integrated in the plot. And then you say, and I was like, oh, that also sounds very well integrated into the plot. And so now I don't know, actually.
I mean, I've played both Deathloop and Returnal, but hadn't seen the ending of either. But I think I'd be more inclined to side with Returnal just because it seems more emotional.
I was gonna give it to Returnal, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well, I guess I'm outvoted because I was thinking Deathloop, but I guess by...
Yeah, I hope this makes the decision easier for you, man. Oh God.
So but the thing is, it's just like I
Well,
can't.
somebody listened to my argument.
No,
I know. I thought
did
it was
as
a good
well.
argument.
Obviously,
it made me want to jump back into it
the
again.
The subjective nature of
Yeah, do I have to play the music again?
what music?
The
the
Gangster's Paradise.
Oh, yeah.
No, the fucking
I know,
battle
yeah.
music from
No, I was
Dumb.
the subjective nature of how like a game resonates with you, I could totally see somebody going into Deathloop and walking away absolutely stunned and floored by what it was able to achieve and what it did. With the time loop mechanic, I just, for me, I had that type of feeling with Returnal, and it's one of those things that like they both towards the end kind of really ramp it up, right? And then at the climax of both, you get kind of like this all-encompassing understanding. I just think, like, I don't know. I've already made my argument for Returnal. I think it is one of those things you really don't get until the end.
I'm looking at the Google sheet right now, and I couldn't help but notice, but 12 minutes is still on there, so I changed my vote.
Oh, shit.
Did you check again?
Weird, it still says 12 minutes.
Does it really?
No.
Oh, wow. For some reason, mine just
deleted it.
For some reason, mine just says 1,000 rows of 303. That's all it says. Oh wait, how did Emily is Away wind up on here?
For looping.
If you think about it,
brain.
303 is kind of a loop.
It's kind of a loop because it's like the 3 and then the O and then the 3.
Is it Forgotten City and then Returnal? Or
Forgotten City and Returnal. Woo!
All right. And that is going to do it for day 1 of Hot Button's Game of the Year Deliberations.
I should just say,
I'm gonna die.
That's how Forgotten City is so cool that I knew Returnal was going to take it over Deathloop, and I don't care.
There's the sacrifice. So just to recap, so far we have awarded Back 4 Blood as Best Game Pass Game, runner-up Unpacking. Halo Infinite was the game we needed. Psychonauts 2 not far behind it. Inscription for having the best aesthetic, second place. Emily is Away 3. The concert from Life is Strange, True Colors as the best use of music, specifically the performance of the Violent Femmes, Blister in the Sun. Following that, the rest of the board has chosen the Cosmic Eye, I Smell the Universe reunion show from Psychonauts 2 for the silver medal there. And Austin's best use of time loop game is The Forgotten City, our selection for number 2 being Returnal. Be sure to join us again for day 2, where we will tackle the following categories: best moment or sequence, best character, or best new character, rather, best narrative, and Sean's award for best creature or monster. In the meantime, though, let's toss up some plugs and call it a night.
Thank you for listening. This is a long one. Tomorrow's going to be longer. And the day after, or I guess we shouldn't call them days. Week. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Because it takes us a week to record them, am I right?
Hey.
Please
This is
listen
why
to me.
Matt's running off to Florida just to escape this shit.
Take me a
Someone
week to
please
edit.
help me. There's no heating in this room.
you
They won't let me
Those
leave.
cheese balls in the kitchen are
Can you
calling your
check the
name.
handcuffs around her ankles? Just make sure they're
Getting a little
secure.
loose.
Please, if you
I told you we should have got ankle cuffs.
Yeah. I heard the metal rattling around, so they must not be tight enough.
Thank you for listening. You can find, if this is the first one you're discovering,
That'd be weird.
who knows when you're listening to it, there might be more episodes out from our Game of the Year stuff. There might be more stuff that you might want to hear about other than Game of the Year stuff. You can find that and more
all we do.
on hotbuttoncast.com, as well as all the podcast feeds, not going to name them all, and our social feeds, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at HotButtonCast. Thank you for listening, and tune in for our second episode.
Good night, everyone.
Someone please save me.